Now, it looks like we need a safe laner. I wouldn't mind to see, yeah, the Monkey and the Ursa are just too dangerous. The Bloodseeker is still very possible here, though, to be honest. I really wouldn't mind it. Rubik getting Rupture is pretty easy, though, and very, very dangerous. Completely shuts down a Bloodseeker's team fight impact, especially in the safe lane. It's a little risky, but it's not a bad pick. As we can see, Viking GG getting a couple of bans onto the Zatrax heroes. You love to see it, the PA, the TB. Lots of carries, really. I mean, look, Troll, PL. Will it be 5 bans in a row for the carries after the 2 opening support bans? I mean, what carries are even left? My goodness. Seriously, who is left at this point? Arc Warden is in the pool. I wouldn't mind. Nah, I think neither team really wants to pick an Arc Warden here. The heroes kind of countered by too many heroes in the draft already. Hell, what's left? Bloodseekers still in the pool. AM is very risky versus an OD and a Rubik and a Mirana. Like, I don't think you can pick OD, or sorry, AM if you're Viking. You might be able to. No, it's too risky, I think, especially because Furion is going to be going for that Orchid. So they do ban the Bloodseeker. That's a very good ban. Slark still in the pool. That's a hero we sometimes see. Other than that, we're really running out of the kit. We banned so many. Riki's available. Do I like a Riki here? For Cascade, it's not bad. It's kind of some counter synergy, though, because obviously when someone's in Astral, you're not going to hit them with your Tricks of the Trade. So you could go for, like, the old style build, Drowse in the pool. Anything else you can run on the safe lane? Morph for either of the teams. Wouldn't mind seeing it for Viking GG. Again, it's a little scary out from the OD, but he's going to have to time that perfectly because I'm pretty sure it's like an instant cast on the attribute shift. Versus the Timbersaw, it's a little spicy, just a little spicy. Not too bad. Versus a Mirana, though, we've seen plenty of Miranas actually play really hard against a Morphling, so I'm not in love with that pick either. It's so difficult because it's like you need something for both teams that's not paper thin and has to bring a lot of damage, but there's also so many bans already out for carries. Like, genuinely, who is left? Drow? Chaos Knight is still in the pool. He's kind of pickable. Do I like that for either team? Kind of, actually, because neither team really does well with like mass illusions. OD especially, he really sucks for that regard. Marana's okay. Rubik is a decent counter to the CK because he's reliant on the crit and he reduces base damage. Do I like a CK for Viking? No, but I do like a Slark for Viking. I do really like a Slark for Viking, to be honest. If the OD gets the jump on you, it could be very deadly, but seeing as it's an instant cast on the Dark Pact, of course, it takes a couple of seconds, not a couple of seconds, it takes like a second to kick in or something. It wouldn't be the worst thing. Oh, of course, the Weaver. Weaver's still in the pool. It's risky. It's a little risky considering how much single target we have for him. But that's the thing. That's where Weaver generally excels, right? Because he's kind of has a second life. But he's also really great against all the single target you have. These middle 3 picks, especially from Viking, don't do fantastic, specifically versus the Weaver. Ah, Spectre. Wow. I'm surprised to see the Spectre, to be completely honest with you. It's pretty good against the OD, because OD, of course, does all his damage from range. We don't have a break, so Shad should be able to get pretty... he should be able to reflect a lot of damage, is what I mean, with the Dispersion talent. Desolate's potentially very strong as well. Doesn't give Rubik a good spell to steal either this game. You should have a little bit of space as well, thanks to Kezo offlane Furion and Boom mid lane on the Void Spear. Your lane should be secured with the Ench. That's, again, I think that's really the main reason why you pick Ench. The lane versus the Timber's not too bad either. Okay, the Mirana's slightly annoying, but once you get a couple of levels in the Dispersion and the Blade Malice, she's not really going to want to be hitting you too much. You're probably going to be doing more damage back to her, funnily enough, even passively. Yeah, and then Earth Spirit here is fantastic at trying to shut down Shisui. Shisui, sorry about that. Shisui. Yeah, I like this Viking GG draft quite a bit. Last pick Spectre's weird, though, because Spectre's really fallen off. It just feels like if you want to go for a Radiance builder for whatever reason, you just pick the Wraith King instead. He kind of gives you a little bit better tempo. Worse initiation, but you do have the option of always going for the Blink Dagger. So I like this decision, actually, from Viking. It's not a hero I've actually seen in the patch quite yet, and I've casted a fair bit of games. So now I'm starting to doubt myself, but seems like it will be the last pick Spectre. No hard counters to the game. Decent against the OD. Good against the Timbersaw as well into the mid and late game. The level 6 is going to be a little bit spooky, I want to say, for the Spectre, though, as soon as Timber hits level 6, that is, because with enough levels in reactive armor, rather, you only are going to have the Ench as well as the Spectral Dagger to throw at him. You're probably not going to want to take any points in Desolate whatsoever in the laning stage because it doesn't help you farm at all. It's really only for kills, right? That pure damage is great. And it's nice against the Timber, but not in the laning stage. So he's going to be able to boot the Spectre out of lane pretty quickly with a Morana and Rubik both rotating around. Also, I don't like that support duo from Cascade. Because right now, there's nothing defensive right now for Cascade. That's another big problem. You're kind of just expecting Timbersaw to stand out in front and absorb everything. You're expecting probably a really good timing on this Linken's, if not straight BKB, for probably Linken's, Maelstrom, BKB maybe this game for Weaver. Because you do have the Earth Spirit to contend with, as well as Aghanim's Scepter for Void Spirit, which are both really hard counters to the Weaver. I don't know. It's a tough game. It's a really tough game here for Cascade. The Spectre, she just needs to be able to live through the laning stage, and then I suspect she'll be okay. As we're going to get underway with game number 1, thank you guys for tuning in. For one, it's just getting ready to load in. We can see our Gamdom odds as well. We'll be favoring Viking GG. And I think just based on the performance and where the caliber these teams are generally playing, it may be a Viking victory here. Now the question is, can they put up a fight here for Cascade? I suspect yes. Zatrax, also known as Zatreezy. I love to see him. Still pretty strong player here. Let's see, who has Cascade been playing recently? They've been active. They were unable to qualify to the ESL 1 lower division for DPC after losing out to the Hustlers. They lost that 2-1. They beat other teams there, so it looks like they made it quite far. On that, been playing in a couple of Face It leagues, a couple of stacks here. So this is going to be their first big game here. It's probably since playing the Hustlers about a month ago. Just taking a look. So looking forward to see how these guys are going to be doing. Viking GG, they're going to be feeling pretty hot as well, of course. These guys just besting OG 2-1 in a fantastic best of 3. Definitely recommend you guys check that one out after you see this game, which means I believe the panel was very keen to point this out. They were only I think there's only a couple of players. Well, I'm actually undefeated versus OG as well, but Kezu has actually beaten OG and has not lost to them. So we'll see how long that run will last. So far through the upper division, of course, you only play each team once in that league, and Kezu jumping on in there is going to be able to get the job done, along with the rest of Viking GG, of course. But a very, very scary lineup to be going up. I mean, you just beat OG 2-1. Their literal next match here is going to be Cascade. They just lost to Hustlers, who are currently, fighting for 5th, 6th place in the DPC lower division. Viking just beat OG. I mean, it's you got a lot on the line here. All right, mid lane here. The matchup's going to be Shisui versus Boom on the Void Spirit. Not a bad matchup here, really, for the OD. I would say that Boom is going to be able to farm a bit comfortably here. I'd be curious to see what the item build is, or what the skill build actually for Boom is. Like, is there even a point in taking Dissemblade in this lane? There might be. Void Spirit, one of the few int melee heroes, so ideally this is not a bad matchup for Shisui no matter what, because you're going to be stealing lots of in. Look at the damage already out from that Arcane Orb. It'll get worse as well once the Astral's online, stealing 20% of the max mana, which is absolutely brutal, converting that to damage. Yes, Boom doing his best, of course, first point in the Resonant Pulse. I assume Aether Lens is going to be really useful for securing range creep as well on this hero. Oh, I love it. Uphill miss. Thank Christ. Thank the Lord. That one would have done quite a number there to Boom. As we'll take a look here how they're doing in CS here, just to get a picture across all the lanes. 8-0. Great start right now from our Weaver. Nice job, Zatrax down bot lane. We'll be sure to check in on that for a second. But right now, of course, early levels against the Timber are very important to get your harass in. This is where Celery is going to be doing most of the damage.
I'm sensing a pattern.
Or as much damage as he can, right? Because the problem is, as soon as you get Timber or Reactive Armor level 3, you can basically, it's only worth throwing spears at him if and when you have impetus, and it's almost already level 3 here, so it's a very short window for you to actually effectively get any harass out onto him. For now though, Shad is going to make the best of this time and comfortably CS to an 8-0 as we see that Astral Imprison in the mid lane. You can see 75 mana stolen already, which is not very nice. Boom, kind of having a tough time in this lane. I mean, as it's kind of to be expected, right? The Void Spirit does tend to suffer against most, not all, but against most ranged matchups. Good harass here onto James, though, from Celery. Good job. Not too easy to out-harass a Mirana either. One of the more Imba heroes in the game, in my opinion, who got buffed in 7.28 somehow, is Boom is just going to be shy of the kill that they need for first blood. We haven't had it yet. Patient game here out for both sides. They are fighting just about everywhere there as the arrow is going to sail on through, will not connect onto the Spectre. Yes, to some people speculating as to whether Toby not still on the roster, of course, we'll never know as there's no official communication. But I mean, they're playing with him in this tournament where there are no such DPC regulations. Honestly, like the panel for the upper division is they're so informative. You guys should definitely tune in and listen in between because they're not just doing filler panels. They give them a lot of information that's very useful as well. Nice job there, actually, with the Aether Remnant they set up after the Centaur Conqueror. But of course, you do have the 3 matches. Sorry, you have to play 4 matches with your original roster. You can only do up to 4, I believe, with a stand, and Celery's going to die here. Wants to deny himself and will. That'll avoid first blood. James, in the meantime, is getting smacked by the Hellbear Smashers. But they've spoken in depth here. He might even die. No. He's at leap, right? He's got leap and arrow? Okay, he was just baiting. He was just baiting our observer. They're also kind of still fighting in the river here. That might be the more important one, as there they go. Aramis are going to be able to turn this one into a kill as Boom, drawing first blood, getting the bonus, 334 gold in his pocket. That's going to be Brown Boots completed. Very useful to have here versus the OD, who likes to go for that naked Meteor Hammer. So having that move speed advantage already being a melee versus a ranged is super useful, but as well as having, of course, so many abilities based off your movement, but having now Brown Boots on top of that to make it even more difficult for him to close the gap is massive. That's such a big play. And that's all from first blood. Well done. Oh, okay, they're gonna kill him. They're gonna kill Boom in the mid lane, though. I praised him too much, and unfortunately, if casters cursed him, as unfortunately with the boots. Actually, the boots weren't delivered to him yet, so but pretty easy combo with the Mirana. Bot lane, Kezu gonna get the kill onto Kadara. They're gonna now look to turn as Zatrax, plenty of damage here, especially with the swarms. Got the vision, but the fairy fire keeping Zatrax alive. They're gonna break the trees. Arrow caught there and blocked. Get down, Mr. President, he says, as Kezu 1 hit away from death, but will live. Quite a hard thing to calculate versus a Weaver Geminate attack who has gone for the Falcon Blade. Fantastic item. I love seeing this item on Weaver. I think this is probably the only hero that's pickable and competitive that you're going to see this item get picked up on. 1.8 mana regen and an additional 10 damage, as well as a little bit of HP, is exactly what Weaver wants in the early game. Bottom. Yeah, Zatrax here doing okay. I mean, really, Cascade are kind of running away with this game in terms of the CS. Like, they've already got a 1k net worth lead. Oh my god, a 1k net worth lead 5 minutes in. It's not really that much. Like, don't worry about it, because Viking, they scale much better into the late game, with the notable exception of this Enchantress. Again, the Ench is for the laning stage, and I gotta say, Celery's doing a great job here. Like, I do tend to flame the hero. Again, it's got nothing to do with who's playing it. I just think the hero just does nothing. Careful here. James is going to have, I think that's an Invis rune. Yeah, in the mid lane. That's going to set up for an arrow. They're not going to want to go for it, though. Boom, yet not level 6 as well, so it's really dangerous for him to be in this lane. Jisui threatening to drop the hammer, of course, as another int versus int hero. Again, it's based off of the mana pool difference, your max mana difference. It's not based on int anymore, but because you're already an int hero, it's not that bad. You're not too threatened by the Astral or so the Sanity's Eclipse. Nice job there using the Aether Remnant. Great calculation. Should get that dewarded here relatively quickly. That sucks. It's a fresh ward on top of that. And they're looking to turn now. Shisui here. He's going to have a 3-man or 3 people in the mid lane. Top lane as well. Spectre currently getting dove. Of course, that's just going to be Timbersaw level 6. Okay, Aether Remnant setting up for maybe a kill here. Rolling Boulder, but nice job there interrupting it with the arrow out from the Mirana. Self Astral to save his life as the supports now will be able to zone out the rest of Viking GG. As Boom hit level 6, immediately they make the call to go in. Unfortunately, Cascade, they were prepared for it. They knew exactly what was going on, although the enchant now into Shisui. It should not be a kill, however, Celery, be careful. You are an intelligence hero, but also you're level 2. And there's Meteor Hammer completed into the arrow. See you later. But here's Kezu. He's going to join the fight now. Meteor Hammer being channeled. Boom, going to jump right into it here. And there's going to be the Sanity's Eclipse on top. Kezu still alive, but they're going to hit him now with an Astral. 217 mana stolen. It should be more as soon as he pops out. And be careful. This Arcane Orb is going to do so much damage here if they can just reach him. Beautiful arrow there out from James. And that's going to set up for the kill. Oh no, Viking GG. The early game has not gone well for them whatsoever. This is not what you want, especially when you have an Enchantress on your team, yes, but also when you're facing an OD. You even have a pretty decent matchup, but Boom just going right in there on the second Astral Step, didn't give a damn. And he might even be dead if they continue diving here. Oh no, Shad is here. Oh no, they got the right one. He dies to the Timbersaw. He's going to show up in the mid lane. There's going to be the Astral into the arrow in the mid lane. No, it's blocked by a creep, but he still gets the hammer. But he did get the Aether Remnant off. And a great Astral Step on the way in, but Boom, he will still perish. Shisui still alive as well, as they are going to be running down the Rubik. OD as well, just barely able to escape for now. Great arrow onto Kezu is going to just make him so frustrated. He just wants this kill into the OD with the Wrath of Nature. He's not going to be able to find it either, but a great rolling boulder forward for Marimis is not going to make this one a completely lost venture. We'll take another look at that. People in chat are spot on right now, by the way, in terms of what's going on with Viking GG. They're still trying things out here, so someone also asked, do these teams take this tournament seriously? I will say yes, because of course you only have 7 DPC matches, especially in the upper division. Those matches are all so crucial, especially when it's so competitive in that Western EU upper division, I should say. And that's especially true. Great fight here, by the way, from Cascade. I mean, just playing it right on the edge. OD is just so damn strong early on in the game. I don't want to say it's a mistake to fight him because you have to pressure him, but he's just not got such a good start. Unfortunately, Shad taking a death as well. Because, again, Timber can just boot the Spectre out of the lane super easily. Rubik's even there to block and make sure that the Meteor Hammer comes through, so that means Boom is dead. I think he was expecting Aramis to hit. Oh, they're fighting as well, picture in picture, and they've gotten another kill. That should be the Earth Spirit dead, as they're going to continue pushing for the Tier 1 tower. Great arrow onto Kezu as well. But yeah, these guys, I mean, of course they take this match seriously, because this is like it's good experience. Like, you play an extra 7 matches here, right? Alone, and this is just Snow Sweet Snow number 2. Some of the teams that participated in season 1 or number 1, Kezu, he's getting blocked and he knows. And here's the Timbersaw now. Look at Kezu, he is dropping very quickly, but they're gonna have to dive the Tier 1 tower if they want the kill. Miro goes, okay, sure, I am a Timbersaw after all. Great arrow connecting now onto Shot as Kezu running for his life. They're going to miss the Aether Remnant as well. Kezu's still alive, just running in a straight line. He's going to now turn with the Wrath of Nature, but there are not many bounces here. Spectral Dagger, Rolling Boulder out from Marimis, and they got plenty of magic damage to burst through him. They didn't get the kill to Boom, so that's going to help him recover here a little bit off of the disseminate damage. Yeah, so to close them on point, because otherwise I'm going to keep rambling for the rest of the cast. Yes, the teams take this seriously, and they're going to be trying out different strats. They're going to be trying out different... I mean, it's just experience. It's all so useful. Again, you only have 7 matches in the DPC, and they all really count. You have to go 100% in each and every one of these. Whereas here, it's still important, 50,000K up for grabs, but it's not at least going to be, you know, demotion or promotion. Big fight now breaking out underneath the Tier 1 tower here as their ES. Big rolling boulder from him. Magnetize is going to at least be able to condemn one, but they've also lost Shad and the arrow. They don't even need it. He's going to die on the way out from the Astral Imprisonment. It's hard to ask for a better OD game here. I'd imagine his net worth he's got to be at the top of the chart there. Celery in a lot of trouble as well as Miro rotates on over Meteor Hammer just because they know they've got that kill. They're going to have to fortify for it. We'll take another look there. That should be our bottom lane fight. Yeah, Hermes, great jump in, just barely enough mana, by the way, to cast all of his spells. I'm sorry, not a very easy thing to calculate as well. 400 max mana around level 6, level 7 there on our Earth Spirit, and your combo costs about 300 mana to use. As OD could be in trouble, he's gone a little bit too far, stuck around too long. He didn't even get the tier 1 tower, and now he is not going to be able to escape with his life either. Spell stolen there is, what the heck is that spell? What is that? I got no clue what spell he stole there. I'm going to be completely honest with you. It's got to be like a cosmetic that I have not seen before, but I have no clue what Rubik stole. Is that Wrath of Nature? It is Wrath of Nature. Okay. I was like, what? He stole a bunch of slugs. He stole a Caesar salad. Top lanes, Zatrax in the meantime, we've had a lot of sparring here early on, but Zatrax has just basically had the freedom to farm wherever he wants. Shad is getting kind of pushed back wherever he goes, and that's great. That's a great read from Cascade. They know right now, of course, Spectre is in absolutely no position to fight. Zatrax, they might try for a kill here onto him, but it's not going to come too easy, of course, with the Sakuchi move speed, toggling over to what Viking GG see. They don't even see him farming, and on top of the invis, it's a Moonlight Shadow as well. So far, a really great start from Cascade, it should be said. 4K net worth lead. Again, the really scary part is not so much the Weaver's net worth right now, because he's just a Weaver. I mean, he's good damage in fights, but doesn't do too well versus the Timber, doesn't do too well versus the Spectre right now, right? Arrow is going to be consumed by the creep, but Celery, you're not going to live. And again, this is my issue when you pick the Ench. Yes, it does block the potential Timber, or sorry, not the Timber Saw pick. Clearly, it doesn't do much against Timber. Blocks the potential Beastmaster pick, but after the laning stage ends, it kind of feels like you just die, and I don't really see the use for it this game. I mean, what are you dispelling? You know, against a Darkseer, I love it. Actually, I hate it because I'm a Darkseer player, right? And that means it's very good. But here, I don't know. But they must have an idea in mind. They're just trying it out here. It is game 1, of course. And yeah, I mean, but a 4K net worth lead. Again, the scary part is that you've got really good net worth, not only on your Timbersaw, who now has managed to overtake everyone else on Viking GG just by about 20 gold. Don't read into it too much. Oh, they might actually look to punish here, but they are positioned from behind. Arrow just barely dodged by Boom. A second Astral Shot might condemn Shisui, but no, he's still alive. Astral Imprisonment aggressively. He's going to drop the hammer now. Will not pick up the kill on anyone, but nearly dead is Boom, and he's going to die after he gets released from that prison. Kidaro is going to be next to go, as the impetus shot from Celery is going to be redeeming the hero pick already. Look at the damage, my goodness. Lots of damage in the team fight, forces away the Mirana, might even have a kill there, as our Timbersaw continuing to just chase people around. No chill, James trying to TP. No, it was a bait. They actually managed to turn and get the kill on the Celery, who got kited around there a little bit in the fights. And again, now a 6K net worth lead. Very good start. Again, I can barely finish my point because Miro is doing a fantastic job this game. His objective is, if I see the Spectre or if I see realistically even the Void Spirit farming on the map, these two cannot kill me. They need 5 heroes, maybe realistically like 3 heroes and a Wrath of Nature to kill me, right? And he's just going to run at them. I mean, he's maxed Timber Chain now. He doesn't really care that much because there's only one strength here. Oh no, they cut Zatrax though. Big kill there. Boom is going to find him. But he can just like run around. He can just mirror the movements. In fact, not mirror because that implies you're on the other end. He's just going to follow the Spectre around and force Spectre to be farming inefficiently. You don't really want to be hitting jungle creeps like only, you know, unlike what your, you know, person in your pubs does when they go to the jungle 2 minutes in. It's not too efficient. You want, and look at this, Miro's even like doing Ancients. Shad gets the 2 last hits though, so he's going to say thank you for making that even more efficient for me. I think he got him. Hard to tell because they've got similar colors. But yeah, the problem is, you know, the Spectre's really going to be hurting for farm here. OD is just as strong as ever. They did get a really important kill into Zatrax. That is not to be underestimated, and he might even get caught here. No, he's going to scout them out, but they have the 8th Remnant into the stun, into a silence, and he is dead again. I have to imagine that's the 2nd time in a row he's died there, which is a big mistake. You don't want to be dying twice in the same space as a core when you only see 1 hero on the map. That's kind of just, you know, a misplay there, unfortunately, from Cascade. But Viking GG, I mean, they do well to identify that, and they immediately jump in. They're also going to find now an additional hero in the mid lane, booting further away, Haunting on the way in. Kidaro is going to be here. He's going to steal Astral Step, but it's not good enough to save his ally. Immediately killed off. Rubik now Astral Stepping defensively, but Shad chasing them down along with Celery. Oh my goodness, look at that TP. Miro, I said they need 5 heroes to kill you, and they got plenty of heroes, but he's looking actually turning onto Shad. He might go down, and he will to the right clicks of James. Rubik would have had him regardless. Great silence, though, onto our Timbersaw. Can he escape with the urn applied? He does not care. 24 stacks, the reactive armor. He is good to go. Oh, Arrow, it's beautiful. It's a thing of beauty. It's a max stun onto Kezu. They might have to leave him behind, as in comes the Timbersaw. Down goes Kezu. And James with a great arrow there. Imagine to catch him on the retreat. Really wisely placed as well. He hits 2 choke points there, actually, between the trees. So he's very, very likely to catch anyone there. And the biggest issue, and this is something that Winter taught me, which is extremely relevant because it was actually in the Spectre meta, to be honest, is you need to create space for your space maker. When you have a hero like a Spectre or a Sven or a Dusa or a TB, right? You need to create space for them. And right now, who can do that for Viking? Because the issue is you need a very specific draft to be able to actually punish a Timbersaw pick. Like, it's so difficult. The hero is so strong, especially once he gets level 7, and he usually maxes reactive armor. What do? He just shows up in the lane, he parks himself, and he just look, he's just tanking the tower. He doesn't care. It's absolutely, like, it's so, I don't want to say imba, because there are ways to play against it, but unfortunately, Viking GG, like, you picked the Spectre into this, right? You knew kind of what to expect. It was a 10th pick Spectre. And right now, maybe they were expecting... Like, you've got a lot of damage early. Like, that is very true here for Viking, right? So, ideally, you can try and kill him with your Magic Burst. I think Kezu, is he still going to be going for the Orchid? I believe he should have it. I think I saw Miro get Orchided in that last fight. They're already going for Roche. Like, yeah, you got Weaver, so you got the Minus Harbor, you got the Timber to tank as well. So, like, it's not the hardest Roche in the world, but just doing it uncontested versus an ES, versus a Spectre, versus a Void Spirit as well. Like, these are heroes that don't mind contesting Roche or looking to snipe an Aegis, but they just can't. They will be able to snipe the Potom at the very least, but that's no Roshan. As that's going to be now as it tracks with an Aegis. Hopefully he doesn't farm in the same spot and die with this one. Oh, Rolling Boulder, though, perfectly connecting onto the Rubik. I don't know if they really want to fight this, though. Does extend the magnetized duration here. He's got the Urn of Shadows as well, going for another roll, but this one's going to be blocked. They caught the OD. Kezu managed to find him down bottom. Zatrax is fighting them, but they actually do get Kadaro as well. They will pay for that one. Shad is killed by Zatrax down bottom, and Zatrax will find another one. That's just Celery, though. That's basically a free kill at this stage. Kezu is going to TP out. Oh my goodness, Zatrax nearly dying there to the Wrath of Nature, as they do have that ward up. That would have been a very costly death on the Aegis. Losing the OD really sucks, but at this stage now, with Maelstrom, Yasha, as well as the Falcon Blade, Weaver is getting, you know, just primed and ready in terms of being able to carry this game. He's got incredible net worth for this stage of the game. It's not bad, right? 10k just before 20 minutes. But an Aghanim Scepter already for Boom is very, very deadly to our Weaver. He's got to get his BKB up soon. In fact, I think Viking is going to look to play aggressive here. There's really no reason not to. You know there's no BKB here on the Weaver. Now you've got 3 actually silences. Just pure silences, right? You still have stuns. You still have... How many stuns do you have to pierce BKB? You've got just 2, right? But you have 4 silences, right? You've got the Orchid on Kezu. You've got Magnetic Grip, which is like a 2.5 second silence by now, probably. And you have 2 Dissemblate charges. All of these, by the way, well, 3 of the 4 cannot be blocked by a Lincoln Sphere. So you need a BKB, or you need a Manta Style now for the Weaver. Not really items he'd like to go for too early on, right? These heroes, much like a Wraith King, their abilities afford them luxury, the luxury, to kind of fight a little bit more YOLO. Well, I guess YOLT, right? You only live twice, because you can kind of rely on having your time lapse or having your reincarnation, right? Weaver's a little bit of a special case because this is an active ability. His benefit, of course, is he doesn't require the mana for it. And they've caught themselves a Shad. And plenty of heroes here. They're going to counter initiate. Look at the damage, though, with the Wrath of Nature on top. As Boom jumping in, blowing them sky high. They're going to get a couple of kills. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. 41 HP. That Timbersaw is going to live by the skin of his teeth. Essence Ring coming in handy, saving his life. The Trax here trapped inside. They're going to be able to cut him out now with the Timbersaw joining the fight. Celery is not going to have damage, unfortunately, here. And now Zatrax looking for more, looking for Kezu. Celery, though, is down. A neutral creep is going to end up killing the Rubik as well, but Zatrax is going to lose his Aegis. Kezu on the money here with his Sprouts, and they're going to be able to set up for a second kill here into the stun. We've got probably another Dissemblate Silence coming through. No, he's going to get off the timelapse, but he's got no HP! Oh! Viking GG, they knew. They set up for that. They said, I dare you. Use your time lapse. Come back with no HP. What a play. What a play from Viking. That's a great play because, okay, so Weaver, he's got a very interesting mechanic, right, with his time lapse. He comes back 5 seconds previously when he was alive within that position and with that HP. But because he was dying 5 seconds ago when he was alive, he comes back probably with about 200 HP remaining. So that's why I was like, Viking, why don't you silence him? You stunned him twice, you forced him to panic, and they're like, just let him use time-lapse. And they did. That's great. What a play. What a play. And that's going to be a very important kill then onto Cascade, and that's most of the early net worth lead that you've gotten early on already burned through. That's very concerning here if you're Cascade, because it feels like this OD has not really had too much of an active presence for the past like 4 or 5 minutes. He's kind of been dying. He died solo to Kezu down bottom. Zatrax then got a couple of return kills, right? They set up for the kill onto the Spectre, but you only get Spectre for like your Aegis, your mid laner. Miero lives at the very least, and that's important because he's the only one that can continue trying to create space for his team. But it feels like Zatrax, he just needs to be farming a little bit. He really desperately needs this BKB this game. It ain't gonna be a game for Manta because that's only one dispel, and you need many more, or you just need immunity to it. Ooh, it's starting to look a little bit tough for Cascade, but Viking GG, they can keep their heads high. They're still well in this game, of course. Yule Scepter queued up for our Rubik. Him not being silenced is very important, but yeah, and there's not really that great spells to steal this game, to be honest. Maybe Enchant to be able to purge off. Oh my goodness, he's just eating the boulders right now, trying to defend the tower. Maybe Enchant to be able to purge off the Dissemblate shields. That's about it. I mean, set up for the kill onto someone else, maybe. But not a fantastic Rubik game. Again, it was a block pick because they wanted to set up for the OD. So because you do this in your draft and you allow them to, you know, play around the Rubik or draft around the Rubik, that means that you have to really play heavily around the OD. The early game was fantastic here. I've got no complaints with the early game here from Cascade, but I think Viking GG, they just kind of, they bite their tongue, they bide their time, and now they're starting to make this comeback here. And a pretty impressive comeback as well. Down 5k early on. They're going for Miero, by the way, and they're going to find him. At least they should, right? No way. Is he going to live? Essence Ring here, give him that extra 400 HP. Max attacks of reactive armor. Away he goes with this Yule Scepter. He's creating a ton of space. That's very valuable for Cascade. Again, having this type of hero in the lineup where Viking GG, yeah, it's going to take 4 heroes and a couple of ultis to maybe kill you is just so frustrating at this stage. Oh, okay, they're going to catch James now. Nice double silence into the setup. No chance for him to leap away. Free kill there. That'll secure yourselves 2 bounty urns down bottom. Aramis looking for more. Potentially Miero's going to completely whiff there on the Timber Chain. He's got another one, though, and the Yule Scepter. He should not be dead, but Kezu is here. Be careful. TP's coming to the tier 2 tower. OD from the low ground as well with the Astral Imprisonment. The hammer is going to connect perfectly. Chad, though, is going to pop now the Haunt, looking for more, but Kezu now with the BKB active on Zatrax. He is falling quite low. They're trying to heal him up here with the fairies, but they're not going to be able to do so in time. Zatrax now with the time lamps to try and get a better position here. Kidaro trying to do whatever he can. Does manage to set up for the kill onto Boom. That's an 8 times kill streak ended. Over to the support Rubik. Yule set it up. It's going to be the ES. He's in some trouble, though. Big 2-man silence should stop and potentially save his teammates, but look at the chase from Zatrax with the Sakuchi move speed. James as well looking for an arrow to toss, but they actually nearly get the kill onto Shisui. Luckily, this Enchantress does not have the damage quite yet. Big ol' Arcane Orb coming his way. That's going to be only then the Timbersaw dying. Again, you just have to commit so much to kill this Timbersaw, and it's so easy for Cascade to counter-initiate here, especially from the low ground as the OD. That's exactly the engagement they were looking for. I mean, it's going to sound mean, but Viking, they kind of just gifted Cascade a perfect team fight for them. Like, this is as good as you want it. Right into 2 10-second BKBs on top of that, guys. Very, very unfortunate for them that they chased that kill that much, including using the Haunt now. So that's going to really put back Shad's farm quite a bit. Cascade, they're not really able to convert this into map pressure, though, is at least the good news for Viking, right? You take a fight in your own jungle, pretty close to your tier 2 as well, means that your lanes aren't pushing out. You're versus a Furion who's going to use his ulti in the middle of a fight, and that's going to push all of the lanes as well. That's one of the benefits of him. But Kezu is going to need to probably start to cut some lanes here. They're going to be smoking up, though, looking for a fight again. Boom might be caught Celery in the middle. They don't want him, though. They want bigger fish. Unfortunately, Boom's already back up to the high ground. They will dust up our poor little Enchantress. Meteor Hammer combo as well, going to be interrupted, but the arrow is going to perfectly connect. Maybe can they counter-initiate? Here's going to be now popping the BKB, will be the OD. A little bit confusing with all the dissemblate circles, but actually they're showing up to fight. Hammer being dropped very ineffectively, unfortunately, not doing much. They had picked up the kill, at least onto Aramis, and BKB'd still is going to be Zatrax. That'll be ending soon. He does not have a way to actually get outside of the Sprout. Luckily, they don't have damage for him, but that will allow Shad to freely get this kill onto Kadara without having to worry about the Weave. Back from the high ground adventure is going to be the Timber Saw. It needs to get himself unsilenced, but sets himself up inadvertently for the 8th Remnant. Silenced a second time now. Arrow sailing through is not going to save his life either. And that's an 8k net worth lead for Cascade. But they've lost quite heavily here. 2 for 2, but that's the offlaner dying. A big death. Kazu's now got BKB, by the way. Probably just, I think, Kezu using the Orchid there to farm faster. All right, Mirana has got Guardian Greaves. Great item here. The Armor Aura, being able to dispel a silence to leap away. Unfortunately, as we've said, you've got multiple silences ready to be used here by Viking GG. So the good news is that even if you do get silenced once, Mirana, you might force them to use a second silence. And that's locked down. They're not using and throwing onto the Weaver. And that's really important in this game. If Weaver is able to run around, first of all, Weaver, you need something to break you out of these trees, first of all. It's kind of unacceptable for you to be sitting in a Sprout at this stage of the game. I mean, yeah, I know you have a Timber Saw. I mean, someone's got to be able to force that for you. Like, something's got to change here. Like, you're going to lose this game. He got caught in 2 Sprouts there for basically full duration, with his BKB active as well for one of those. Like, that's awful. But hey, very well played, because Kezu forces that, right? So Kezu forcing that kind of mistake there out from Cascade. Of course, our Weaver doesn't exactly have slots to just hold on to a Quelling Blade, right? But that becomes kind of a very difficult issue for him to try and overcome at this stage. Getting caught in Sprout is unironically no joke for these heroes, like a Weaver. Ursa used to have these problems before Battle Fury and the new, what's it called, Overpower talent, right? As, of course, we do have now the Aghanim Shard picked up for Kezu, so his push is going to significantly increase here. Not to mention, he can very easily just trap the Weaver inside of a bunch of treants as well. No matter how, by the way, this is why the Shard is so strong, no matter how the trees end up breaking from the Sprout, they always spawn 2 greater treants, no matter what. Even if they just time out, even if they get hit by a Meteor Hammer, even if he uses Nature's Call on them, it's so strong. Viking GG, though. The net worth lead will fall a little bit further here. 8k now, an advantage for Cascade. Spectre, though, starting to climb the ladder here in terms of what her position is in terms of net worth. Shad doing his best, finding farm wherever he can. Timber Saw is getting some great items, though. Eternal Shroud queued up after the Hooded Defiance. The Lotus Orb especially is pretty strong in this game, just for the Dispel. We don't, again, have too many targeted spells that you can actually reflect, so you're just looking at for the Dispel for your ally. Wind Waker, not bad this game, actually. Like, I would consider it, so I can Wind Waker my Weaver, and you can leave Sprout, because it's an issue. Or you can just toss a Chakram his way, and that'll help a little bit as well. Smoke play from Viking, as they now will scout Roshan being alive. Cascade, they read the map well here. They're going to be playing it very defensively. That's Smoke, pardon me, probably scouted, considering the vision they have. Very aggressive vision. set up is going to scout Viking GG every single time they leave the base here. If they leave through mid, they're going to be scouted. If they leave through bottom, they're going to be scouted as well. So top lane is the only safe avenue for them. But they don't have a tier 2 tower in that lane. Already it's been demolished, so it's a bit difficult for them to actually, you know, find their way into the jungle. But they now set up some defensive wards of themselves here for Viking GG, but they don't have control of their triangle, and it's a little risky here running into the enemy triangle, especially versus an OD who's already punished you once from Fog.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Potentially quite a major upset as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see Cascade take this win. At least have you asked me before, I thought this would have been maybe a 3-game series, but certainly not like this one-sided. It's kind of crazy to say. Again, the team that were able to beat OG, and yeah, some people will say, "Oh, OG was cute in that match, though. They left Viking GG a couple of avenues for victory." And go, yeah, sure, maybe, but you know, it's not like they random 5 heroes on the side of Viking GG and all of a sudden they just, you know, fluked their way to 2 TIs. That only works for OG. That doesn't work for Viking. They had to actually win the games. Of course, it's a joke. Kezu is going to sprout himself up. The Trax playing very aggressively here. Pops the BKB. So will Kezu then in the meantime. And there's going to be telekinesis from Fog. Spell Stolen is going to be that assimilates. The Trax continuing to hunt them down. Sees Boom, who forces the TP. BKB TP. Whoever they can't here, though. Arrow. Oh, okay, that's just Celery. Doesn't matter. A position 5 Enchantress. Again, at this stage, she just dies to basically anything. That's going to open up Roche potentially here. No BKB here for the Weaver, but also no BKBs for Kezu. No BKB as well for our mid lane Void Spirit for Boom. We do have Haunt, however, ready to be used. That could potentially be quite impactful here, but second Roche, they can't just quite give this one up. At a 4v5, they're going to jump in. There's going to be the Haunt now, as Remus right in with his own BKB now. They nearly nuked down the Rubik's. The Track's in trouble as well, as Murata's going to be the first to drop from this engagement. Boom, taking a little bit of damage, but the Sanity's Eclipse, not nearly enough intelligence stolen, so he's going to be nice and healthy. They will buy back on the Rubik. Then we have no time lapse as well for Weaver. He used it after the end of that engagement, but Shad is now down. Miero is able to run him down. They're looking for more as well. Miero, only 6 stacks here of the reactive armor, but he's going to find potentially a good kill. Where's our telekinesis? The Yule Scepter comes first because, of course, of the offensive. Oh, great silence. The Dissemblate, unfortunately, silence not lasting long enough. And the Yule Scepter, offensively used there by Kidara, was actually a fantastic one. Allows him to just wait out the silence, so no chance there for Boom to escape. They do get the buyback at least out from the likes of Cascade, but a difficult fight nonetheless, as Roche will fall. Aegis and Cheese now into the hands of our Zatrax Weaver. Has an Eye of Scotty. That's going to be significant. Way more stats. He makes him a lot tankier. Increasing damage, of course. And the age-long question of is Spectre pickable? I don't know. Kashad's not necessarily having that bad of a game, just no impact here. Great arrow there, will connect onto the Earth Spirit. He's dead for a minute, he doesn't have buyback. Uh-oh. This is a bit of a problem. Kezu, unfortunately, on the Fury, you're extremely restricted in which lanes you can cut, and basically it's only the side lanes. It's a little bit too risky to cut the mid lane, and he's going to have to let the mid creep just filter on through. This is a lane of barracks. ES does have buyback now. I think he just got it with the passive gold. He was close. The Viking GG already down here. That one lane of barracks. That's going to be now potentially even a second one. They're going to be able to interrupt, stop the OD from channeling the hammer. He's going to have the BKB and Lotus up as well. They hit him with a couple of damage. His buying back is going to be a Remus at the very least. They're looking for more, though, as the fight breaking out. Strax kind of getting kited around, looking for damage. He's going to find Boom. Boom needs to be careful. The Zemlate buys him some time. BKB popped on himself. Now needs to be able to escape. Unfortunately, Remus, his BKB has now expired, and he's going to go down. That's a dieback on him. Celery's going to buy back now. Shad starting to do some serious damage, but Zatrax still alive here, still has that Aegis, and Miro, well, he's just limited by his mana. Currently, that is going to be kind of low, to be honest. Celery's going to eat an arrow. That's going to stop him from doing much. Not that, you know, it's an Enchantress at this stage, but they will catch James. A dieback there on the position for Murata. Miro continuing to run, but Shad in the fountain. He's healed up. He's going to haunt right back into this fight. That's going to be Spectral Dagger stolen. 8th Remnant perfectly catching here onto Shisui. Boom needs a little bit more damage. They might not be able to get it because of the stolen Spectral Dagger. Boom still chasing after this one, and Zatrax is completely murdering everyone else. Shisui's going to give a little Blink Dagger off as well, as Shad still fighting versus 3. They will be able to get at least the OD in return, but nothing to cancel the TPs here, and Cascade are free to leave. A very tough game here for Viking GG. Down 14k. This team's pulled out some incredible stops before. And this is going to have to be another one of those games. AC completed here for our Furion. The thing is, like, right now, Viking GG, all these heroes are individually extremely strong, but there seems to be very little cohesion in these fights, right? I mean, like, you look at even the Earth Spirits builds. I mean, I'm not going to question Artemis. He's a much better Earth Spirit player than I am. And the BKB, obviously, it gives you so much, right? But even he, going for the BKB immediately, no Force Staff, no Glimmers, no team items this game whatsoever. I wouldn't be surprised if Celery is going for, like, a Hurricane Pike or something. I'd be happy for the Hurricane Pike, because then at least it's a Force Staff. We need something here. We need a little bit of help. Everyone is trying to, like, I don't know, like Viking, they're all just like playing Dota. I mean, I guess that's what everyone is doing all the time, right? But like, they need to start like helping each other out a little bit more. Like, you look at the team items here. We got a couple of Yules for the Timber. We got a Yules on Kidaro. We have a Lotus Orb. Like, we need a couple of more. I mean, first of all, great item drop there. Tier 4 is getting blessed by us. Frog is going to be a Viking GG, as they will pick up the Illusionist Cape. Cascade will find one as well. Odds still heavily favoring Viking GG here. But yeah, I mean, I feel like we need like a Glimmer. We need a Force Staff. We need maybe a Lotus would be awesome, right? I like the item build, though. I got to be honest, in Boom. Like, it's a very aggressive build, but I don't know. Like, it just feels like everyone on Viking GG wants to, like, fight, like, 5v5. Like, they all want to, like, find their partner and just fight. And the team fights, I think they're just a little bit too chaotic. Aramis jumping on in, though. Procs the A on Kidaro. They might look to turn. Boom with a nice silence at 2. Shad's going to pop the BKB, or Shisui, rather. And that's going to be the Meteor Hammer combo. They connect on 1. Oh, my goodness. Wow, the damage out from the Sanity's Eclipse is high. That's a dieback, though, on the Rubik. They could look to punish as they have committed the Haunts. BKB's expired, but into the Astral Imprisonment will go Shad. Boom, looking to secure the kill. He's got great cast range there. Managing to find him with the Astral Step. The Dual Scepter buying him a little bit more time, though, taking a lot of damage, though. Will he be able to live? Gets the Dissemblate off. He still lacks it, as still alive as Shisui, but they will get him eventually. He's Attrax, though, godlike now in this fight, continuing to run down everyone else who's chasing after the OD. OD's still alive. Oh, my lord. Boom is dead. Celery's going to be able to TP because somehow they lack the damage for him, and the sprites keep him healed. It just feels like everyone wants to kill. Like, everyone for Viking GG, like, it's their objective to get as many kills as they can this game. And they're doing a good job. 30 kills here for them, but where are the team items? I mean, you have at least the AC for Furion, and I can't criticize the build because I think it's a damn good build. You don't pick, you don't pick Furion to build a pipe. You don't pick Furion to build a Crimson. That's not what you pick him for, right? You pick him for damage. But we just got nobody here. That's, I mean, the best thing we have is the Ench, which I'm very quick to obviously be dismissive of here. But the Ench is seem to be building for damage. It's so much damage on the Ench. We do have Spectre, though, for our Radiance now. I think we've had it for a while. Spectre, we've got Radiance on the Spectre, pardon me. And that is going to be then just a really weird fight. Like, they just chase. They just chase the OD. Like, he already dropped his ulti. The most he's going to be annoying for is a couple Astrals here and there. Maybe they don't feel confident in killing Zatrex, but I'm not sure why not. Celery, yeah, good luck. Basically just about two-shot. Level 27, by the way, with Daedalus. I think he's gone for the +1 Geminate attack, as they're going to catch another one. I think he's moving too fast, actually, in the Sakuchi. And this is going to be a big old Meteor Hammer as well. Nope, they've actually messed up the combo. RMS gets the BKB off. Will he be able to TP away? Yes, but just barely. It is the Sakuchi move speed. I prefer Geminate attack, but, it's winning them the game here. As, I mean, if Viking GG, if they want to chase Cascade around, obviously you want more move speed. And that kind of seems to be what they want to do. Kidaro in the mid lane as well. He's able to actually initiate pretty effectively. Yule Scepter into the Aeon Disc. Like, kind of a strange item build for Rubik, but it makes so much sense here. As long as he's able to get a telekinesis off, he can turn fights all alone. Astral Step from Boom. They're going to look from Yarrow. It's kind of unkillable still, though. Level 25 now as well. I imagine he's gone for the Timber Chain. Range upgrade at 25. Our Weaver going next into the Mjolnir. Just incredibly strong now. Kazu is doing Nature's Prophet things, cutting the waves, but it's really only so much he can do. And again, having super creep in the mid lane is like, it just really, really sucks when you're MP, because it doesn't matter how much you push these side lanes. Mid lanes is always going to be pushed. Weaver going for the Satanic next. He's gonna have to drop the boots for that. James is gonna die. This Boom will be able to snipe him in the mid lane. Dead for 75. It's a very high kill game, by the way, averaging well over 1 kill a minute, basically on the Cascade side alone. Like, I don't know, it seems weird that Viking with this draft that they want to be fighting like this. I think they're just like confident, because like, I don't really think your team fight is like really meant for long engagements as it is against a Weaver or an OD or a Timbersaw, right? You kind of want to burst these guys. And you do have a bursty lineup, but they just like take these really long engagements. Like, I'd get it if you had like an Ember Spirit. I mean, Spectre does like long fights, but she's got a lot of burst potential as well. Oh no, mid lane. Oh no, they actually land. They're gonna be able to jump him. Boom is just dead. Remus trying his best. He's gonna roll in. He pops the BKB, but he's minced meat. Kezu's here as well, looking for the kill onto Shisui. He's gonna at least block him out from running into the trees, but he's gonna have the Astral for himself. Kezu is now down. Zatrax gets the kill onto him. And it's like Zatrax. He comes out of all of these engagements with full HP every time. Like, nobody hits him. Viking GG, they are now down 21k. They're only behind 13 kills, but kills mean nothing. Celery is able to escape, just barely. And I suspect they're just going to be going. Okay, Glimmer Cape Force Staff. Thank you, Celery. You've been proving me wrong this entire game, and I apologize. The problem is, Ench just dies too fast. I mean, you're level 18 with 1,160 HP. You're an int hero, so you just die to OD as well because you give him so much mana. It's really tough. It's really, really tough here. This could be megas, if not just the game. We've got buyback, but there's no. We got buyback only actually on Aramis, and they might even catch Shad here. I don't really know how a Timbersaw catches a Spectre, but they might be able to set up for something. As there's the buyback out from the Spirit. Shad is now level 25 with the Raiders, but they just jump right in with the Scythe of Ice as well. They need Aramis in here right now. Look at the damage! Okay, Shad has buyback at the very least, but there's Aramis now dying back, so it's a 2v5, and basically it's a 1v5 because you've got an Enchantress. And they're going to be jumping in. Shad trying to do the undoable 1v5 in here. Does manage to get them off of the high ground. Celery trying to pump in the damage, doing a pretty decent job, and that one's going to hurt. And look at, now Kidaro's going to go down. All right, Celery, all right, I misspoke. Oh, okay, there's going to be the Santa's Eclipse. Okay, Celery's dead. Shad, now, it's up to you. But no, Celery is back, though. And here's Boom. They baited out a very long engagement, and they're falling one by one. Cascade, they've lost the OD. They've also lost the tracks. That's a 10 times godlike streak on over to Kezu. Thank you very much for the 1,000 gold. You very rarely see that amount of damage. Or that amount of gold actually swinging ever since they really changed the economy. And just like that, Viking GG go get off of my high ground. They get the kills they need off of the back of Shad. And a bit of a strange game we have got going on here. Cascade up 24k. They've got buyback on their cores, but they're going to have to buy back and risk going for Roche. I don't know. That's probably not a move that Cascade is going to make, but they might have no choice. Yeah, Zatrax is just going to go for it. Roche already falling so low, though, but they've caught Celery. That's a dieback now on the Enchantress, and now they're going to go for more, but Boom's already got Aegis. Again, he now has buyback. Didn't have to do it. She's just on the deck, by the way. James might be able to pick that one up. Shad in trouble, though. He can't focus on this because Zatrax is just running him down. Refresher Shard used there by Zatrax. And that's going to get the Haunts out at the very least. That will not be stolen. Instead, it's going to be Aether Remnants. They've caught James. He's going to buy back, but Kidaro also down for the count. Dead for a full 2 minutes now at this stage. Team fights are hectic, but Boom is going to be focused down. Oh, the auto attacks. Astral Step doesn't dispower them, but that's just Aegis. That's just Aegis. He can afford to die once, but where's Shad? We need some damage. We need some help. Is he going to eat an arrow? Here's now Aramis, but it's too late. He's at least going to get the kill onto OD, or is he? It looks like he's going to live. Kezu's running him down. He will die. That's a die back on the OD. That means Viking GG. It's currently a 2v3, but Kezu's still alive. But versus the Timbersaw, what can you do? That's a hard counter. He kills your friends, and now here's the Trax ready to kill you. Kezu's now dead for 90. They've gotten another dieback, though, as James is going to fall to Shad. and they might look for more, but again, Timbersaw is still a very big problem this game. Boom is alive. He bought back as well. It's a 2v2. Can they end the game right now? Yule Scepter to cancel the TP, but it was a bait. Boom is here. Can they set up for the kill? No, he's missed the 8th Remnant, but a nice silence here onto 2 regardless. Shad falling quite low, but Detrax pumping in the damage to Zoom, to Boom rather, and Boom's down, and Shad's next to go. They don't have buyback. That's got to be the game, certainly. Kezu's going to buy back. He's going to try and delay this game. It's a 1v2. No one else in the game has buyback except for Miero, and this should be at least the Mega Creeps. DD Rune for Zatrax means he can probably go for more if he feels like it. He's level 30, so he's got every single talent in the game. Well, not all of them, but all the ones that are available to him. Here's Celery. It's a 2v2 now. Can he get the damage done? Not bad here versus Miero, who does not have too many stacks of the reactive armor, but careful, don't get too close to that Timbersaw. He just about one-shots you, Celery. Good damage. Oh, you didn't want to do that. He's going to have to run back, nearly dying actually to the Enchantress. And look at the tracks. 1v1 versus Kezu. Has to use the time-lapse now, but Kezu's so low. And in they go now, right back on a Celery. Gets the Force F off the very least. But Kezu, they're going to cancel his TP. He was trying to TP right in front of them as well. And now he's going to die. But you have bought time. Aramis is back. Can he actually win this? Ancient's going to be exposed. And right now, Aramis is getting pushed around. The GG is going to be called. A clowny game 1, 47 minutes. A very fun one to watch, as Viking GG will lose game number 1. I mean, they tried their hardest. Unfortunately, it was not enough. Zatrax 21-4-14. A little bit of a clown fiesta here for this game. And just a good draft, to be honest, from Cascade. They pick up the OD. The Rubik doesn't have a lot of usefulness, except for literally all he does this game is just telekinesis Boom, and then they set up for the kill onto him. Shad, unfortunately, is just, he melted against the tracks. My goodness. What a ridiculous game. Look at this hero damage on some of these guys. Shad did 71,000 hero damage, and they still lose the game. The tracks did 60k. I don't know. I honestly can barely process what this game was. It felt a little clowny from Viking GG. I think they're just kind of showing off, game 1 for the fans to make the series interesting, as they pick the Shad Spectre, Kezu on the Nature's Prophet. Celery for the Enchantress kind of just dies all game, unfortunately. Some significant hero damage, but unfortunately didn't really serve much of a purpose. I'm really looking forward to the rest of our series here and what Viking can string together for draft number 2. Thanks for tuning in, guys. This is a bit of a crazy series already, and that means games 2 and potentially 3 are going to be even better. You're watching Snow Sweet Snow number 2 with Seek and Strike here on the Teb TV Dota channel. We'll be back with game number 2 after a short break. See you then. Welcome back, everyone, to Snow Sweet Snow number 2. We are now about to get live, and we should be live, actually, with our draft for the second game, Cascade. I think surprising me, perhaps surprising a couple of you in chat as well, as they take a Game 1 victory over Viking GG. Viking, they just played hard, fast, and loose, and it didn't really work out for them here. So back to the drawing board here. I think a little bit more... I don't know, it felt really chaotic. Like, that last whole game just felt like chaos. And I think we need to kind of take a deep breath here, really for kind of both squads, especially that Roche fight was just really tense, and just see if we can go back and step one and get some stuff moving here. Viking GG, they will actually ban out that OD though.
5 seconds remaining.
I think that's going to be a good move here. Should be. Presented a lot of problems for Boom really last game, but that's going to allow then Cascade to pick up the Void Spirit for themselves. Had a pretty good showing on Shuisui last game. It was very impressive. I wonder if we're going to ban out that Weaver again. I mean, look at already, like, first phase is reserved for like really annoying picks and mid laners, and then it's straight into carry bans. Obviously, the Bloodseeker ban almost required versus a Void Spirit or as a Void Spirit. They don't want to play against Wraith King. They ban now the Timbersaw lane counters. We might see the Troll Warlord next for Viking GG. Cascade, usually with this pick, you want to set up to protect one pick. They ban the Oracle, so I think they are thinking of Troll. Or they don't want Viking GG to have Troll. But now I'm Viking GG, and I'm like, maybe I want Troll now. That's what I'm thinking, right? Because why do you ban Oracle?
10 seconds remaining.
Oracle kind of hard. I mean, he's really great with the Troll, of course, but he also does kind of hard counter Troll, because Troll he's very predictable with the ulti, right? I mean, you know where he's going to be hitting, you know who he's going to be hitting, and yeah, okay, another weird ban there. Are we thinking no? Batrider's banned. What's up with this Nyx pick? What's up with this Nyx ban? I don't quite understand that one. That's a bit surprising, but my goodness, this is quite a speed draft. Already to the 7th pick here for Viking GG. Now, Viking GG, they do have last pick this time around. I believe they did last time as well. So Cascade, it looks like they favor probably the Radiant side, if I had to guess. Yeah, because it's the exact same drafting order and the exact same sides. All right, there's going to be Shad at Juggernaut then. They're done messing around. He's going to pull out the old favorite. Good and very strong lane versus the Clockwork. Clock doesn't really do much to him. Strong against the Void Spirit as well, thanks to you being able to just spin and completely ignore his Yule Scepter Aether Remnant combo that he likes to set up. Very good against Coddle. You're also an Ignis hitter. Darkseer Clockwork is what they're going to try. Again, I mean, Jug's not too bad, not too amazing in this, because he can always just spin and hit cogs. He needs to be really aware of his spin timing, though. And that's actually something that Cascade, I mean, we've also got a little bit of a combo in the bottom lane for both teams, really. Sorry, make that the top lane for both teams, given that Viking GG's top lane is their safe lane. And that's going to be a Stroke of Fate into the Juggernaut spin, of course. Blade Fury, that's what it's called. We might even see a Shard this game. I don't think it's too bad. You've also got an excellent support duo here. Aramis Earth Spirit played an excellent game. As well as having the Grimstroke here, and that's a really, really mean combo, especially versus a Void Spirit, because you can Rolling Boulder in to guarantee the first stun. You then silence, even with an early point in Magnetic Grip, maybe like at level 4, level 5, I think is what we saw Hustla pick up, which I really liked with a singular point there. And just give me a moment here. Versus your Embers and your Voids, who generally tend to rely on their ultis to escape. Storm as well is in that pool, because you simply Rolling Boulder into him, silence to follow up from the Magnetic Grip, and then throw the Phantom his way. Oh, I missed the Troll pick. So Cascade, they banned the Oracle but picked the Troll, and then Viking GG are going to pick up the Storm Spirit for themselves. Very fun matchup here in the mid lane. This was also one of the fastest drafts I've ever seen in my life. My goodness. I mean, I think like Midas mode 2 specifically had some really, really fast drafts because teams would just random every pick and then play. But these are not randoms, obviously. Void Spirit, sorry, make that Troll Coddle is kind of a bit of a weird lane. Oh, it's a mid lane Troll, by the way. Okay, so it's Coddle Void Spirit, or is the Trax just their like dedicated Void Spirit player? I'm not too sure. Because I'm not against the Troll versus Storm Spirit lane. I don't think that's that bad. Very fast draft. It was over barely before we could begin, and yeah, my goodness, I barely have time to burn that draft into my memory banks. I'm trying to remember what the picks were. Viking GG, they've got themselves a really strong support duo and a good safe lane. Like, I don't know how you realistically kill the Juggernaut with Darkseer and Clockwork unless the Jug is either actually, it's got to be two, right? He needs to have A, no Blade Fury available, and B, be out of position, right? B is a little bit more flexible there because you're able to force some really weird positioning with Surge and Cogs. That's definitely very true. But I don't really think that our Juggernaut's going to be caught out that much. Having a Grimstroke as well in your bottom lane for the move speed slow is decent. You know, funny enough, I actually would have much rather seen Celery position 5 Enchantress here than last game. I think last game, again, I didn't really see the reason for the Ench pick. This time around, and I even said it in the game, versus a Darkseer, that's when you want it. You need that aggressive dispel for the lane. But we're going to see now our second game. This time around, I think Viking is going to force 3. I said it initially. I even like quipped, oh, it's going to be a 2-1 maybe here if it's close. And my goodness, like that last game was not very close. I mean, I would say like the end game was pretty tight considering that you had bought back on both the tracks as well as your mid lane OD. That was certainly like pretty tense and could have gone either way. But the team fights were just much better executed out from Cascade.
Not what you expected?
And we will then get a little bit of a pause. Just needed a minute out from Zatrax. Can we take a look at our items for our Void Spirit? I do want to see if he is going to be actually going to the mid lane or not. He will not. Wow. I think, by the looks of it, he's not. I can't tell because, oh yeah, it's Shisui, of course. I see the 2 shared tangos. There he goes. Nice stuff here then. Versus the Storm Spirit, that's going to be pretty nice until Storm hits level 6, which is generally the story of, you know, any lane versus Storm Spirit. Nice little candles there. I thought they were his head for a second. But that lane is going to be pretty fun to watch because fervor stacks are going to be really important to manage on the Storm, as well as actually getting CS. I wonder if he's going to... No, there's really no point in going for the Ags this game. I was wondering... Because getting lots of experience for Troll also means you can get a pretty fast level 25 for the Strong Dispel. Let me just make sure I'm not making a fool of myself, and that still is the ability there. As early on, Boom is going to be breaking smokes, not allowing anyone up to the high ground. Kazoo saying hello this time around here on the Timber Saw. Had a very impressive Timber game last time around on the side of Cascade Esports. Is that the horn then? Should be setting up for runes 2 apiece, although it looks like, yeah, they're going to be able to zone away Arimis. Oh, he's going to Rolling Boulder in. He snipes the rune. 2 runes early then to the side of Viking GG, and they might even get a third, but a big old Illuminate Blast. It was a bait all along. Kazoo doing his best to keep them at bay. He might die to the Coddle Right Clicks. No, didn't want to go for it. He's going to have the Healing Salve now, and he's going to be nice and healthy. Healing Salve, a little bit more gold than it costs your team to lose the bounty, so technically a win, but not having that Healing Salve might be a little costly, as again, this bottom lane is rather difficult with the Void Spirit now and the Coddle. This is a combo I've not seen, though. Coddle, Void Spirit. I mean, what do you basically refresh? I would assume Resonant Pulse is what you're looking for. He's taking the first point in Aether Remnant, I think maybe for First Blood, because he's not put it either in a place where you'd expect it or using it to secure the last hit on the range creep or anything. This top lane is going to be pretty fun to watch, though. Of course, we've got 2 combos, both involving an increased move speed and lots of magic damage. They're both actually going to be trying to wait until level 3 as well, funny enough, because that's when you're going to need level 2 Ion Shell and level 2 Blade Fury to actually get the damage in. Nice, very actually good Stroke of Fate there onto 2. Will connect. Again, the damage is not really worth ignoring, but it's not too impressive early on for the Stroke of Fate. Mid lane, Shisui versus Boom, the rematch, but this time a mid lane Troll. really weird matchup. Really strange matchup here. Again, this is the reason I thought it would be in favor here of Shisui, because you are just kind of able to outrun. And it makes the normal, like, level 3 and 4 power spike you get on the Storm a little bit weaker. Although I say that, boom, he's going to have one more overload proc, and that's going to be a kill. Troll Warlord unable to overlong. I mean, and that's normally when you go for kills. Level 3 in the mid lane, but surprised he got the job done there. It must be, what, 2 points in the Remnant, 1 point in the Overload? You can't go Overload first. Maybe 2 points in the Overload, probably 1 in the Remnant, but great job there, sniping that kill somehow. He went for 1-1-1. Did he catch him with a Vortex? Because that seems like you shouldn't allow that to happen if you're the Troll. That's why I thought this would be a pretty good matchup for the Troll, because obviously you can go into range for him, much like you can dodge a lot of the anchor smashes, which is why you see him picked against the Tide, for example. Also because you can get the ulti off when you see the tentacles coming from the Ravage, stuff like this, right? But I'm surprised he actually got caught there. That's a big win for Boom then. Shisui, a little bit of damage here. But again, that 3-hit combo is a lot of damage now. Now it's another 3-hit combo with Overload. Now level 2. Very dangerous lane to be in. Storm's already got his bottle. I need a support to rotate on over, though. Top lane, they're also currently skirmishing. Still no level 3s yet on the course. And again, that's really when it becomes go time. Miero's still saving a point here. Usually you see the surge, especially in a clockwork lane. But I don't know. Vacuum is always a little bit nice to have early on. It's not quite a stun, but technically it is. Oh, Zatrax down bot lane here. Maybe in some trouble. Kazu will dive the tier 1 tower. Oh, doesn't need to, actually. They'll just keep him outside of that range. And because I like to say it every single time... Hold that thought, actually, Kazu. Illuminate. He's fine. Because I like to say it every single game, because this was like a buff in like 7.27, I think, or something like really random. Darkseer can now vacuum invulnerable units, and it will affect them, as long as they're not BKB'd, of course. What this means is you can vacuum Storm Spirit out of a ball lightning. And we did see it the last time I said this. It was in a bait match versus, I want to say, IPG. Bot lane, Kazu still alive. 2 points in the reactive armor makes him not quite unkillable because of the amount of magic damage we have in this lane. There's Zatrax even dropping his items there. Oh, there's going to be the spin to win combo. Miero diving the tower here. Probably had the Ion Shell applied. Oh, no. Bad dive there from Cascade. Unfortunately, Viking GG just having a little bit too much HP for them to actually make that one work. Shisui's going to have to deny the rune. Good job there on the Whirling Axis, preventing the overload damage from coming through. That would have been very deadly. As Viking GG, once again, I think a lot of people waiting for the upper division to start. Fair enough. But this game as well, looking a little bit spicy. And pretty, it's pretty telling as to what Viking GG might decide to run here. Of course, being a third-party tournament, you're not restricted to the same rules in terms of substitution. So we do actually see Kezu here, again, according to their last interview, kind of in a little bit of a quote-unquote tryout phase, where they're trying things out. They weren't really too keen to comment much more than that. But we'll see here, of course, as we're going to have 7 matches, actually, rather, for each team here in this group stage, and a couple of good teams as well in this group to, help Viking GG work some things out, no matter what draft they decide to go for. Miero is going to just continue farming here. James able to keep good space. Is that level 3 Ion Shell? Well, Celery's going to use the Inkswell on himself. Bot lane, Kazu runs down Zatrax, gets the kill there. Kidaro is going to need a much bigger Illuminate to pick up the kill onto Kazu there, unfortunately. Bot lane looking real difficult. Top lane, there's going to be the spin to win combo. Miero is going to die. Shad with another kill here in this lane. 0-2-0, and a much better start this time around here for Viking GG. They've shut down completely this top lane. Juggernaut's not exactly the combo I would suspect that would do well versus a Darkseer. It's not exactly the worst either, of course, because he can always spin, but in the lane, I thought for sure he would suffer a bit. Mostly because Jug he really, one of his biggest strengths is 1.5 base attack time compared to 1.7 of most heroes, I believe. And that means he's really quick at denying, getting out to his last hits as well are pretty... not easy, but it's easier to do on, a Jug than it is on a Doom, right? Those are just facts. And generally, you like to stand near the creep wave and harass in between. Right-click, Shad might go a bit further. We do have Omni-Slash available. We probably won't need it, though, as there's going to be lots of spinning. Jams giving them the runaround, though, especially with the Surge. Can't outrun him. Careful here. We do have Vacuum now. They're going to pull him back in. Double Ion Shell, level 2. But Shad's a bit too fast. There should be a little bit afraid to leave the creep wave. Relative safety there. Healing Ward dropped. They have a TP coming in. It's going to be Boom. They're kind of getting baited here. They're going to go for more. Celery is going to die, but now the counter kill. James is going to be the first to go, as they will now commit for this kill onto Miro. No chance. 2 kills for Boom. Fantastic rotation there. And that's going to be the first kill for Cascade, but it comes at a heavy cost of losing the top lane. And unfortunately, it's not onto the Jug either. The tracks, level 5. Kazu's up to 6 already, which means, yep, it's just time to kill this Void Spirit. Yeah, it's just an impossible lane, really, down here. Timber just runs people down, doesn't he? For max reactive armor, so he's not even peeking outside of his little shell anymore. Maybe looking for the kill on Tikadaro as well. Aramis has now the boulder smash into the rolling boulder, rather, and now this is going to be another kill on Tikadaro. Right now, both the side lanes are collapsing really, really hard. We actually see, I mean, Shisui is doing okay mid, but the problem with Troll is he's not going to be ready to fight versus a Timbersaw, and nor has he really stopped Boom from being as effective as he wants to be. Those are major concerns right now for Cascade, because, I mean, I think we can all agree, having a mid lane Troll ganking you early on with, like, a Maelstrom, it's pretty scary, but really, as a support player especially, what really scares me is seeing a Storm Orchid, and it's going to be a pretty good Orchid timing this game. He's suffering a little bit here in terms of CS, 39 and 3, but he can recover pretty quickly in the jungle. He's got some good targets as well. He really only needs to be scared of the hook shot as well as Vacuum to some extent, right? After that, he's pretty safe. Hook shot is basically the kiss of death for him, though. With level 1 ball lightning, I don't believe you have the cast animation speed to actually be able to get a ball lightning off if you're being hit by hook shot, or sorry, by battery assault. Stone's gonna miss, but it will connect onto Kadaro, unintended target. But here's Miaro now, looking to try and turn this one around. Kazu hit by the solar bind, will be pulled now back into the 8th remnant. They got plenty of magic damage, vacuuming him back as well underneath the tower. We need a little bit more stuns. We're not gonna find them, as here comes Boom now onto James. A little bit low on mana though. It's not going to matter much, as Aramis will be the first to fall of this engagement. Nice little scrap. Boom's going to be able to pick up a kill in return. There's a track still nearby. Has now the Ion Shell ready to move. He's going to be able to make out of this one, though. Boom for now, looking for a kill on his Attrax. Nice Illuminate, but they actually do manage to get a bit of a stun off. Shisui's here as well, but that, wow, great kill. Actually, his Attrax able to close the gap with the Astral Step. And Boom, out of mana. Shisui's still here, of course, has the ulti ready to go. Might just dive this tower. Nice stun, though, from Aramis, kicking him right underneath the tower. A big silence as well, but it's not going to last long enough here. Only level 1 grip. That means Celery's going to die, but Kezu with a bonus damage. 1 Whirling Death right near those trees. Down goes the Troll Warlord. And that's going to be now maybe even more. Shad's rotated his way down as well here. Kind of unbelievable. Nice. He's fine. He's just last hitting here. Kind of surprising. He doesn't want to stick around top lane. Boom is going to find another kill there onto James. Not really sure where James... Oh, he's farming mid lane. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Kind of to be expected versus a Storm. Storm's like, you denied my rune! And he's going to go for the kill here on a Kadaro. Unfortunately, Solar Bind, or rather... not Solar Bind, what was it? Blinding Light, super effective against a Storm early on. It completely reduces all of his damage. Zipping short distances is, I mean, it's just so expensive for your mana. He can't afford that. Boom, he made that mistake once, and he's not going to make it again, despite how angry he is that the Coddle denied him the rune. Not a bad game, though, whatsoever for Viking GG. Of course, early kills, they don't really mean much. Is that really Coddle's quick buy? Coddle's actually going for the Orchid this game. It's a strange item for sure. I'm not completely against it, to be honest, though. Very strong versus the Storm, of course. Very strong versus all of the spirits. So it's got a lot of usage versus the Earth Spirit as well, who's going to be rolling mid lane. Nice silence there, keeping our poor little Shisui locked down, and that's the beauty of the combo, right? I've talked about it multiple times. You can also have the Storm Spirit zip on in. He does just as well as his I think younger brother does, or his older brother. I believe Storm is the baby of the bunch. And yeah, I mean, it's just as good, right? Because Vortex is your instant stun pretty much into Inkswell, and then Earth Spirit to follow up. It's great lockdown, super, super effective. They probably wish they had this combo last game versus the Weaver. Oh, from Fog, in they go. Smoke Gank is not going to be successful, though. Zatrax, all he had to do was walk a little bit further away. 3 null talismans. I wonder if he's going to go for the full purple inventory and end up building a 4th and then a 5th one, but no. Instead, it's going to be the Yule Scepter for Zatrax. Again, just useful for the setup. Kind of a weird item for your quote-unquote carry. Of course, he does need to play the space creation role, but because he had to dual lane for so long and he died a couple of times, he's not really off to a great start. And the scary part is neither is Shisui and the mid lane troll, right? He's going to go straight for Ags. Okay, this is a build that we do see. The thing is, okay, like, what are you using it for, though, right? Because it's useful for a self-dispel and aggressive dispel. Chad is unfortunately not going to be caught in those shards. Sorry, not the shards, in the cogs. He's going to turn back and farm a little bit of them. Aramis nearby looking to gank. Because, like, what can you dispel from yourself this game? You can dispel, I think you can dispel Vortex. No, but it's a regular dispel. That's the thing, right? You can dispel Magnetize for sure. And Whirling Death, I believe, right? So those 2 debuffs you can get rid of. Pretty nice. So I'm fairly certain the Troll Warlord is a basic dispel. Let me check. Yeah, applies a basic dispel on cast. Yeah, it's very clear here in the wiki. So that's going to really be... It's on the Whirling Axes, by the way, in case you haven't seen it. So, oh, wow, great snipe there. Amos able to get Miero. Oh, no. Zatrax going a bit too aggressive now, but he does get the chance to use his Dissemblate. Kind of a weird Dissemblate target there, just getting more damage on the Shad. Might look to continue turning, but they've already lost their offlaner, a lot of their control here because of that vacuum. They will recall him into the mid lane. And Viking GG, they might just go back bot lane and continue pushing. I'm not sure. Oh, boom. Big zip on over to the mid lane. That's not going to catch anyone, but he does have teammates close behind. They want to try and kill this troll. And he's not going to be able to get the ulti. Silence now stunned by the Inkswell. And here's Shad now with a maxed Blade Fury. Already picking up 2 kills. Nearly getting Zatrax. Boom's going to zip forward, but it's going to be his older brother there, the Earth Spirit, who will find the kill. It goes to Boom eventually, but Aramis doing a lot of the work there. Great jump from Viking GG. They read the map and they rotate so beautifully around. As they recall the Void Spirit mid lane, where he unfortunately is going to perish the very same. Much better game from Viking. 4-17 here already. And they're going to be able to get this mid-tier 1 tower. Not even having the best push, right? Timber is great at like passively pushing because he brings you a big damage block. And he can just tank the towers ad infinitum. But my goodness here, this fight... Again, just so much lockdown, and it synergizes so beautifully into one another. Odds here from Gamdom, still favoring Viking GG. You guys can get involved at gamdom.com/r/teb. Make sure you bet responsibly. Shad just barely outrunning here. Haven't seen an Ami Slash this game. Well, apparently we had one in that last fight, though, and I'm just blind and missed it. But Zatrax not anywhere closer here to his Yule Scepter. That's very concerning for him. Jug is going to be going for the Yasha, as they are fighting bottom. That's going to be a Hero Vortex. Oh, Boom just killed James. Okay, no big deal. Boom's going to be sniping James. James was hoping to try and pick up the rune, but is going to miss out. Back in GG, I think they just got 3 bounty runes here. 15 minutes in. Oh, Orchid reveal out from Boom as well. That's a kill onto Zatrax easily, as they even are able to pretty easily get the Phantom to follow up. Right now, it just feels like Cascade, I mean, no one can outlive not only the damage, but the lockdown that Viking GG bring. Not to mention, none of them can really kill the Timbersaw either. Like, that's a really big problem. Like, you can't kill these guys. Catching them is not guaranteed because you need a really good hook shot. And then also you need to make sure that you don't get turned, and Earth Spirit can always roll in Boulder into cogs and eat a couple of the battery assaults to make sure Boom can escape. Boom's now got level 2 bot lightning here at level 13, so the cast animation is going to be a bit faster for him as well.
Middle tower is under attack.
As we can see, we're really close to a very important landmark here for Twitch chat. I'm sure all of you guys would enjoy that in this game as Viking GG one away. They need one more kill. Can they do it? It seems very likely here, to be honest, as they will smoke up off the Orchid. Arcane Rune in the bottle for Boom. It might not just be one. It looks like it could be very easily more, as they're going to be able to find Miero, or will they? Looks like he's just able to dodge them out. Toggling over to the Viking Vision. There's going to be a Rocket Flare, so they know the Clockwork is nearby as well. TP into the tower, actually behind them. Or is nobody actually, but Smoke's going to break now, I believe, on shot and Boom. There's going to be the jump. Miero's going to dodge once, as unfortunately hasted up. He's not going to be fast enough. Boom, though, has to use all the mana again with the Arcane Rune active, though, so he's okay with this for now. Soulbind onto 2 into plenty of damage. There is the score, 421, ladies and gentlemen, for Viking GG. Celery ended up getting both of those kills as well. Kazu looking to make it 422 as he is chasing after Kidaro. Kidaro quite fast, however, needs to be a bit careful. We got a couple of heroes here, but again, can they even kill Kezu right now? And I don't think so. He even catches up to the Courier, struggles to catch up to the Coddle himself, as he'll be reduced to 100 move speed. And I think they tried to recall to tracks, but he didn't want to go. He didn't want to go. I think, I don't know if you can be recalled if you're in the middle of if you're in the middle of a dissemblate, and I think Zatrax, he's dead. Oh, that would be really punishing here. He's still so far away from his Yule Scepter as well. That's super, super painful right now for him. He's not that far, but he needs a couple more items to really get there. That's a big issue. Because right now they just don't have a catch. They don't have a great way to start a team fight unless you want Darkseer to just run up 5 heroes standing there, vacuum them together. It just doesn't seem very realistic. No, Aramis with a perfect rolling boulder. Kazu cutting down all the trees, double silenced here, and no, maybe he lives, maybe, no, Earn Charge applied. 8th Remnant, it's going to catch one, he's going to die to the tower. Nope, Kazu's going to steal the kill instead. All right, well, 422 then, as 3 kills consecutively against Cascade. They are looking to at least boot Shad out of their jungle, and they will do so after the entirety of Viking GG will head top lane for the kill. Right now, good space being created as well. Shad under no pressure. They're actually putting now pressure onto the Troll again. Hookshot is just shy as well. Illuminate not doing a whole lot to stop them. We've had Battle Trance leveled for a long time. 10 minutes. Have yet to see one, and it's not really his fault. He can't even get off the Whirling Axis to dispel himself because he's just silenced. A second kill now into Kidaro. They're looking for more as this pointy-headed man, he's in some trouble. Mechanism does save him a little bit here, but they're just going to have to commit another boulder. Just another boulder. That's all you get out of me, Darkseer, they say. 6 unanswered kills then, since the 4-19 threshold. As Viking GG, I mean, clearly they were not happy either with the result of Game 1, and they are showing it, and they are back in form here, just kind of running at whoever they please. This kind of a game is more of what they're looking like here. Unfortunately, I think you can only kind of play with the just run at them style if it A, suits your draft, and B, you have the farm to back you up, right? There's a very common saying, don't cash checks that you can't back up or something like that. I don't know. It's a really good saying, and I just butchered it. But right now, Viking GG, they can cash those checks. There ain't no problem. I got the funds in the bank. They got plenty of net worth now. 12k advantage for Viking GG. As we will be going next for the Orchid on this Coddle. Still a bit of a pipe dream. He's got 1 Oblivion Staff. I'm sure Viking are like, what is this Coddle building? Is he building Echo Saber? What the heck? What is this guy doing? Oh, Timber. Oh, Timber. He's going to complete this TP as well. He's not scared. In fact, Cascade are the ones that are scared. Kazu's like, wait, there's more than one person here. Zatrax has the Yule Scepter, finally gets at least the ability to use the stun. They commit the hookshot, they commit almost everything, but again, they're going to go right back onto the Troll. Aramis barely dies, he's going to buy him back, but got the ulti off, as here goes Shad, just continuing to run down Boom, but again, there's not very much to dispel this game. No, the Omni Slash, they can't even get off the ulti either from the Battle Trance, as this buyback off from Aramis, currently looking to punish onto more. They found Zatrax as well, pull him back in, and just too much damage, too much control. they're at least going to be able to dodge that rolling boulder. I think Aramis might be out of remnants considering how much they've been fighting here. Shad no, he's not out of remnants clearly, as he's got one more. He's going to be able to kick Kadaro then to the curb. 5-28, 13k net worth lead. And Viking GG continuing to just run around and get kills wherever they please. This Orchid on Coddle, or maybe he's going to turn into an Echo Saber. Can't come fast enough. That's a joke, of course, because you can't use Echo Saber on ranged heroes, except for Troll, if he's in melee form, but that doesn't count. Again, Dota's a game of exceptions, and that is a big one there. Clockwork with the hook shot here, finally hitting one there. Use it for the kill onto Aramis. A little bit heavy there on the commitment, but it was important that they secure the kill. They do get a buyback out of it, but they still lose quite heavily off the tail end of the fight. And this is really where you start to see a big difference in terms of how net worth actually affects gameplay. The Juggernaut is, by my counts, about 5k ahead of the Troll, which in this game of Dota 2, our blessed video game, is almost any single item you can ask for, right? So if we take a look at Shad, I don't know if he's going to be going for like the Shard into what kind of build he's going for. Well, that's going to be the Troll, right? But for our Juggernaut, I think he's just so rich right now. He can really just afford whatever he wants. Kezu's going to be breaking smoke, and he knows that they can't really kill him, and he's just going to be say hello to the Troll. Boom, now jumping on in, gets the silence. Shad now ready to jump in. There's going to be the vacuum. No vacuum, actually, just the arena, or just the wall, rather. But they already gotten the kill onto one, and everyone just melting there. One Chakram, one just great electric vortex into the damage from the Overload. Just way too much now. As the Troll's bought back, he's looking to try and fight. He wants to use his ulti once this game. Will they let him use the ulti? No, they will not. They say you will die. You will not use the ulti. Those are two wasted skill points, and that's going to be game number 2, just like that. 6-34. Quite a one-sided stomp here in favor of Viking GG, now that they got a little bit of a better draft under their wings. And yeah, I feel like really not much else to say about that one. I mean, two deathless games there. One for Shad, and as well as one for Kezu as well. I just don't know how they were ever going to hope to kill Kezu in that game. I want to see what our Juggernaut just bought towards the end, because again, they were praying to go for that Coddle Orchid, but it wasn't going to work out for him, unfortunately. So we'll take a look just to see what he decided to go for there. Phase boots, Maelstrom. Okay, so he did go for the Shard, interestingly enough. So yeah, that's why the spin was doing so much damage. But I like that. I like that quite a bit. A nice game out from Viking GG as they get a better draft this time around, and the game is very, very one-sided from there. We'll see if Cascade, if they're going to be a little bit more clever with their mid picks. I thought the Troll mid might have worked out for them. Unfortunately, just could never use that ulti here. That's going to be it for game number 2, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hopefully you join us as well for game number 3 between Cascade and Viking GG. You're watching Snow Sweet Snow number 2 on Teb TV Dota with Seek and Strike. We'll be back after a short break. See you then. Welcome back to Snow Sweet Snow number 2, guys. And no, you are not seeing things. Yes, we have a very similar draft to game number 1. The exception this time, Earthshaker is going to sneak through. And Viking GG, they're going to run a little bit of a different potential flex middle laner. It's going to be the DP this time around instead of the Void Spirits. But Cascade back on the Dire side now with last pick. So they have had to swap here, presumably flipping for the third. They managed to get Viking GG on the Radiant with first pick overall, and they snagged that Shaker up. Viking GG coming back and really stomping game number 2 quite hard. Cascade, they did win game number 1. I want, like, it was a sloppy end to the game, but it was going to be a win for them, I think, almost no matter what. Like, a game of Dota is, like, always throwable, and they nearly did it. I'm not going to lie. They nearly did it. It was looking like Shad was going to be able to actually, like, kind of 2v5 near the end of it. He got real close, but unfortunately, he still does perish, and they lose the game from there. Game number 2 was a pretty clean, methodical game out from Viking GG. They kind of just completely dismantled Cascade. Pretty much across all 3 lanes, including the lane that they were supposed to win and they drafted for, being the Darkseer Clockwork. I think they should have reconsidered as soon as they saw, I think it was like the Juggernaut was picked or something like that. I think maybe that was the time to reconsider, but they kind of just went for it, and you got to respect that, right? You got to respect it, but unfortunately, it didn't work out. Let me just check our draft. Again, it was a 6-34 victory, so a bit of a rough one there. Let me see. Yeah, they picked the Darkseer after the Jug, so they were already preempting the combo. But let's take a look. Unfortunately, second phase ban's already done. They're going to ban the Ench, do Viking GG the favor, so that means Celery gets to play a real hero. And they actually, I mean, they just like, what is going on? These guys, they use 3 seconds of reserve time combined already. The Wisp is going to be core, because that's going to be Undying 5 with Wisp. I don't like this combo as much as I like an Abba 5 with the Wisp. The benefit is it does give you more early game team fight, which is fantastic, but I don't really, I think the Abba is just better for late game. Having that the strong dispel, as well as being able to really effectively utilize the tether with just a single point in the Mystic Coil is super, super valuable. Plus the bonus attack speed you get from Curse of Avernus. I'd much prefer to see that combo. We have seen a lot of core Wisp before in the European region, generally speaking. I think PuckChamp, they probably account for like 80% of those games. Some have happened here. I think probably 4 of them have happened here. One, they actually won with it as well in the lower division. I think first is the Hustlers, if I recall. Man, I'm starting to really watch these teams quite a bit. But I do have very specific memories of that one. As Queen of Pain will be the pick for Viking GG. That'll be Boom on the mid quap. That's great versus Wisp, of course, pure damage. You can double the Stifling Dagger, which is super, super annoying as well. You can double the Spirit Siphon, very strong this game, especially on a support DP or potentially the off lane. You can flex it. And being against 2 strength heroes, albeit one of them ranged and the other kind of standing very defensively, is going to be a decent enough time for the DP. Setting up an Echo Slam this game should be pretty trivial, considering we have Soulbind, which is going to almost guarantee you at least a decent Echo Slam, being a 2-man Echo. We're also going to have, of course, the Wisp, who wants to be tethered to usually, probably this game, not Undying, not Rubik, not a carry. It's going to be probably just tethered to, instead, a Helm of the Dominator creep. We like to see, well, that implies bias, but I usually I like to see the sort of bias caster confirmed, I guess. It is going to bulldoze past that point, but I like to see the what's it called, the pimp creep, the move speed guy from the easy camp get picked up. I forgot what he's named. He's one Kobold. I think that's the best one to pick up, because then your Wisp moves at like 580. You have a gold chalice and a gold chain on that guy. Like, you're just fly as hell, and you're too fast. You're too fast, frankly speaking. Cascade, they, I think, should just pick an offlane Bloodseeker, to be honest. I really like an offlane Bloodseeker versus a Queen of Pain, versus a Shaker to zone them out with using the, not the Arena of Blood, the Blood of Right. DP, the lane versus DP, if it's a position 5, is not too bad. Of course, the scare, I mean, you do have last pick as well for Cascade, so it makes more sense to analyze this game from Viking GG's perspective right now. What'll it be then for them? Because they do still have quite a few options to run with. Beastmaster. We don't have as many carries banned out this time around, so there's actually still quite a few of them in the pool. Notably, the ones taken out are going to be the Shad Juggernaut as well as Shad Wraith King. So both of those not going to be available. But Viking GG really dipping into their pool of reserve time. It's a very important ban here, maybe the most important ban of the game for Viking GG, as they're not going to have a response to this second ban now from Cascade.
Radiant team pick.
As they will ban the PL as well as the Axe. Axe is a bit of an interesting one. So you're going to pick a PA. Okay. I thought we had like a life stealer incoming, to be honest. Just a hero that has a call that goes to the BKB, but strong against the PA for very similar reasons. And can absolutely burst an IO very, very quickly if she can get on top of him. That regen is not doing a single thing to help Wisp. The regen is great. Overpower is great in long fights, but versus this amount of burst damage that you're facing, Echo Slam, Sonic Wave, coup de grace crits out from PA. Yikes. I don't want to be playing a core Wisp in this game. I don't want to be playing a Wisp whatsoever. The hero is a strength hero, yes, but like you do die very quickly. The thing is, you can't really recover it though. It's. I think you're already too far deep in here. 3 Undying, maybe you could run. Like you would have to flex the Undying and then pick like a Wisp laning partner here, right? But clearly that's not what they want to do. That's not what they've been banning for. If you wanted to do that, you could pick. I just don't know. I think 3 Undying is so bad, but you could pick something, I don't know, like a Gyro is still in the pool. Troll Warlord versus the PA is a bit scary, considering Shisui didn't have the best game on it last time around, so they're going to be putting him back on the OD. I will say, though, even though you do have the Shaker on one side, who is this kind of unstoppable force, Rubik is the immovable object in this comparison. And the benefit is Cascade, they don't even reveal the OD pick, because it's super, super common to counter pick Earthshaker with Rubik, because anything you can do, I can do better. And if you have basically a game-breaking ability in the game, then Rubik is going to make it even more broken, especially with his cast range talents. But I don't know what you do here if you're Cascade, because it's an offlane DP, 4 Earthshaker, 5 Grim with the PA. It's a very deadly top lane already. So either you need a Dispel and you've banned the Enchantress, and that's a bad hero, so you shouldn't pick it. Or you do something weird like, oh, but that just doesn't work. Like a position. No, it just doesn't work. So the only heroes with offensive Dispels, besides heroes that builds Necrobook, are Invoker, Enchantress, and there's one more, and Shadow Demon. That's it. Yeah, okay, so they just go with the Bloodseeker. Like, it's just a good pick, honestly. Very strong versus the Queen of Pain, because she could not blink without taking the full rupture damage for the amount of distance she traveled. It's not long enough. It's a decent enough lane here versus Shad, as it will be Zatrax Wisp. Yeah, Miero Bloodseeker. Yeah, I was like, I don't know what you pick if you don't pick Bloodseeker. It's just a good pick here. Decent at zoning out the Shaker in fights. Not too bad versus the DP here either. It's actually Kezu DP, of course. So you're going to be laning versus Grimstroke, position 5, and PA. I actually kind of like this lineup for Cascade. Like, I think if you're going to make a core Wisp work, you do have to run it with something very similar to the tempo that OD no longer, or not just the tempo he gives you in the mid lane, but a power spike, a consistent team fight, a big nuke damage. High priority target is going to be this OD in the early game. But you also have an off lane Bloodseeker, which is really nice because his ulti has a lot of utility this game. Super, super strong versus Boom, the Queen of Pain. Pretty damn good as well versus PA. Not bad, but I just don't know what you're going to really want to be pick here if you're the side, or rather what you want to build if you're the Bloodseeker. Because you kind of want a Maelstrom, as always, but then that's a little bit too greedy. Maybe you can get away with instead going for like a Rod of Atos, but that seems like an outdated build. I don't really know. I struggle to know what you're going to want to go for, especially because Wisp is going to be, if they play this like Krelat plays Wisp, and I think that's how you should be modeling it because he's a fantastic Wisp player. So is the Trax, I'm sure. But I mean, they've done it so many times. So speaking from that experience, you're going to want to be maxing, of course, the spirits ASAP, single point in the tether to start off with. You don't really have too great of a laning partner to get you off to a fast start, but you have a very defensive lane. So it's not bad. But I just don't know how the Bloodseeker is going to really fit into the tempo here. Like, does he... I just don't know what you build, to be honest, on the offlane Bloodseeker to really try and maximize the timings. Like, do you need to be the space creator early on and fight a little bit here with your mid lane OD? Do you need to carry some auras and maybe go for a Hooded Defiance into like Rotted Atos, into full pipe? It's just such a weird draft. And this is kind of just what happens with Core Wisp. I mean, we do have a lot of magic damage as well from Viking GG. They also need someone that can kind of defend towers from these long extended pushes that Viking GG can bring, because they've got great wave clear on Celery, as well as, of course, the position 3. That's Kezu, of course, on the DP. And he's going to have good levels, good experience, be able to nuke towers relatively quickly, or siege towers very quickly. I don't know. The only thing I do know is you need to max Blood Right this game. It's so strong because you basically have that combo guaranteed almost alone with the Astral Imprisonment. But of course, thanks to the Meteor Hammer that we're going to see, it's going to be even better. Yeah, people that are saying they haven't seen Io in a long time. He's no longer as strong as he used to be during TI9, which is going to be the last TI I'm sure you're referring to. That was bonkers because the 15 talent at that time for Wisp was like plus 80 spirits damage for heroes. It's been significantly nerfed since then. Plus, spirits no longer apply slow ever. That used to be like a level 15 talent, but now they've removed that, and they've reworked overcharge a little bit as well. So basically, you're going to be looking for a Helm of the Dominator into Ags. You're going to be around level 15, but you need to get to 20 to have that really true power spike. Great fissure out from Aramis to be able to make sure that they don't actually get this kill into Kazu, but I don't know. Kidaro is interested in running him down a little bit more. With the 8 strength, missing DP, very, very low on that HP. Shad down bottom, as they will be swapping the lanes here. James will rotate on through. I think this is the lane Miaro wants, though, to be honest. Doesn't really want a lane versus the DP. Will do much better versus the PA. We'll see how it affects their CS, though, especially in the mid lane, as they're already getting to it with their last hits. We'll take a look. Yeah, 2-0. Of course, having that Astral Imprisonment is going to give a big benefit to the OD, although I imagine he's going to go for the Arcane Orb level 1 is normally what you see, and then Equilibrium or whatever the passive's called now. Good start here at top lane, as they're going to have decent damage. Aramis just looking to harass a little bit more, but not really too effective of a fissure. Yeah, Arcane Orb level 1, Stifling Dagger to counter. Very, very annoying, though. There's Equilibrium, just to make sure he can get a little bit of his mana back every now and then. Shisui is, again, just queuing straight up into the into the Meteor Hammer, rather, as this Arcane Orb really chunks Boom. Again, though, not a tough matchup this time. I mean, in game 1, I said the same. Void Spirit versus the OD. This matchup's even better. A little bit better, actually, for the Queen of Pain, for Boom this time around. Because at least he can attack from range. He can harass super effectively as well with Stifling Dagger. I mean, just look how annoying that thing is. And again, you are an intelligence-based hero with great intelligence gain, which means that you don't really have too big of a deficit that you're working with in terms of the Sanity's Eclipse damage. So that's really, really important. We'll see how that develops. Offlane, Miero. Okay, so Orb of Corrosion first, almost certainly. It's going to be nice with James. Any good spells for James to steal this game? Yeah, of course. Sonic Wave is fantastic. Exo is pretty easy to steal usually. Almost anything from Grimstroke can be really, really useful because it's super confusing. And, of course, Fissure. Fissure is really what we're looking for, especially after minute 20 when he can buy his own shard. Even buying a shard this game is not too bad for the telekinesis that allows you to target your teammates here. It's a little weird, but might be super useful this game to get someone onto the other side of a fissure. You never know. And of course, the shard allows you to obviously copy any other shard upgrades that you steal, inclusive of course, the Aftershock with Earthshaker shard. So, and that works with all of Rubik's abilities. So, Much the same where if an Earthshaker fissures, or I guess if he fissures and then walks and TP's home, and then also enchant totems, he's still going to cast Aftershock on the fissure, no matter where it is. Same deal with Rubik, except you get to do it with Telekinesis and Fade Bolt and also Spell Steal. So you can actually Aftershock 3 times in a row. That's a little bit strong, obviously, on the Rubik. Bot lane, they are getting a little bit aggressive now onto the Grimstroke. He's going to be able to keep himself alive, but maybe in trouble is going to be PA. Nope, they've mistimed, unfortunately, the Telekinesis. Pretty hard to get that timing right, especially with level 1 Telekinesis. Doesn't give you a whole lot of maneuverability with that one.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Bit of aggressive play then out from Kazu, but they're going to be the spirits here. Aramis rotating on over. Nice fissure. Will catch one. Soul Rip, though, healing Kitaro up as well, as Kazu will be eventually forced away. They might even look to turn. Should be level 2 spirits as well. There's really no point to go for overcharge in this lane. 19 stick charges, though, is fantastic for DP. Bottom. Oh, again, Shad, nicely done here. Just avoiding all the blood rights. That's pure damage that PA cannot be affording to take here in this lane. Especially when you've got some burst magic to go through it. Top lane's attracts will be first blood. As Aramis eventually will find the fissure that'll let him a kill into the enchant totem damage to secure that kill. Little bonus there towards the Earthshaker. That'll go a long way towards him getting the Blink Dagger, boots, and eventually maybe just even that shard, which is just oh so good. Not a bad time in the off lane, though, to be honest. 17 and 6, those 6 denies being really, really impactful here. They have kind of rotated away the Grimstroke. That's the thing, is with the Rubik alone, with pretty low levels, it's a bit difficult to actually get this kill onto Shad. They just don't hold him down long enough, quite frankly. We'll be able to zone him away, though, pretty easily, as now the Grimstroke needing to come back, giving the healing stab at least to her ally. The tracks. Yeah, he's got to be a little bit careful here. Kazu, he can really afford to just kind of fight him, and they know that there's no support on dying here for now. They're going to try and keep this wagon alive as long as they can, but Aramis threatening for a good fissure here. Will go ahead and steal the creep wave, and that's going to now be Wisp forced to lead that last hit underneath the tower. Well, top lane again. They look like they want Zatrax here. And they might just find him as well. Fissure, though, off the mark. He's going to get a tether all the way over to the range creep. And that forces Kazu into a bit of an awkward position as the creep wave will return to the lane. Nice job there. Booms it to die middle lane to Shisui. That's a really big death, to be honest. Looks like they simply just dropped the hammer. And that's a very dead boom. That will be then Shisui, I believe, having a really good time in here on the Meteor Hammer. Of course, naked Meteor Hammer. But that should be coming his way relatively shortly. In fact, I think it is now coming already on the way. That's slightly concerning because it does give you tower push, but luckily you're able to find a kill top lane. They're looking for a return, I believe, onto Kazu. Kadaro here. No, it's just him. He can't really turn and look for more. Uh-oh, Kadaro in trouble. Fisher's not going to stun him, but it makes the escape a bit awkward as he will drop Tombstone. That's going to be nuked very easily, though. Level 1 Tombstone. Shad's like, nope, 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 nope. That's my gold. That is my gold. I need it, and he will have it. The Trax will TP on over to the mid lane, as top lane is a bit too dangerous for him right now. They will force away, at the very least, the OD, so he's going to run home. And it looks like already the laning stage breaking down. Our CS leader is Miero. He already has level 6, which prompted the PA to immediately leave the lane. Not a very fun time for the PA in that lane any longer as soon as you do hit level 6.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Wisp here, again, continue to just farm up a couple of stacks. We've got a really good team for contesting stacks, though. Crypt Swarm is fantastic. Scream of Pain is amazing. Of course, Grimstroke as well can really easily clear tons and tons of creeps, which is very easily. And you can see Aramis. Yeah, they even body block the camp. I mean, there go the spirits. In fact, you probably just want to tank them to make sure that he's not able to use them to farm. They're going to call a couple of supports over, but they've already got the Observer down, so they're pretty happy with what they've gotten here. You can see they just want to try and stay with an Experience Rage and force them away. Well, there goes the D-Ward. That's a little bit unfortunate. But already, I mean, it's time where Zatrax is not farming stacks. We've actually already sent, by the way, Kazu down bottom to keep the Bloodseeker off of the tower. With this 5-minute wagon, by the way, which is still alive 3 minutes into the game, past it spawning, is amazing. They are going to actually get that tier 1 tower. That is bad, like, actually, for Cascade. And that's kind of the problem with Core Wisp, is he does not give you very much tower push. Okay, unfortunately the wagon is still going to get 2-shot by the tower, so they will be able to get rid of it now as they are fighting in the jungle. A little bit of an aggressive move out from the side of Viking. Might this be punished? Kidaro likely to die. They might have to deny him. No one's willing to do it, though, as they say, sorry, friendo, I just can't do it. Just kidding. James is going to do it. Shisui dropping the hammer will find the kill onto Celery. And not bad out from Cascade. They're looking for a bit more, though, right? Just a couple of support kills here and there is enough to keep, you know, the beast fed, but to really get that thing up and running, you need a little bit more than that. Is that really... just misses the Observer Ward as well in the middle lane. Very unlucky for Cascade. Shisui, I imagine he's already gotten the Meteor Hammer completed, right? There's no way he doesn't... Yeah, okay, there it is. He's going to be showing it off. Just wanted to catch the creep wave as well. They're going to fortify, but, I mean, you know, whatever. He got the initial damage done. And we'll still be able to get the range creep for free as well, as that sentry will be dewarded promptly by Celery. Kazu rotating very aggressively here. He's got a friend coming with him as well, and that's going to be the Shaker. Unfortunately, they're unable to catch anyone. Now Kazu actually getting caught by the Rupture. Shisui is running on over as well. Bloodright forcing him to actually run a bit further, and he's real scared of this OD. He will be able to at least out-tank that Rupture, running basically all the way from the Bounty Rune spot all the way to the Tier 1 tower, and now Boom looking to counter-initiate. However, Shisui promptly shuts him up, throws him inside the Astral. They did, however, mistime that Bloodright. That means that they're unable to get for more. Aramis as well in a bit of an awkward spot here after the fissure. Doesn't really allow his team to pursue as they'd want to, but Kazu, he doesn't care. He's already in the secret shop. Spell stolen is going to be Scream of Pain. Decent damage, but not enough. Rubik will fall. Celery getting the kill there. And the rest of Cascade with that ward up, they do not want to be fighting into this. They will lose the Observer now. They might make a concentrated effort towards the Tier 1 tower. Nice moves by Kazu as he looks to get as much damage as he can. Full efficiency out of the level 1 ulti. Unfortunately, it's just not that much damage, but of a team fight 1, he tanks a Rupture, gets a little bit of chip damage out of the Tier 1 tower. He can be pretty happy with what he's gotten out of this. The rest of Viking GG are actually going to look towards mid lane, and of course, missing from these engagements is going to be Shad. He is just solo farming. How's his net worth doing, I wonder? I bet you he's probably comfortably in the lead here. Miero might not be too far behind when it comes to net worth, but we're going to have to wait and see. I mean, 67 lasted, 68, 69 now for the Wisp. He is currently farming up those stacks, but that doesn't always translate one-to-one for net worth. And here we can see now, actually, even Kazu still above both, not only the offlane Bloodseeker, but also the Wisp. And I think I'd like to start to see this Bloodseeker rotate a little bit here. Kazu might have found a kill, by the way. Or maybe he's the one to be killed here. Nope, he's just going to be saying hello to Kidaro. Doesn't really want to waste time and kill that guy. He could, but he doesn't want to. Miero continuing to apply pressure here onto this tower. TP is going mid lane, though, as they might be looking to play a little bit aggressive here. Kidaro doing his best to defend this tower, along with Shisui now showing up. He does have that Sanity's Eclipse ready to go yet again. Yeah, that Astral just super annoying. Very, very happy to have the Rubik on their team and not against them. As that'll be the Perseverance completed for PA, just now needing the Broadsword, the Claymore for the full Battle Fury. Pardon me. Kind of a calm game, but Cascade making the first money move of the match. Shad, oh, Invis though, as they will not scout him. Instead, the sacrificial move. Oh no, the courier not going to go down actually. TP and right in front of this PA is going to be the Undying. They don't have a basher quite yet to stop him from dropping the hammer, and even taking a ton of damage here is going to be the PA. We do have Echo Slam, but not a great chance to use it here. Tombstone dropped as they will be able to allow Shad to jump the bridge, but that zombie is very fast and will continue to chase him down until either he dies or, well, it dies. And right now it looks like Shad again, another time here with the Phantom Strike, able to just barely live as the Soul Rip's not enough damage either. Kezu's going to show up. He's going to use the ulti. In the meantime, though, the Earthshaker will be controlled and killed. They're going to exchange that one for the position 5 Undying, however. Miero quite fast, but Kazu very fast as well. Oh no. Oh no, the Exo Ghost. Oh, they're going to catch him. Miero, oh, he tried to lifesteal off of the mid lane creep. That was a good effort, but unfortunately that's not going to happen in time. Kazu now slowed by the Stolen Stroke of Fate, but not slowed enough. The Inkswell movement. Bonus speed will set up for the stun, and Boom's going to show up there. Assist, but Kazu with 2 kills in that engagement. A 3 for 1 trade overall, as they actually only lose the Earthshaker. And that's very, very unfortunate because you do want to try and take these engagements, I think, a little bit more defensively here for Cascade. They've got a lot of great team fight utility here. Tombstone, nice telekinesis, by the way. You got Tombstone, right? You've got OD with his Meteor Hammer. You have Bloodright. Like, let the enemies come to you. I don't really think Cascade ought to be chasing that far, as they dive very far between the Tier 1 and Tier 2 towers, and that's not what they need to be doing right now. Just create space, a little bit more space for your Wisp. It's space created, but at quite a heavy price, because unfortunately, the one that you ended up giving a couple of kills to, or at least the assist, was going to be that Phantom Assassin. Our Wisp continuing to farm up quite the storm now, as he's chosen the Hellbear Smasher. Doesn't give the bonus move speed, but does give a little bit more attack speed, which can help him farm a bit more. That Swiftness Aura tends to be preferred by Krelat, though, and it looks like for now, Zatrax, he likes the Hellbear Smashers. Nice stack in here, 15-minute runes spawning in. It should be 3 runes if Zatrax feels bold enough to head and pick up at least one of those top 2 runes for him. I'm not sure, though. That's a risky move, and that's not quite efficient farming, so he's going to let his team do that instead. As instead, the one to rotate over will be Shad, and he should be able to pick one of those up eventually. Aramis in trouble, though. Tombstone dropped into the fissure. Nope. He's going to instead get the Meteor Hammer, as Kadaro is going to be set up in position here with another little bit of strength stolen, and they're going to give the kill to Shisui there off of the Meteor Hammer damage. Cool, guys. Don't look at explosions. And Aramis exploded there after the Meteor Hammer connected. Zatrax is showing up. I mean, you know, the spirits, they hurt, but not that much, unfortunately. It will be enough to at least, you know, dissuade them from pushing the Tier 1 tower, as without their position 4 Shaker, it's not really worth the effort. We should have Blink Dagger up quite soon. Viking GG, I'd be curious. Yeah, it's up very, very soon. I was going to say, so Cascade, they do well to try and avoid grouping up and pushing right now. They have to know. I mean, it's just been too long in the game. The Shaker's gotten a little bit of solo farm. He's not been showing up in engagements for the longest time. It's a problem.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Shad has the completed Battle Fury, doubling back now for the BKB, looking to play a bit of a defensive game. That's right now, Cascade can bring the action. And the Wisp, not bad against the PA core. Ah, that's the one you want. There's the Kobold. And there it is, 561 move speed. And look, I mean, the tether animation can't even keep up. That's how fast they're moving here. This guy with his whip, he's the OG bullwhip carrier. As Cascade then, just moving on through the jungle. Yeah, and his move speed is fantastic. It's so damn good. Top lane, mass TPs out from Viking GG, as all they had to do was commit the rupture there. The kill, though, still bot lane. They're going to go for it, but those rotations will be scouted there by an amazing ward that Cascade currently have down. And that's going to be PA living, but they did force at least plenty of TPs. Put the Fear of God in her with the level 2 Rupture, I'd imagine. And Aghanim's Scepter is going to be finished up for Wisp. He's now going to have plenty of damage here, sustainably. Doesn't have to spend so much money on the Clarities. That'll increase his farm a bit. You can see he is keeping pace with the PA, but he's just simply not ready to fight. He needs that level 20 talent, or he needs one of his cores to be popping off. And right now, actually, Miero doing a pretty decent job. You know, what's going to stop that Shad from jumping around with Phantom Strike and dodging all the abilities? Why, a nice little Rod of Atos. And here they go, mid lane. Shisui, yeah, they're going to force away Kezu. Nice silence, but this is still going to be a very easy kill onto one. They're going to look to turn, double stifling dagger, but they're still quite fast, especially with the Kobold nearby. They might look for more, but Viking not interested in this one. We should have that blink dagger. We actually did. Wait a second. Echo Slam is on cooldown, so it looks like they actually tried to counter-initiate top lane. Uh-oh. What happened there? I didn't quite see an Echo Slam. I don't know if chat saw it, but I certainly did it. It might have been top lane in that engagement. Kadaro in a bad spot. Can see Aramis and say hello. There's the blink dagger, so now they certainly know if they didn't know already. Kezo being ran down. You cannot outrun these guys now, especially with the Tombstone Zombie being dropped. Good Yule Scepter. They're not going to break the tether, though. Nice micro from Zatrax, but Kezu in a lot of trouble, as unfortunately the fissure is not going to be good enough to stop them from just running him down. They even break the tether as well on the Kobold. Silenced up. Kezu's going to turn and fight. Gets off one last Crypt one, but will fall nonetheless. As the tracks, I mean, they might have buffed the move speed on DP by 15, but yeah, you're not going to be faster than a Wisp who's moving faster than the max move speed here. Or the general cap, right, of 550. Shad is continuing to farm, still going for the BKB. Then we'll go for the Desolator following that. 7 to 8 here, as everyone's just kind of hitting creeps right now. Whenever they have sanities and whenever they're kind of just find themselves in the same area, it seems like they're willing to go for these engagements. You can see Zatrax, he just wants to hit creeps. He could have gone for Celery there. He most certainly scouted him there, especially with the Spirits, but didn't really feel like going for it. Yeah, Zatrax is like, no, someone's been here. They might look to try and force him away. And right now, again, Viking GG, they just want to hit creeps. They just want to hit creeps right now. They can be forced away from their triangle, however. And again, really good ward coverage right now by Cascade. They're actually completely under vision. If they smoke here, that could be really disastrous, actually, for Viking, and they will. I'm not sure quite if that ward caught the effects. But they're only going to actually find Kidaro here, who's in a great... He knew. He drops Tombstone. They're going to look to counter-initiate Viking GG. They're not really sure what they should do. Boom's like, do I blink? Do I fight? They're going to try and fight. Silence onto 2 is a good one. Bloodright as well. That actually should manage to catch 1. It's the Meteor Hammer. Perfect onto Boom. Down he goes, as now Zatrax showing up to the fight as well. Kezu with the Exo, doing good damage to the OD. They will get that kill as well with the level 2 Exorcism, but Kezu needing to be careful here. He's been ruptured up. Will take a lot of damage as well from the Bloodright, but dodged by the Yule Scepter. Right now with the Queen of Pain dead and Quap not quite ready to fight. They're feeling confident here, as we can see Zatrax keeping away Aramis. They're not allowing him to blink. Careful for an Echo Slam. He's not going to be able to get one off, though. That's 3 dead already, as Kezu has dropped, and it looks like, well, unfortunately, he won't be too far behind here. Celery will join his comrades. 4 dead, as the Wisp now showing up, starting to really make just a wreck out of these team fights here. Sustained damage is so hard to calculate, and we do need a pipe or something. But Shad, he's going to be located here. They know exactly where he is. They're going to give him a little bit more movement speed, but he's been juked once. We need that Rod of Atos here, and the 2 TPs are coming. Shad, I don't think you're going to be escaping this one. He's got enough money for the BKB, so he should do his best to buy it out, and he will while he's in prison. He's going to wake up to a world of pain, as he's still going to get hit, not by the hammer, but by the silence, and he will end up dropping the full team wipe, rather, for Cascade. They do lose their OD. They lose the Rubik, but they pick up so much more. And now they're going to equalize the net worth lead here. Just about neutralize that one. And a great fight for Cascade. You can see here, sorry, they don't lose the Rubik. Instead, they only lose the Undying. Kezu just showing up to fight, but even he doesn't last too long here against the Wisp. And nice job on the Rupture, holding on to that one just until they needed it. But really, the MVP of that entire fight is going to be whoever put that deep ward down. Kidaro as well, he knew what was coming, threw the Tombstone up. That forces them to drop wards, and already you can see Viking GG. They're a little bit rattled. They don't really know if they want to take that fight or not, and it showed. They kind of half commit to it when they either should have just full tilted in and trying to get off a good Sonic Wave, or just backed off. And this could be another solo kill here for Shisui, as he's going to time it perfectly into Kezu, and look who's coming, but the rest of the team. Boom jumping in, nice silence there with the Phantom. They're looking for more. Rod of Atos as well. Sonic Wave's going to catch 3 heroes, but look at the damage, and look who's here. It's actually Wisp. Zatrax blowing them up one by one, as Mioro doing a lot of damage as well. Miero, pardon me, I don't know what I just said. There's no L in there. But a great fight. Again, 2 back-to-back. Very, very costly deaths. The Fortify is going to be forced out as well. but they are going to just continue pushing here. There's Atrax getting closer and closer to this level 20 talent is very, very dangerous here. It might even be lethal at this stage. And when we got a BKB on PA, you can see currently Shad just farming anywhere that this Wisp is not. But of course, that's kind of a limited range, given the fact that you do have Relocate and a team with full CP scrolls ready to go. I mean, any kill that they can get here on the PA is super, super costly right now to Viking GG. A 1k net worth lead now, I think for the first time this game, in favor of Cascade. They're going to smoke up again, but again, it's into the ward. They might just know again for the second time. They've been dewarded in the triangle, so this is a little bit of a smoke of desperation because they've got only intel on one man showing. It is going to be the Rubik top lane. That's a pretty valuable kill here. You can see Zakara, they're expecting something, some sort of rotation, and again, it's just the Rubik. Yeah, you're going to get the Orchid kill. You even missed the Fissure. They're not even confident. Look at this. They don't want to go for more. They're only sending Boom forward because they know that's the absolute minimum they need to fight there, and they're scared of that counter initiation. Very good patience from Viking GG. They're going to look to turn this into a Roche now. With Exo level 2, they could very well do so, but this is going to be scouted now by the Blood Right. They're going to look to try and jump him. Great silence as they're jumping forward now. It's going to be the Shaker. Tombstone on the high ground, though. Very nice placement, and here's the Wisp already showing up with the Spirits. Not quite level 20, but getting off the BKB is going to be Shad, jumping right onto this Undying, kind of getting kited out through the BKB duration, but eventually will get the job done. A buyback's out from the Rubik, but they're going to be fighting in the river. Great telekinesis, but they still will be able to find the kill onto the OD, and it looks like Rubik is next. Down for the count. That's a dieback on him. Echo Slam committed there, trying at his last breath to stop this Wisp from getting the kill, but he's still going to go down regardless, as these Wisp Spirits now, especially with the 15 talent, are having some great range, and he can just delay this. He can delay this pretty long. Oh no, OD's died back. Uh-oh, that's a really costly kill. Oh no.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
That is really, really bad. They're looking. They really want this kill as well onto the Wisp. Nice job there. The Yule Scepter as well will connect. We need another tether. We're going to have it. And they actually do have allies here now. They might turn. It's a 3v5, though, seeming a little bit unlikely, as now in trouble is going to be the Bloodseeker. He's just respawned. He's not even going to get a Soul Rip in time, which means that's going to be, I think, a second death for him. I think we've just had 8 kills all of a sudden. Wasn't the kill score like... Let me check the replay here. The kill score, a little bit, was 7-9. Now all of a sudden it's 16-16. Unbelievable. Bad fight for Cascade. They kind of just end up chain feeding into the buyback, so they do stop the Roche, but at a very, very heavy cost. Luckily, their win condition, unironically, which is the Wisp, still alive, closing in on that 20 talent now as we speak. They nearly have a full Holy Locket as well for Kidaro. But the BKB, as well as that Desolator here, almost finished up for the PA. They're going to be able to just kind of chill out and continue farming here. Kezu as well with this Eternal Shroud is quite tanky, as well as that Yule Scepter. I'm actually going to go for the Sanja as well. I imagine that's for a disarm. Shisui, yeah, I could see it. I could see it. That makes a lot of sense. That's something I would consider this game.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire are scared.
And there's the heart completed now for our Wisp. Luckily, of course, that's not really... I mean, it is an item you need. It helps you live through a crit or two, as there's level 20 talent taking the plus spirits damage. And it's about to get a little stupid here in terms of how much damage he has. Yep. Plus 60 hero damage. I believe it's 150 now, a punch, which is a lot of magical damage. Viking GG, they're going to smoke up as well, and if they can actually flank them from above, no. The scan, actually, they're going to be able to find only one. It's Miro, but the counter initiation now is there's going to be the Astral Imprisonment to try and save their ally. They've gotten the kill on the Celery, so that's the Soulbind of the fight as well, as Meteor Hammer not going to hit a single person, but the Sonic Wave will hit 3, and that's a good one. And down for the count already is Shisui, but look who's showing up to fight. It's Zitrax, unfortunately, against BKB opponents with this Eternal Shroud as well. Kezu is just eating these spirits for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. They've now lost the OD. Miro is down for the count, and then next to go is going to be the Undying. Running for his life currently is Wisp, as again, with the Eternal Shroud active, he doesn't really mind just consuming those spirits. In fact, they give him more HP. But Wisp now regenerating for 100 a second. Is quite a tanky man to take down. Unfortunately, Viking GG this time around, it's going to be an uncontested Roche, as they will be able to get the initial pick off there onto the off-lane Bloodseeker. It just silenced up, and they just keep him silenced. He's unable to get off a really impactful Rupture there, unfortunately. As I believe he hits Boom, but it's just not just as good as he needs, and there's that Earthshaker Shard being as annoying as ever. Aegis will be claimed then by the side of Viking GG, as Shad now has that one in the inventory, along with this Desolator, BKB, Aegis, Battle Fury, and why not? Just give him the Elven Tunic, right? Just so damn good. Evasion, a little bit of a bonus agi, going into the Abyssal Blade next. Unfortunately here, Wisp kind of does rely on getting himself that Kobold. He doesn't really want to show up here, though. I mean, Viking GG, they must think that the rest of the team is with Wisp. Look at how defensively they're playing right now. They don't have any reason to really be scared of this Wisp. Luckily for Cascade, they don't know that. But it's if actually they show mid on the OD, they're just going to kill them. Yeah, look at this guy. Kadora, they're like, there's no way he's alone, right? And he's not, technically. Here's the Wisp, so that's going to dissuade them from fighting, but still behind, it's going to be the PA. Boom's going to pop the BKB. There goes Shad. He's already killed one. Zatrax is like, oh no, this is bad. The Echo Slam a little bit early. It's not that much damage. In comes the OD, but they absolutely blowing up. Shad is going to take him one by one here, as two dead already. Might look for more, and there's going to be the triple kill onto Zatrax. He doesn't have buyback. Shad looking for the Rampage as well. There's going to be, nope. Boom steals it. He steals it like a thief. But the GG plant tree being planted here might just condemn here Cascade, as Shad, they're going to steal the Rampage away from him. Boom says, thank you very much for that kill. It was a solo kill, by the way. And still with Aegis and an 8-second BKB, they're just going to draw lines on the map. And you can see, I like this from Kazu. Kazu's like, yo, we need to take control of the triangle right now. Push these lanes out. Let's get some map control. They set a trap top lane. It works out beautifully in their favor, as they were not expecting the PA to be coming from that angle. Great Echo Slam as well from the Shaker. Kind of a mini Echo, but again, as long as you can hit 2 units, it's good enough. Sets up for the kill here. That gives more than enough time here for the PA to kill one. Unfortunately, OD walks in and dies. Not really too much more, I guess he could have done. They hit Kezu as well with the Rupture. He doesn't care too much. He's just too damn tanky. He's got plenty of strength heroes to Spirit Siphon off. A full team wipe there in favor of Viking GG. Oh no, they've blown up another one. Celery getting the ward, but Shad getting Kidaro for free. That's about as easy as it comes then for the kills on this Shad PA. Basher now is going to be freshly completed. Courier on the way to the secret shop to try and finish up this Abyssal within, ideally, this Aegis duration, and then you can just go high ground and just look to end the game. $14K lead now for Viking GG, 30 minutes in, as they will secure plenty of bounty runes as well. Our PA having a 2K net worth lead now over our core Wisp, who, again, is a tanky lad with heart, with Sanja as well, but it's not tanky enough to really sustain here. Kezu, again, he can just kind of eat these spirits, doesn't really care too much for them. As Boom, not doing too poorly here. Kazu, oh, they fortify. That means that Viking are going to go high ground for sure. And they even get a kill into OD for free. Boom jumps in, absolutely murders the OD. Might even threaten for the Wisp as well. But nope, Shad, he wants someone else. He's going to go for Kadar. He's going for everyone but the Wisp right now. Phantom Strike at the ready. Fantastic Aftershock. I mean, it's just too easy right now. And, yep, unable to dispel the silence there. And being absolutely murdered is going to be the Bloodseeker. Shad is in absolutely 1v5 mode. They're now going to maybe be hunting for the Wisp, but he's already down bot lane. Now it's nothing to do with this PA. 18K net worth lead. Now a 4K net worth lead alone compared to the two cores. Going high ground here already without a Fortify ready to use and without a single buyback here on the side of Cascade is a very bad position to be in. Luckily, the OD is a bit under leveled, so his death timer is pretty short, but that's never really a good thing. That's never really a good thing, is it? They're going to show up now back as it tracks back into the base, but they really need the full 5-man to fight into this one, so they're going to have to concede at least the one lane of barracks. It tracks. You got to be careful here. Shad can just about 2-tap you here, and he's going to look to one-shot the OD. Luckily, there's no crit there. That's going to be the lane of barracks secured. Still with Aegis here, not for too much longer, mind you, but with the full Abyssal Blade, they've now gotten themselves at least one lane of barracks, and it looks like Viking GG, they're going to slow roll this one. No need to really go too aggressive. You never want to give an OD or a Wisp really a chance to get back into the game here, because they can extend the game quite long. There's Aegis now reclaimed. We did just hear that horn. So that means then another slot ready to go for the PA. With buyback is going to be the OD, and just him here on his team. Only one with buyback now. He doesn't need a save for that, considering he's kind of just been running into these engagements, getting hit by the soul bind and absolutely murdered by the PA.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I like the smoke out from Cascade, but Viking GG, they know what's up. They've been doing this maneuver quite a few times as well, but they're scouting couriers here. They're scouting couriers for Cascade, and that's a big sign, although Shisui, no, you don't want them to jump onto him. A fissure, and the follow-up stun as well. Shad has gotten the kill into Kadar before we could even see it. DD Rune as well active, and there's just too much damage. Drubic down for the count, does not have the buyback with him. And now in trouble is Miero. They do manage to silence up the Wisp, stop the overcharge, and that's going to be an easy kill there. Now looking for his attractions. They are going to hit him with the Soul Vessel, with the Spirit Vessel, pardon me. Oh no, the Echo Slam, they're going to get two. OG's going to have to buy back, but already dead is the Wisp, and soon to die back already is going to be the Undying. GG has dropped. Shad, he gets teased twice with the ultra kills, but eventually he is going to find the fight to get him the rampage, and maybe even the double rampage here. It's unfortunately Cascade, a little bit out of position. Viking GG, they jump him, they take him one by one, and it's a very easy fight from there on out. Very well played by Viking GG, just giving the farm, giving the space there to Shad, who knew that they could carry the game for them. And that is going to be a 2-1 series victory here for the side of Viking GG. Congratulations to them. And unfortunately, Cascade will end up dropping their first series here to the likes of Viking GG. Hard-fought series. Game 1 was a win, so we ended up getting a reverse sweep. Very exciting here on our first day of action for both two teams. But I think Viking GG having a little bit of fun, seeing if the Spectre was still pickable. It was not, despite having 70k hero damage. There was just a little bit too much control on the side of Cascade. Game number 2, complete stomp. Game number 3, some creativity from Cascade. Unfortunately, they were just a little bit too separated, and they all just kind of ended up, it felt like chain feeding this PA, which is not a very good way to start to finish your game. And that is going to be it then. Game number 3, series number 3, already finished up then between the two, as Viking GG will go 1-0. We're going to have one more match after a short little break, guys. I highly encourage you to stick around. That one's going to be Brame versus the Hippomaniacs. Brame, a very fun team to watch, and Hippomaniacs as well, up-and-coming roster. So definitely tune in there if you're not going to be watching the Nigma game. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. You're watching Snow Sweet Snow number 2 with Seek and Strike Dota on the Teb TV channel. We'll be back after a short break for our 4th and final match of the day. We'll see you then.
and welcome to another round of interviews for the Snow Sweet Snow tournament. Right now I'm joined by none other than Ace from Hell Bear Smashers. How are you doing?
Hello, I'm doing pretty good.
Glad to hear it. Do you enjoy the tournament so far?
Yeah, it's been a nice little tournament for us we're like a new team, so this is really nice for us to get some actual tournament practice games going in.
And what do you think about the format of the tournament? Do you find it enjoyable, or you don't like this group stage type of tournaments?
I think it's super fun. Like, I enjoy it. Nothing wrong with it.
Nice, glad to hear it. Speaking of the group stage, you're currently with 3 wins and 2 losses. You just actually played your series against Team Empire. How confident do you feel that you can win the tournament if you get out of the group stage?
I think we're probably one of the teams. I feel like we have like one of the highest chances probably of winning the tournament. But like all of these tier 2 teams, they can be really good. Like if they have good days, and we can also be bad. I know that, so it's like I think we have good chances if we play well and we just keep doing what we are doing right now. So.
Do you think that there is a pressure factor of the other teams playing against you, knowing that knowing that you have a lot of experience?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's pretty normal. Like it can be intimidating when you play against like enemies that have been like playing tier 1 or something like that. But it kind of depends on the person. Some person gets intimidated and maybe like I don't know, choking or something a bit, or like play a bit worse. But some players, they don't care about it. It really just depends on the players, I would say.
Yeah, and by the way, yeah, sorry for interrupting you.
Oh, it's fine.
Looking at your team, you have, of course, you, Misery, Stormstormer are kind of known names to the scene, but you also have newcomers to the team. How is the general atmosphere currently?
I think it's really good, actually. Like, I really enjoy playing with the new players and just overall the team at the moment. It's just it's fun to play. That's the best thing when you have fun, like with your teammates. We talk well together. There's no like bad, like toxic atmosphere or something like that. Everybody are allowed to make mistakes, and like just there's no blaming going on. Everybody, even if we're losing or doing bad plays, people are still very positive.
Yeah, this is super awesome to hear. Super awesome. You're currently playing in the DPC as well, in the lower division of Europe. Do you like the approach that Valve took with this season and with the DPC in general?
Yeah, I think from what I've experienced so far, it seems pretty nice, and I'm very hyped to like see how it goes with this new system. I really liked it. Nice.
All right. Your last few teams that you played with, you were again playing with Misery, who is currently known as Rasmus. Can you tell us a little bit more about what exactly you guys have between each other that makes you such a good pair in the game?
I mean, first of all, we countrymen. We're both from Denmark. I feel like that gives us a bit of synergy. Like, and we just pretty good friends at this point, I would say.
Yep.
We know each other kind of well. Yeah.
So
feels nice to play together.
On that regard, do you think it's better to play with somebody like Misery, who kind of understands you without even speaking, or you think that just general gameplay understanding and general gameplay knowledge is better for, let's say, newcomers to the scene? If you have to pick, to paraphrase, if you have to pick between one player that knows you pretty well as a player, or between another player that you think is more experienced and just generally better player but doesn't know you, which one do you think it would be best to choose if you're in such a situation?
That's hard. It's hard to know, because like if there's a better player and more experienced player, but if you never played with him before, you don't really know, right? If you can actually have good synergy with him.
Yeah, it might be risky.
But I think like if you already played with the good player before and it didn't work out that well, like your synergy wasn't that good, even though he's pretty good and you're pretty good, then chances are it's probably not gonna work out again. So like if you have a player like that knows you very well and you know him very well, you can like make each other better. You know, I feel like that's
Yeah.
better than.
Yeah, that's well said. Well said. Is there any particular team that you look forward to play against?
Particular team? No, not any particular team. I just in general I really enjoy playing against like some really high tier 1 teams. You know, like some Team Secret, for example, Nigma, OG. It's always very fun to play.
So we can say that you're pretty much just looking forward to making it to Division 1 next season and proving yourself.
Hopefully, yeah, hopefully.
Yeah, nice. Okay, and after a little bit more funnier questions, not so serious. Since T Governor is the manager of your team, as far as I'm aware, do you guys have mandatory tea breaks?
No, we don't. But I assume that he's gonna, when we start playing some lands together, or you know, we go to somewhere, I could see it come up.
He's gonna enforce it. Do you
Yeah.
actually like tea?
I think people on the team are more about coffee though, so we might have an issue.
Okay, I see.
I like tea more than coffee actually myself. I don't really drink coffee or tea, but if I was to choose, I would usually just drink some tea.
Nice. Okay, so we recently had a new hero being added to the game, Hoodwink. But if we have to take a different approach and to remove one hero, which one would it be and why? Of course, in your opinion.
Let me just look at heroes really quick.
All right. Take your time, no rush.
I mean, it usually depends on the meta, but right now, like, I'm so tired of Nyx Assassin. I just can't take it hero.
Yeah,
It's so
I can
annoying.
see
Like,
why.
it's just everywhere, and it's so fast with the new shot, and like you can't stun it, and it's just so annoying. You know, it stuns you so much, and then burns your mana. It's just so annoying. Get this hero out of there.
So right now you would rather remove Nyx Assassin rather than Tekis, for example?
Yeah, because like even though I hate to play against Tekis too, I think the hero is still like it's just really good to have it in Dota. I don't know. It's cool. It makes Dota special.
Yeah, of course. I really like this opinion and I value it.
Yeah. So
Thank
the
you for this response.
The same about Meepo, for example, or Brute. I feel like these heroes are super cool in a way to Dota. They make Dota very unique.
Yeah, I can see why. Okay, since I don't want to take any more of your time, this is the last question, but please pay attention because this is the most important question so far. Are you ready?
Okay.
Cats or dogs?
Cats, actually.
Oh man, you're breaking my heart. No,
I mean, I
that's
love
okay.
dogs too.
Yeah.
I can say why. It's just I don't feel like dogs for me they need a bit more attention. You know, you need to go a lot of walks with them, and like they just crave more attention. Whereas
Yeah.
cats they're a little bit more chill, and like I feel like it would suit me better with like gaming so much. So yeah, but I
Yeah,
do love dogs though.
I
I love
see.
them.
Yeah, that was a good save actually. So thank you for the answer. Any final thoughts? Any shout outs?
Shout out to all my supporters out there, fans. Thank you for following, and hope you will keep watching my game and my team games, and yeah, keep following. Thank you.
Thank you for this interview. Thank you for your time. Wish you good luck to you and your team, and hopefully we'll be able to chat again soon. See ya.
Yeah, thank you for having me. See you.
Welcome back to Snow Sweet Snow. We're about to get underway with our final match of the day. Yes, personally, among which, although I particularly enjoyed the Viking GG matchup as well, but we've got Brame taking on the Hippo Maniacs. These teams have before with the current rosters. This was going to be back in the first week. It was the last first week here for the lower division of Western European DPC. It was a pretty easy 2-0 for Brame, and then Brame had some rough games actually in Snow Sweet 1. They worked some things out, and they're looking really, really good. In fact, they're currently positioned in group stage, where the Hippomaniacs, unfortunately, they find themselves a bit down in 7th place here. Currently, one more, so a couple more wins, and we'll see here and see how they'll fare, as both teams still have a couple more very important matches in this tournament as DPC. So we'll take a look now. Brame, they've got their full today, and what a lineup indeed it is. Focus, Wish, very Georgian mid laner, Skylar, Venom Days, Stolmanen, up and coming off laner. Man, I think you got to get used to and pronounce because it is going to be. I mean, he's just such a strong position for, and of course, SSA Spartan, Spartan again from the Adfin Day Boston Major. These guys playing fantastic Dota, super entertaining to watch. But they need an opponent, and that is going to be the Hippomaniacs. Curry, Muff, Seni, and I believe is that a stand-in as well for them. Usually that's Curry, if I'm not mistaken. But they do have a stand-in today from Slovak that you pronounce those as V, so I'm going to make an effort here. Slavy. That's what I was going to say. Mind you, production whispering into my ear. Thank you very much. Always appreciated, but I think I had that one. So they're going to be playing with a stand. I'm not sure if they're also in the DPC. I've not been able to catch any European games as of late. It doesn't look like they have any listed here, but it'd be a good match here between the two as our draft just about to get away. As indeed we are now right in. So Curry is going to be mid. Make him care. Okay. Okay, good to know. So Curry is here. He's just the mid laner. Got it. And then it is Carry. So they are swapping around here. Curry into the mid lane. This is a role that he is somewhat used to. As he's played on Hippomaniac before, Sword Dark. But played Carry and offlane. I don't see mid lane listed here in his accomplishment. So this could be the debut of mid lane Curry. And I think it is. He's only got a couple of games in that offlane role, but we'll see what they're going to want to throw as we're working with our draft. Go on your screen's name. They're going to be picking up the Shaman and Void Spirit. Hippomaniacs, they'll count now. P and the Shaman. Shaman strong hero versus the Void Spirits. Although we do have some good save here as well from the Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon was among some of the first heroes that I saw get picked up in the new patch 7.28. I think I was casting. I don't remember what I was casting. I think it might have been. Man, when did this patch come out? I was casting some games. I don't remember. And we had the patch immediately. Like, boom. 7.28. Massive change right in the middle of our series. And just give me one moment. And we'll be taking a look here as our draft between the two. But yeah, I remember Shadow Demon was a very, very early pick here in terms of the new meta. I remember people were trying out the Aghanim Shard as well. Pretty strong. It's like a defensive nullifier and doesn't do any damage, and it's really good. With the Aghanim Scepter, I think it's a little bit more realistic of an item to pick up, considering it does grant you 3 charges, and its usage is very, very strong offensively. In terms then of the Shaman, of course, always fantastic to have versus the Void Spirit. Excels at trying to keep a puck out of the game as well. So both of these heroes could potentially extremely annoying. As we'll be looking to take a look here what they've got next. As we will be getting into our next ban phase. We see the Bloodseeker getting banned out, the Mars, as well as now the Beastmaster. Sorry for the little bit of audio delays, guys. Should be fixed now. Thank you for sticking with us. as we will have, at the very least, Hippomaniacs just thinking about what they want to ban out here. I'm thinking that, of course, this Bloodseeker ban is to protect the Void Spirit in the mid lane. TB as well for Hippomaniacs is going to be banned out. Not wanting to give focus of a strong hero of his, especially in game 1 of the series, wanting to give yourself as much as a chance as you can.
10 seconds remaining.
As we'll be taking a look. Immediately banning as well the Tide Hunter. Currently, Timbersaw still in the pool. Wraith King, I like this actually. The ban on the Bounty Hunter, that's a ban that Brame will actually use quite a bit. They don't really like playing against it. Are they thinking of something like a Riki then? Kind of seems like it, doesn't it? A Riki or not quite a Slark. You wouldn't mind really playing versus the Tide Hunter if you were a Slark. I could see Riki very reasonably right now. A little bit scary versus the Shaman, but does very well versus DP. Can blow up Shaman as well. Wouldn't be bad. We would need like a really tanky offlaner for Brame, and honestly, with the Timbersaw still in the pool, that's still very possible, especially for a nice front liner for the Riki to follow up, just run up high ground with. Wouldn't mind seeing that one whatsoever. Hippomaniacs thinking about what to ban. Of course, they're going to have a pick right after this phase, so they're going to have to make sure that they combo them somewhat, and they will actually ban out the Enigma. That's another hero we've seen quite a few times out from the Brame lineup. What will they be picking up, though? Especially with Slavi now in the safe lane and Curry on over to mid. I think it might be a Curry DP, simply because I think you want to give a kind of a quote-unquote easier hero, right, if that makes sense. They're going to pick the Maiden. Beastmaster is already banned, but not a bad pick in any game. Just about okay. Decent harass, good lockdown on the root, which is potentially very strong, depending on the lineup. I'm not against it. Not at all. Leaves Brame with like a lot of options, though, right? Does this Maiden? Because you're only really scared of bringing the summons. Decent magic damage, so maybe you are considering shying away from the Timbersaw. But you can just pick your position 4 here for Brame, or your position 5, and flex it along with the Shadow Demon. Phoenix still in the pool. Other very popular supports, Oracle, so you can threaten the Troll. Not a bad game for that one whatsoever. A Dispel for the Shaman is always really nice. We do need a stun, though. We need some like really reliable lockdown from Brame, in my opinion. Oh, why not just pick a Nyx, to be honest? You don't have to pick it here. You can pick it next phase if you want, but it's not a bad pick, in my opinion. Versus the Maiden, the DP Shaman as well. Lots of uncontrollable damage from these 3. Well, the 2, right, being the Maiden DP. It's a great way of making sure a freezing field is never effective without having to commit the Void Spirit or a Demonic Purge. Clockwork, very similar. It should be a Clock 5 then, I would imagine. No, Stomanen is definitely the Clockwork player. I had to think. I had to use my brain for 1 second, and then I recognized that he is definitely the Clockwork player here. And he's a mean clock. Great support player here, Stomanen. Looking forward to this one. Giving him a little bit of farm priority. You might be able to pick up an overclock nice and early, and that's always going to be super impactful, no matter what core you're up against. Speaking of cores, we're going to have to see one now from Hippomaniacs. What'll it be? Of course, it's going to get not quite counterpicked immediately, but it does run the risk of immediately kind of getting annoyed by whatever pick Brame decide to throw their way. Luckily, Hippomaniacs, they've got the last say in this draft. You probably want to run the DP as a support, though. I think Void Spirit, that is a favorable matchup for him. Yeah, the Jug. Okay. A safe pick, but not invulnerable to the likes of the Clockwork, nor to the Shadow Demon. In fact, everyone can actually damage Jug through his ulti, or through his spin, sorry. Spin's not too great either. Spin's not too great either, to be honest. Especially versus the Clockwork with the power cogs. You should never get the jump on him. Even with the Frostbite out from a Maiden, like you just with cogs ready, you should be fine. And of course, Demonic Purge, just Disruption to save an ally who's being Omni-slashed. I'm not really loving this draft out from Hippomaniacs right now. It's a solid draft with these 4 heroes alone, but compared to what they're playing against, it seems a little bit weak. Just a little bit. But it's not too bad. It's not too bad. You don't always have to focus on countering the enemy cores and all that stuff, right? You can focus on playing your own game and win your own game of Dota. Okay, second time we've seen this combo. Skylark Darkseer, though, pretty damn scary. He's made a name for himself on that one before, hasn't he? And versus the Juggernauts, this is another combo we've seen. Last time it was the Grimstroke Jugger, and I just don't think Maiden Jug has the same amount of kill potential as the Grimstroke Jug. And this is mostly to do with the Inkswell. I think earlier on, immediately, Frostbite is much better than Inkswell, but like past 5 minutes, I think you'd rather have Inkswell. Just because it's so much better, so much more, like, it gives you a lot more flexibility in how you use it. It doesn't have to necessarily put your position 5 in a very dangerous place as well. But we do have some early kill potential here. Unfortunately, again, kind of the same thinking. Frostbite level 1 is just fine, but Blade Fury level 1 is awful. You don't do any damage, right? You really need Blade Fury level 3, much actually like the Darkseer Ion Shell. So that's something interesting to point out here. But the Maiden does deal very nicely with creep that are Ion Shelled. The issue is, of course, she's not going to really be wanting to push the wave too much. So, if Clockwork is going to be Ion Shelled, expect a Crystal Nova, though, to slow him down. That's going to be super effective this lane. But in terms of actually killing creep, not so good here. Not so good. Again, one of the few games where I'd say, yeah, the Maiden's pretty good here. Or in fact, one of the few games where I would wager to say, yeah, the Ench is pretty good here. Unfortunately, no room for the Ench in this draft. Hippomaniacs probably needing a mid laner then, with this Maiden picked up and DP likely into the off lane for TPEC. Brame, now they need themselves a hard carry. Morphling Troll out of the pool, as is the Lycan, Wraith King, and in case they wanted to run a safe lane Bloodseeker, well, no, you can't. But the PA is back. Decent matchup here versus the Juggernaut. You can try and avoid some of the Omni Slash attacks using the Blur as well. So yeah, no, not a bad pick as well. Really damn scary as on top with the Darkseer Ags giving like 375 bonus HP on top of a Surge. It's really, really scary here. I mean, good initiation, good counter initiation from Brame. Darkseer is kind of the master of all there. Clockwork can be used either way, and you've even got a nice save with Shadow Demon. Seems like a pretty nice balanced draft, to be honest. The weakness I would look for is going to be in this offlane, though, right? Clockwork Darkseer, you might be able to exploit that just a little bit in those early levels, but eventually he's just simply going to have way too much damage. Jug is going to have to commit spins defensively to nuke the wave, or at least nuke the one creep that has the Ion Shell applied, which never really feels good. But we need a mid laner for Hippomaniacs. Puck Invoker ban, no Mars, no Enigma. That's probably the only mid laners I would consider. I guess a Lycan mid versus the Void Spirits. Is Batrider still in the pool? I don't think he is. Timbersaw? Okay, maybe it is the DP mid then. Timber versus the PA is real mean, though. That's a good pick for Focus. Against Focus, I should say. Stormon and Clock with Skylark Darkseer. This is a very scary lane, though, to be honest, for Hippomaniacs. I would not expect Slavi to have a good time in that bottom lane. You might even be looking to try and dodge the matchup. I think Timber probably does a little bit better after level 4 versus the Darkseer Clockwork lane when you get the ability to put level 5, make it with a third point in the reactive armor and Timber Chain, of course. Hard game. Hard game number 1 for Hippomaniacs. I'm not going to lie. This Brame lineup looks really, really damn good. I didn't see who Spartan locked in, but given the lineup, it should be the Shadow Demon. So the fact that he's actually got a save for himself, I'm like, this is completely unironic. Like, I'll point it out many times because it's one of my favorite traits about casting a Brame game, is that Spartan does not give a damn if he dies. He'll just run up to cliffs, put down his ward, and then completely tank a 5-man gank. Like, he'll do it voluntarily. And I mean, a player of his caliber, he definitely like has an idea of where enemies are kind of lurking around the map or where they're going to be farming. He knows how to get into trouble, and he's real good at getting into trouble. Let me just say that. But I think he's especially strong on these heroes like the Chen, and I would say to some degree as well the Shadow Demon, heroes that provide themselves a save to make sure that they can get out of harm's way and allow some space and time for your cores to come up, or just generally speaking, the rest of your team to come on up and look to counter-initiate. It's a good draft from Brame. I would favor them in game number 1 here, to be honest, and I do favor them in this series, not just because of the historic matchup where they actually beat the Hippomaniacs again, a little bit easily, 2-0. But I think Brame, they've been on a roll. They really have been on a roll. They beat Creepwave. No, they lost to Creepwave, pardon me, but they did beat Hellbear Smashers, which was just an absolutely unbelievable match. And I believe they also beat Creepwave. So fantastic stuff from these guys. And we'll take a look at our odds. They do agree with me, favoring Brave. You can get involved yourself at gamdom.com/r/Teb or use code TEB on gamdom.com when you sign up. Make sure to bet responsibly. But thank you to our sponsors for providing access and allowing third-party tournaments like this one to exist. As we'll be taking a look then. Right, early on, they are not going to make too many aggressive moves. It's a bit too risky given both lineups. Shadow Demon can always counter-initiate. You don't really want to be fighting a Shadow Demon at level 1 because he can always just take Shadow Poison and then continue to just absolutely wreck your team. Spartan is going to look for a ward. Okay, never mind. He's just going to tank the tower. Spartan, no. Spartan, no. I don't think that's how it works. He's going to die. Okay. Again, Spartan, he doesn't care. You can kill him. It only makes him stronger, but it also makes Curry real strong. That's a good start for him. Again, Brame, they're completely used to this. Stomanen has a great interview with the talent. They actually did a fantastic TriCast. It's one of my favorite games, I think, of this DP season. Senny, that's how you're supposed to do it. Senny's like, no. See, Spartan, this is how you get it done. But that was one of my favorite games, maybe ever, just because it was such a great best-of-3 series. But it was them versus, I want to say, Creepwave, and what a game it was. Spartan just with some amazing moves and already starting off this game on a positive foot. We'll take a look at last hits here just to keep an eye on all 3 of our lanes. But Stomanen already running down Senny near the Roche pit. That is going to be a kill, or will it? Senny wanting to get denied to Roche. Ooh, unfortunately, would have had it if he didn't defeat himself, the Fairy Fighter. And that will be a death there. But Wish, early on, he should have no problem actually CSing here. Already he's 4-0. I'd be curious how the other lanes are going as well with their last hits and denies. Skylark 2-1. Of course, early levels are going to be pretty hard here for everyone in this top lane. Bottom, not too bad either. If we could just pull up the last hit counter there on the side to make sure we can monitor that. Top lane, though, Stomanen, aggressive onto Senny. They might even get a kill here. It looks like they will. Battery Assault level 1. They force out another Fairy Fire. They want the kill, and they're going to get it. Slavi didn't expect him to go for it, actually. Little does he know, Stomanen is a madman, and he knows how to play this lane here along with Skylark. Fantastic moves. That's going to be the walk of shame for our CM. That is very punishing here. They might even have a kill onto Muff. Look at this aggression out of the laning stage as Focus is going to jump forward there using the Phantom Strike and easily pick up a 3rd kill here for his roster. That is an amazing start for Brame. I mean, if it keeps going this way, like, my goodness, are we in for 2 matches from Brame. Good start, though, on the mid lane right now for Curry. Again, I think this is his premier game, or his debut game on the mid lane. So we'll see how he does here. Perhaps he's got a future. He's been mostly playing the safe lane here, especially for the Hippomaniacs and throughout the most of his professional career. Having played on a couple of different teams, a bunch of Czech stacks as well. Hippomaniacs on a couple of different iterations here, not to mention. A couple of different stacks as well. Not recognizing any of these names, unfortunately. Wish, though, very strong player as well, so he's very used to this mid lane matchup. This is one we tend to see. He does not like putting, as most Void Spirits do. Oh, unlucky there. Did not get the last hit on the range creep. That's going to be a big deny as well. He's getting out CS'd, surprisingly. Again, not really what you'd expect to see, given the fact that it's a melee versus a ranged hero. We'll have to take a look. Skylark is now level 3, so they got level 2 Ion Shell. Careful here. The attack speed's slow. They're waiting and just kind of playing with each other. They know that they've got level 2 Spin. They know that they've at least got 1 point in the Frostbite. Little did they know, no point whatsoever in the Surge. Instead, it's actually the point in Vacuum early on for Skylark. But he's playing it like he does have the Surge, and he's just waiting for the Frostbite. Of course, Maiden doing the opposite thing, waiting for the Surge to then Frostbite. T-Peck perhaps in trouble. I believe that's 4 stacks now. Make it 5 perhaps. The Spartan, just dodged there barely by T-Peck. He's not done. He wants another one. Spartan, if he's got your number, he's chasing you to the end of the earth. This man, he does not care. Mid lane rotation is going to be coming from the Shaman. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to secure, they will be able to secure the Rune DD then for Curry, pardon me. Stomanen, just nearby, really wants to try and get aggressive here, but this Ion Shell is going to make things a bit more difficult. Sunny able to snipe a big creep, though, or a couple of small creeps, actually, more accurately, is going to be really annoying for him. CS in hard mode, unfortunately, Slavi not able to get it, as instead the Ion Shell will pick up the kill, and he has no intentions of fighting that Hill Troll Summoner. Sunny in trouble. Slavi's going to now run on over. Nice cogs, though, to keep Slavi outside. Maybe in some trouble. Spin into the Frostbite. Stomanen, is he going to get this kill onto Sunny? It looks like he will. It might even live. Skylark with the body blocks and the healing salve to Stomanen. Nice job. Skylark even TPing back to the lane to make sure it doesn't miss any CS. I love to watch Skylark play Dota. I'm, like, very unironically a big fanboy, I think, of Brame. Especially because of the advent. That's when I was super into Dota, man. Boston Major 2016 was like me being peaked into Dota. Great stuff. The grand finals are so good. And then the 7.0 teaser trailer was amazing. Wow. Anyway, that was just a little bit of nerd later. Back to the game then. It's going to be focused going for the... Oh no, top lane. They get a kill onto Slavi. That's a big death. That's a very, very costly death. And in fact, the Maiden TP'd mid, so maybe they can try and get something onto the Void Spirit going if they can. But it looks like he is going to die, actually. No, he's still alive. Okay, he's dead. He's dead. Curry's going to find Wish there. They were playing really aggressive. They TP'd the Maiden into the mid lane with this Exo now and the 5-minute wagon, so they should be able to actually secure this tower pretty easily. They just need to nuke one more wave and they'll have it. It's kind of costly, though, in terms of what they've lost in the side lanes, though. Slavi taking a death. Luckily, he's got TP, so he's right back there where he was. But this also frees up now to Spartan, who's going to probably just, run underneath a tier 2 tower or something momentarily. But no, Focus, Real Talk, is getting solo experience now. This is not what T-Peck wants. T-Peck wants to beat this PA to level 6 and then zone her out immediately using Chakram. Unfortunately, they actually kind of just draw to level 6, so it's not really the easiest lane anymore for the PA, but she's happy she has level 6, so she can go jungle and not lose too much efficiency. But we have lost the mid-tier 1 tower already. Hippomaniacs do a fantastic job to secure this one. Bot lane, though, in trouble is going to be Focus. Is he going to drop here? No, he's not, because they get the rotation out from Stomanen. That's going to be able to provide a nice buffer space to his allies. I think Spartan is starting to stack. I'm not really sure what he's doing. He started taking damage from neutrals in the jungle. Maybe he's got a couple of stacks going. Focus still in trouble, though. They are going to be able to reach him with the shackles, but Cogs, sorry, not even Cogs, just battery soul able to cancel it. One last auto attack from Curry will secure his kill. 4 heroes bot lane as they really want this kill into Stomanen, and they're going to get it. They might look for a tier 1 tower off the back of this kill as well, as unfortunately Focus stays in the lane a little bit too long, ends up paying the price. Skylark, though, having basically free farmed this game, he is absolutely killing it. He's even farming with the illusion of Juggernaut he made. Brame, they can't really afford to be losing this many towers this early on, though, especially with a PA that is going for the Battle Fury. It's just too risky. Bottom, Brame is going to TP back in. There's going to be another TP as well. That's Skylark coming. He doesn't have the Wall of Replica, but with the illusions alone might get the job done, or with the Ion Shell alone, rather. Sunny, nice route there as he finds Wish, but that's going to set up for Spartan. Everyone showing up now. Curry with the Exo. Nice silence there. Connects onto 1, but they've got nothing now to stop this stun onto Focus, and in the meantime, they're going to get the kill onto Wish. A little bit low on HP here is going to be actually our Timbersaw, as he's not got enough stacks of the reactive armor, but Focus is just going to be ran down and absolutely killed. And in fact, the kill goes to Slavi, only 200 gold, but PA now with a second back-to-back death is going to have to make a walk of shame. Stomanen and Skylark are able to at least tag up and take down Senny, but already the teamfight falling apart. Stomanen is going to die as well. That's a second death back-to-back for him too. Skylark might be the only one to escape, if just barely. Really, they're going to be giving them quite a lashing. As 4 heroes dead in exchange for only the Maiden, is really going to start to give up this early net worth lead that Brim fought so hard to actually take care of. Taking another look at that one, as we are going to just see, yeah, Focus just gets ran down and no one is there to help him. Stomanen, he was always looking for the hook shot from the side, but never even got level 6 by the looks of it, and in fact, it doesn't have level 6 still. That's going to be a bit of a rough situation for him to be in, as they simply are able to focus down, no pun intended, focus, and one by one they fall. We hear shards as well. Shackles, they found a Spartan. He's just going to die in his jungle. Gets off the disruption. He's going to have a bit of time, but there he goes. There goes my hero. Watch him as he goes. Spartan's going to take a death. Tipex easily picking up the kill there. As now the Timber Saw is going to start to just run at people here. They don't have a whole lot to stop him. Skylark not too bad, at least now that he's got Ion Shell maxed. Will be going into the mechanism as well to try and create a little bit more of a buffer space for his team. It's a bit too greedy to go straight for the Aghanim Scepter this game, especially because they can punish your push very easily. Great ward placed down from the Hippomaniac, so they've got intel. They know Spartan's here. Spartan's like, God damn it, they have a ward. Self-disruption buys a little bit of time, but Tipex right near all the trees. It's going to be a big old whirling death here, and there he goes, and down goes Spartan there. Second death back-to-back. Wish is going to be forced away by Curry. Stomanen still only level 4, compared to the level 9, the level 7 of the enemies he's currently facing. And Wish is actually going to be going here for the Orchid. Senny, it could be a pretty easy kill, and should be, especially with Stomanen closing the gap. Into the shards they go, but there's another creep here, which means Senny's able to actually cast another spell. They give a little bit of damage. Wish, though, with an Astral Step, should be able to escape, leaving Stomanen to his death, as he's picked up by Tipex and Curry. Slavi looking for an Omni Slash, though. It's a bit difficult and a little bit risky versus Wish, because there's no guarantee that he's actually just going to stand in the Omni. In fact, it's almost guaranteed he's not going to do that. Skylark does have the full mechanism completed, but unfortunately the net worth difference is already kind of 1k. Not that important, but really at this stage it's experience. We do have level 6 at least for Stomanen. They might need to try and rotate mid, because Wish currently getting ran down, but they're not really going to commit too hard there for that push. Pings coming through. They want to try and counter-initiate. They are pretty deep here for the Hippomaniacs, but PA currently fighting top, so the 4v4 fight looking a lot better for Hippomaniacs in my opinion. I just don't think we really have the damage to kill the Timber, to kill the DP, I think is very difficult. Juggernaut off and away farming, Senny and Shaman, 2 very easy kills at least. The problem that Hippomaniacs are going to have is that their supports before items are not great at initiating, so they really depend on Tipex here to find the kills, or to set up the kills, I should say. Spartan, he's going to reveal himself. He might just be cut down here by Tipex, but they're unwilling to make that jump. Spartan's like, do it, I dare you. Make my day. Nothing would make me happier for you to kill me. I'm still level 5, and I'm happy. I'm having fun this game. Fortification is used behind the tier 1 towers. They will drop Serpent Wards, Healing Ward as well, with the wagon. Off a 10-minute wagon already for the tier 1 tower. Tier 2 make it is really, really quite frightening here. And the Exo used as well. Brame, they're going to lose this tower, and there's not a whole lot they can hope to do about it. Focus at least able to get the tower top lane, but we can see Stomanen having a little bit of a fun time there with the cast animation of Hookshot. Unfortunately, even with Skylark here, they're not going to be able to defend. Although, Hookshot, they will find one, as actually tanking the tower is Muff, so he dies just basically to the tower alone. Doesn't get any impactful spells off. Senny's going to be the second to go. Focus showing up as well, just to get a little bit of experience in. And Hippomaniacs, the push just fell apart so quickly. Where was the tide? Where's the Timber? Why wasn't he just tanking the tower? They didn't even get the tower. They commit Serpent Wars. They have 5 heroes down bottom. They commit Exo, and they don't get the tower. That's really bad for Hippomaniacs, unfortunately. Like, that's totally fine if you lose both of your supports and you get the tower, but it's still alive. And it's like, sure, it's only got like 200 HP, but that's another push you're going to have to commit. Like, what if that tower survives until like 45 minutes and you can't get megas because of that tier 2 still there? You know, like, that stuff's really important. Now you have a TP spot as well. You can't take outposts before 20 minutes. I don't know. Just imagine an alternate scenario where Hippomaniacs do end up finishing the tower off. Unfortunately, we do not live in such a scenario. Rotations coming top lane as Brame are on the hunt now, and they could go for Slavi. Setting it up here is going to be Spartan. They need to make sure they get the hookshot correctly. They're going to be trying to TP, but perfect. Just stand still for me, why don't you, Slavi? Right into the Omni side she goes, but everyone now just ready to absorb the damage. Sharing is caring, and why not share a couple of different ion shells here, Slavi? Fantastic kill top lane out from Brame, as they will be able to execute that Juggernaut. They even get him to waste the ultimate, and just a bit of a panic move there, I think, from the Jug. As soon as you get that TP canceled, I think you just kind of accept your death. Drop the healing ward, maybe even don't, because that's 75 gold, and then just, I don't know, hit some creep on the way out. DD rune spawns on the river. Both teams are going to want this. Oh, Shaman's going to deny it. Spartan's going to deny it. I don't know why I called him Shaman. They're going back for this bottom push. It looks like they've committed Serpent Wards, and now they're going to get it. So Muff has to drop double Serpent Wards for that tier 1. Tier 2, sorry. It's not the worst thing. It's only Serpent Wards level 1, so... Honestly, like, any use you can get out of Serpent Wards level 1, in my opinion, is completely worth it. They're not going to have that for an engagement, but I don't know how likely it is that that actually comes into play. As Hippomaniacs, they're going to be smoked. Spartan's going to break the smoke and scare them away. Rotation going top lane, as I believe that's Battle Fury completed for PA. 14 minutes in. I think she should have boots as well here. Power treads by the looks of it. Be careful, my PA, pardon me for the hiccups. First time I've had hiccups in years. So they need something to scare me. What would scare me here? Brame, Spartan, go run in and run up to the tier 2 tower and die. I don't know. That wouldn't even be scary. I'd be suspecting that one. Nah, I don't know. That was a cheap shot. But so far, so good for Hippomaniacs. We got a couple items. Net worth just about even as it gets, as now they're going to be smoking here on the side of Brame off the back of the Orchid pickup for our Void Spirit. Focus continuing to farm. As I think they're going to try and let them come up to high ground. I think they're going to go for Roche, which wouldn't be the strangest play. I mean, given the fact that Wish is level 11, we should have level 2 Exo up for our mid laner DP. I'm going to scout that ward, but the hookshot now is they're going to go quickly here onto Muff, Sunny nearby, trying to break out his friend, and they will be able to do so and even turn now with the freezing field. Disruption to buy a little bit of time. Wish jumping in. A Thermite blocked, though, by the Juggernaut Illusion. No, actually, Muff is going to catch it, and Sunny, he's going to have 2 allies die right around him here. Tipek at least does finally get this kill onto Stomanen, but Sunny in a lot of trouble now, especially with the Ion Shells. He is going absolutely nowhere, but does lead them away at the very least from the Timber Saw. DP not showing up to this fight, instead kind of caught a little bit further away from them, jungling and hitting some creep. You know, is unable to really make much use out of that one there.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
All right, here's Skylark. What are you queuing up? He's already got the Guardian Greaves finished up, going back for the Pipe of Insight. Fantastic item in this game. Shaman does not have enough money here for the full Aether Lens. He could really do well with that. The increased cast range versus PA versus even Skylark and Spartan is super nice to have here. Yeah, unfortunately, he's not going to be given too much room to farm. I think he just needed that 1 CS, though, so he should have it about now. Which side is Hippo? Hippomaniacs on the Dire side here, indicated by the presence of the Hippo on your screen on the right side. Brame, that little kind of hexagonal B shape. As they will be starting up Roche. They're committing Exo as well as Serpent Wards for this. I don't think Brame no. There's a couple of pings, but I think right now Focus just thinks that they're in his triangle. They don't have a scan for either side. A Fortify available for both, and unfortunately they're not going to be able to contest this in time, as that tower will be going down. Rocket Flare is going to scout them, but a bit too late. And that'll be then Aegis for Slavi. Oh, Skylark, he tried, though. He's going to fight into the Exo as well as the big ol' spin. He's going to drop. Couldn't even get off the Guardian Greaves. He actually already got them off, but he dies just as fast. Spartan also threw down a Demonic Rage or Demonic Purge there onto someone. Not quite sure who, because everyone's full HP, but it didn't really matter that much. Brame, unfortunately, they try and contest that one just a little bit too late, and they're going to lose their offlaner off the back of that engagement. Focus not ready to fight yet. Going for the BKB, probably then into the Desolator. Pretty standard build here for the PA, especially with the pirate hat. Not pirate hat, a cowboy hat. You know what's absolutely amazing is that cowboys, the only reason they existed is because Americans did not invent, get this, fences. That's the only reason cowboys existed. As soon as they invented the barbed wire, there's no need for the cowboys. Because they couldn't really drive cattle anymore. That was the whole point of them. And they started shooting people instead. A real shame. And I guess the U.S., and then here they are, right? Anyway, T-Peck still quite farmed. We now have that Aether Lens for Shaman. So he's still going to be able to make really great work there. And you know, it's funny, actually. Some spaghetti westerns were such a thing just because the Italians really loved the Western movies. Skylark, in trouble. Silence Dog. They cannot quite kill him too easily, especially with the Essence Ring. He can always purge off his silence by himself. Sunny's been scouted, though, vacuumed back into the trees, into the waiting arms of too many enemies, but now they actually don't have a way to stop the freezing field. Spartan, though, will be able to actually close the gap. The Stomanen jumps in, cancels the freezing field. They get the kill, Sweat with Demonic Purge, but now they don't have that to work with. Stomanen running for his life. Skylark in trouble. There's going to be a big old Omni Slash. They do not manage to get the kill on the Skylark, though. He's still alive. He's going to come out of the disruption. A-OK gets off even the surge, so he's fine. Both supports now dead. We get the Serpent Wards dropped at least behind this little engagement. But look at Focus Go. Wants to try and blow up the Timber Saw as now the ghosts are back up. Exorcism is up and ready. Slavi is going to get stopped by the Wall of Replica, though. As that Skylark counter-initiating here quite nicely. Curry, not sure if he really wants to be fighting here. Oh, you don't want to disrupt them either, though, Spartan, or do you? As there's a silence, Focus will toss a dagger his way. No such luck on the crit, however, as they will now catch him, at least with the Aether Remnant. And with Maniacs, they farm together in the medium camp. You know, a team that farms together stays together, as Curry walks right through the Wall of Replica. Does not care. And that's a DD Ruin now that's going to spawn in. Good save there by Spartan, making sure his ally did not die in the Omni Slash. Simple disruption there is all that they need. They also get 2 kills on the supports here in favor of Bram, so not a bad fight whatsoever. They're going to be pretty happy with how that one went. T-Peck, they are smoking after him here. Hookshot is available. Wish, though, right nearby, has got silence. Has gone for the Boots of Travel primarily, though, but the team's going to be able to counter-engage right around him. They're waiting for the Shackles to come out, but they're not going to be able to wait long enough. Vacuum will connect onto 3. Slavi nearby, though. That's some late. She's going to be actually down to the low ground. Astral Step out from Wish, as he is going to be able to silence up at least 1. Focus now jumping after the Shaman. Might be able to pick him off, as popping the BKB is focused, so no chance for the Shaman to do much to him now. Skylark continuing to just run around in this engagement. They will now try and focus him, as Focus with this BKB active is just about unkillable. Stomanen and still Spartan are doing lots of damage, as Stomanen is not going to be able to connect there on the hook shot. That will condemn Skylark, who will now fall. Cogs are pretty decent, stopping too. Slavi with the D-Rune this entire time, as there's the Yule Scepter to just make sure they cancel the TP from Stomanen. Spartan from the high ground, actually managing to burn the Aegis here. All right, he's going to allow a look to TP out, and he will. A very rare scenario where Spartan TP's out at the end of the fight as soon as he's done his duty. There's about another minute and a half left on that Aegis, so a nice pick off there for Stomanen. Hippo Maniacs, they might try. Curry they've been fighting for goddamn 3 straight exorcisms straight. They've not stopped fighting. Fortify's going to come through. That's going to nuke the wave. And might even nuke the second unless they aggressively fortify, which they will because they want to keep this wagon alive. Exo, level 2 here, ready to go. As right now, Void Spirit not quite ready to fight. Big back wall combo though onto 4. They're going to drop Serpent Wards in return. Sunny is going to be trapped, left behind, starts the freezing field, and they will be able to get Wish from the high ground as well using the Shackles. Focus though, jumps right back into Slavi. He's dead, does not have the Aegis this time to keep him alive, and there's going to now be Muff down for the count. T-Peck looking to Timber Train his way out of here and will be able to do so, but Stomanen not too far behind him, and Focus is going to be able to Phantom Strike his way right onto his target. Looking to try and TP will be T-Peck, will just barely be able to escape. No more stuns were available. But Skylark just counter-initiated, and they all just kind of walked up on the high ground and gave him a 5-man vac wall. Beautiful stuff there. They're lucky not to have gotten that 5-man Astral Step immediately after. Unfortunately, Sunny gets trapped inside the Serpent Wards. Was a little bit unlucky there for sure. But it's not a bad fight whatsoever. So good. We should watch it again here. I mean, just Skylark. He just walks up. He's like, oh, what's up? I'm here. Don't worry, guys. 4-man vac wall combo. Sunny left behind. Slavi left basically on a sliver of HP. They hit him with a disruption to make sure he can't counter-initiate, but that sets up Wish then for the kill, as then they will get Muff on top. Stomanen actually hook shots him to try and save his ally, but he's a little bit too late. Good effort was made. Very good effort. Team Results going for a Sheila's Guard. That'll be very useful here against RPA. As Spartan, once again, just threw the ward up there, and then he's going to go back. This madman. Alone? There's no way he just does that if he's alone, right? Little did you know. Do that if you're alone. The man is just so aggressive. Very fun to watch.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Spartan just chilling down bottom. He's got a ward placed down. He's like, I'm not showing up. He's like, Rocket Flare right there. Stolan will be able to do so. And that's going to scout a couple of different heroes here on the side of Hippomaniacs. That gives a little bit of confidence to focus, but does not need to run because there's big TPs coming his way. T-Peck with the Yule Scepter should be able to set up from up. This is going to force a BKB, but no, the Hex is going to quite even get a kill here. Stripping wards as well as freezing field just to make sure they can find it. Big kill there in favor of the Hex. Nice job there. Positions 3, 4, 5. Coming in clutch, all using the ulti to take down the big bad PA. Very necessary, though. Very necessary.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower.
See Peck here pushing this tier 1 tower, along with the rest of his squad now backing him up. Roshan might be up respawning very quickly. Scarlock down bottom. Still going to collect some bounty rays. Unfortunately, he's a little bit late. That's straight refresher. No, that's a Lotus Orb here that should be on his way, as he just now needs the plate mail, which I imagine is going to be either on his courier or coming soon. Doesn't even have money for this. Guarding Room is quite expensive, around 6k. A little bit less, probably like 5.6. No, he's got the full Lotus. Wow. Very tanky. Very, very farmed, rather, this guy. Like, and quite tanky now, actually. It's not incorrect.
Are scanning.
Bram just kind of grouping up here, ready to go in and fight, but not really getting the opportunity here. And again, I really still would like Skylark to go for this Aghanim Scepter at some point. I think it's so damn good. Really increases his GPM, but he is the Darkseer Master, so I will not question his builds. Spartan kind of blocking Skylark away. They kind of trapped him in that little tree area. As Hippomaniacs setting up on their own high ground here, expecting some sort of aggressive move out from Brame. Instead, they're going to take the initiative now. Smoke on up as 5, and maybe even, just maybe, cross the river. They now know there's no Dissemblate for Wish. He's been silenced, and now we need the counter initiation. Brame waiting to the jump. Beautiful hook shot now onto 2, and immediately 2 heroes dead. They cancel the freezing field. They can as well, and they are just going to drop Spartan, but that means now they're at full power. Slavi running life here from Focus. Big old crit as he finally finds the crit button, and Wish, along with Skylark, able to actually finish him off. Skylark with a great counter initiation, and Focus the patience to not immediately jump the first person he saw. Instead, cleaves there with the critical strike, as well as that Battle Fury into the beautiful, I think it was a 3-man back wall combo out from Skylark. Nicely done. Take another look at that one. Yes, please. Look, Focus is just so zen. He's like, nope, I have to wait for the vacuum wall. Catches 3. They immediately kill Muff, cancel the shackles as well, and the team fight's just over from there. Yeah, you get Spartan, but again, I don't really care about that. Roche is going to go down. Aegis and Cheese, then Aegis on over to that should be Thug, and Cheese for, I don't know, maybe the Void Spirit here this game. Sorry, Focus, not Thug. Not bad. That was a bit of a slip.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Boom, there it goes.
Wish will find Muff, but they don't quite have the damage. Spartan will be able to get that kill, however. Purge, that's going to pop him in just a second. Vacuum to catch 3, that's going to force the spin from Slavi. Wish now confident going in. Finds Sunny. Sunny just standing still. Maybe was expected to be dead already, but there goes Focus there. Your Wish is his command. And now they have managed to trap themselves a very good kill. Oh, wow, Soul Catcher does so much work, and eventually they should have the damage here. As out they come from the Dissemblate, taunted up, however, into the Aether Remnant, and down goes the Timber. Spartan getting a second kill there, actually. That's going to be the 9 times godlike streak ended. He's like, I didn't want this gold. Our PA. Is that an Agnum Scepter? It should be. Stomanen, really great find onto Curry. They even hit him with the vacuum wall combo. Just the wall, actually. Vacuum to follow up in case he was still alive, but he was most certainly dead. Some Luigi's Mansion vacuum there. Sucked him right into the backpack, and they're going to be able to frame that DP up just beautifully. Frame right onto the tier 2 tower. This thing is as good as gone. The even actually Spartan deciding who does the most damage here. It's Skylark. Let's go ahead and make 2 illusions of him and get them to work on that tier 1 tower. Skylark and Jin again forcing the spin from Slavi, as there is going to be the battle for, sorry, the Agnum Scepter picked up for PA. Sunny, look at Spartan, dude. This guy's crazy. He doesn't give a damn. His team's nowhere near him, and he's just dropping his ulti on the Maiden. Buy a courier, please. Good one, Skylark. This feeling pretty confident with a 10k net worth lead. They are going to be looking pretty strong here. We're going to push up to high ground. They still have 1 tier 2 remaining, but Aegis and Cheese still in the company of Brame. And Hippomaniacs already starting to feel the pressure. Kind of confined in their own base. Stomanen now, speaking of feeling the pressure, is going to be able to bring it with the overclock. PA blurred up, just daring anyone to leave the base. Daring them! Do you dare leave the base? It's a bit risky here, as Hippomaniacs do have 5 heroes ready to just counter engage, but Focus will back off. It's not quite the blur reveal he was looking for. Of course, this hero can just remain permanent and untargeted by the, not only, of course, well, just everyone, but great AoE damage this game at least. You can potentially kill him with Freezing Field, on a good spin, the Chakram damage as well. But Hippomaniacs, they are staying put. They do not want to leave their base. T-Peck is going to be the first to venture. He's going to catch her up from Spartan. Focus just going to toss a dagger at him. Now there's going to be the jump, but they've got plenty of heroes nearby. Hexed up, of course. We still have this. Oh, yeah, nice save from Spartan. We still do have the Aegis ready to go. They don't want to use BKB on the first life, as Focus will still be alive. Focus, they actually got a little bit of utility out, but most importantly, they secure the tier 2 top. Focus is going to be able to basically pick out to full HP here relatively quickly. Not too much of a concern here for the likes of Brame.
To restore the void within.
11k net worth. Wow, still on a new Madman straight up to the high ground. He's going to eat the Yule Scepter, the Aether Remnant, perfectly catching Muff. That's going to allow the Overclock to get up, but he's hexed up, cannot get off the shackles. That's going to allow Focus to go right on in. Stomanen looking for a second hook shot. Will find it now onto the Juggernaut, who's spinning, trying to get away from Focus. Will be able to do so, but look at Focus. He jumps right on the back liners. He wants that second kill onto the Maiden. Will be forced back by the Blur, but already a great counter initiation. That wall of Replica stopping them from really getting the counterplay they were looking for. Skylark just runs right into the enemies, and they might be looking to bait him. Nope. Oh! They TP. No, Spartan saved him. The cheese consumed. Skylark, okay, eats the Omni Slash and a full duration Shackles. What's going on? Brame, they're falling apart. There's going to be a pretty long duration of Freezing Field. No one to cancel it. Spartan's now dead, but Focus not powering up. His Aegis is going to be reclaimed. He really wants his kill now onto Muff, but will not be able to find it. There's going to be the right clicks, but just in time. The Shackles last long enough for Slavi, as well as this Timber to do plenty of damage. Astro step up to the high ground. They cannot quite chase him. We're out of mana onto Peck, and a costly fight there for Brame. Lose Aegis at a bad time. BKB is going to run out of its duration. And we get a good fight. Just to leave Skylark or fight. I don't understand. He's like so much of your team fight, and without him, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to go in. Thug gets one, but gets a little bit too greedy there, as the Ghost Scepter is just proven to be too useful here. They're able to hold him down and get way too much damage there. Not the end of the world, though. They only end up dropping 3K of their net worth, unfortunately. Not quite the fight that, of course, Bram were hoping to get. That's not the worst one either. Demonin with this Aghanim Scepter here. Of course, that overclock going to be put to work this game. Pretty expensive to use on the mana. Void Spirit with the Silence is now extremely effective here versus the supports, who have the Ghost Scepters, but are going to be extremely vulnerable here. And actually, I do really like that pickup of the, what's it called? The something Quiver, Enchanted Quiver. Bonus damage does get applied to whoever you hit with your Astral Step as well. And then the mark damage on top is very, very nice for bursting down on some of these support heroes. So right now, it seems like Wish's job is to just run and get the supports, make sure that no one can lock down the... And just let Focus run around in the fight. Let Skylark get off a really nice engagement. And then, yeah, just hope Spartan is there to save someone. Good scan here from both sides. In the triangle will go Brame. Hippomaniac's going to scout them out. They're going to leave the base, not under the cover of smoke as well. Curry is just going to die. Does not have buyback. But Focus even pops his BKB because he's like, this is a bait, right? But it's not. So Spartan tips him because he's like, dude, that's what I normally do. Same. Except not on the mid lane. Slavi, it just doesn't want anything to do with this. He's going to spin away. Brame, obviously, they don't know that there's no buyback here on the DP, but they might know soon. As they are having that Remnant placed very defensively to make sure no one can really get the jump onto Focus. Creep lane's pushing in top and bottom, middle right now. Sorry, make that middle and bottom, but top lane, they're going to send Wish to push that wave back out. And they're not really going to apply too much pressure here. Roshan, that's a fast one. If that's scouted very quickly here from Brame, that could be lethal to Hippomaniacs and their chances here of taking game number 1 of this series. I think it has been scouted. I'm not courier that is. It looks like it's a Hippomaniacs courier. I think. I can't tell if that courier is going home. It is. And the big scout there is now for sure they know. Focus is going to be able to scout it. But Curry's respawned naturally. Didn't pop EXO or BKB on that light, so not a very costly death there. Just ended up looking, unfortunately, a little bit silly. Aghanim's Blessing on this Roshan as well. Speaking of Ags, they're going to buy one now for the Juggernaut. He does not buy back, however, off the back of this purchase. And they're going to be trying to contest the Roche, but they're not going to be able to time here, especially if we get just one more crit. Curry ready to go, though, as they're going to be sending Timbersaw into the pit, but down goes Roche. It seems like a forced fight here, but Focus now with Aegis. There's going to be the hookshot. Stomanin catches 3 in his cogs, this gamer, and he's going to even stun him for a second time. He's going to go down, but they still lose to Spartan. In the meantime, Curry fighting versus 2 will end up perishing, as the Timbersaw trying his best, but cannot do much. Oh, there's going to be the Swift Slash then, and that's a kill on the Skylark. He does have buyback. On him. Just throws himself into the hands of the enemies. Fantastic spot to line up for a hookshot as well there. And that's going to be them Brame off to a fantastic start. They are very, very happy with the way this game is progressing. Who picked up that Aghanim's Blessing, though? I didn't quite scout it. Unfortunately, it was a bit of a chaotic fight. Brame should have gotten all 3 components from that Ags. Whoa, Focus, what are you doing here? This could be Aegis lost, and it should be even. Shackles to follow up, surely coming, with the shard as well from Muff. That's good life. Aegis down. They might even be able to cycle for a second one here. There's no one from Brame alive. What Wish? Hello? What's going on? Focus. Okay, now they're going to go for him instead, but they will be able to scare Muff into canceling his shackles, but they've gotten Focus now. All right, Wish needs to run. He's just going to TP right there. Okay, and he will be allowed to leave. What is going on? Kind of almost a major throw there from Bram. Luckily, they're still 14k up. Shouldn't be too big of a deal. Okay, so it looks like Spartans picked up the Aghanom's Blessing, so 3 charges now of the ultimate. There's no way he's got the gold to farm it naturally. Especially because he's now finding himself much richer than Stomanin, who had to work for his Aghanim's. I think actually everyone but Skylark has Ags this game. in terms of the heroes on Brain. Not a bad team here. Team Aghanim Scepter. I'd like Skylark to end up going for the Ags, if I'm completely honest. I think Darkseer Ags is still really strong into the late game, but he's decided against it. Oh, no. Oh, no. Wish is here. T-Peck is like, what's up? He's going to call reinforcements. He's just going to scout. Muff is going to close the gap. Wish. Oh, wow. Look at the Hex range. My goodness. Into the shackles, and he's as good as dead. There's nothing they can do to stop this one. Big mistake there. Muff, he must... There's no buyback either for Wish. Brame, not like this. Come on, guys. But I think we also have an Aether Lens on top of, I think that should be... what the heck does Muff have? Its cast range is crazy on that Hex. It should have been the Psychic Headband, I think, for the Shaman. I can't imagine he hits that Hex from that range without it. Or maybe Telescope? Yeah, probably Telescope. My goodness. They don't have the buff, though, so it doesn't look like it. Exo used for the tier 2 tower. They're going to try for high ground, and they very well could get Barracks here. I didn't suspect the Hippomaniacs lineup to be the first to get Barracks, but all of a sudden they're right back into the base. Slavi able to just clear those illusions relatively quickly. Tier 3 tower going down very fast. As down it'll go. Muff gets the tower last hit there quite easily as well. They got to be careful diving into the base. They got buyback now all of a sudden. But there they go. Swift Slash onto Spartan. He's dead. Doesn't have buyback. Hookshot is going to connect onto 2. Skylark as well with the vacuum wall. Hookshot refreshed as well. So they will be able to blow through the Juggernaut on his first life. Double cogs as well. Where are you going, they say here to T-Pack. He's like, I'm going over here. No, you're not. Bashed up by Focus. Timberchain stopped in his tracks. And just a wild fight. But Brame are going to be able to actually defend the high ground. And now, just like that, there's no buyback for the Juggernaut. And I think Brame are very interested in heading right back down mid lane and pushing in response. Skylark has the Lotus Orb ready to go. Abyssal Blade finished now. Darkseer does have the Ags, pardon me. So it's Team Aghanim Scepter versus Hippomaniacs right now for Brame. Everyone's got the Ags, a Blessing or regular. Surprisingly, the first one to get the Blessing is going to be Spartan, but of course that is a little bit of a misinterpretation because he picked it up from third Roche. But up to the high ground goes Skylark. We got buyback though for our Juggernauts, and Skylark, you can try, but you don't do that much damage to the towers. 182 is not bad. It's respectable. A little bit of a dagger. Not going to find a crit on that one. Stomanin threatening to go here for the hook shot. Does have that overclock ready to go again. Wish. It's going to be silenced up. He's going to actually eat this Aether Remnant, though. Invis, but they're still going to make the jump onto him because they got the vision. So on in here with the singular hook shot. They should get this kill onto Muff. The vacuum is not going to quite secure, but the hook shot rather make it the Rocket Flare will. And then trigger a buyback out from T-Peck, jumping right back in because they want this quick kill now on Sakura, and they're going to find it. That's going to get another buyback out from them. Oh, the BKB active for Focus, and he will be able to secure another kill. Spartan just keeping him held down. That's a dieback now for T-Peck. So Hookshot's going to miss. Doanen actually overclocked for that one, but he's got the cog pushback now onto Sunny. Focus in trouble. He's going to eat an Omni Slash for free. They cannot get him out in time, and he's dead for 100. Unfortunately, either a hookshot or a disruption would have been very useful to save Focus. They had neither, as they committed both to try and kill the Maiden. And this game continues. Bram having some troubles finishing this game off, despite having a good lead. Skylark, though, I think he's impatient. He's going to look for the turn. Vacuum only catching one, but that should be a quick kill onto Muff and a dieback on top of that. Dead for 105. Now all of a sudden it's a 4v2, and I think you feel a lot better about going high ground. So Spartan just always has charges now with the Scepter. Oh no, Skylark chasing after him. Did they take AoE Surge, or did we take Parallel Wall? I think we saw Parallel Wall in that fight. And I think that's Parallel Wall on the right as well. Would be for the talents there. I think that's parallel. I don't remember which side is which for the Darkseer talents. That is going to be parallel wall. So yeah, Skylark actually really likes to go for the parallel wall over the AoE surge. Just a little surprising considering I think how strong I consider the AoE surge to be. 3 charges of the Demonic Purge. Not bad whatsoever. Wouldn't mind seeing the Aghanim Shard as well for Spartan for that 80% damage, or for the constant dispel. I think it's so good, Slavi. Wow, fresh Blink Dagger there for Spartan, immediately paying off. as he's going to use that immediately to get out of harm's way. Wish is going to nuke the wave, commits both charges of the Resonant Pulse. Doesn't have a silence, but it has 2 Astral Steps here. And he's going to see a Maiden farming. Smoke's going to break on the Maiden. That's a little bit of a spooky time. And, well, I think Maiden is just dead. Going Invis, though. Sunlight, they catch her with the Aether Remnant. We need another commitment here. A very heavy commitment, but Wish is going to find the kill. Continuing to stagger the deaths here of the supports, making this a very, very annoying game for Hippomaniacs to try and defend. Wish 25. As there's Focus, just critting the entire creep wave. Don't worry about that. And he has gone, I believe, for the Sunlight Stuns for 2.5 seconds. Oh, parallel wall. Wow. All right, instantly dead. Slavi just getting bursted down. Parallel wall as well is going to slow down the Timber Saw as he tries to chase him away from the base. Nice Force Staff, though, should close the gap. But look at this. Oh, my goodness, T-Peck so aggressive on the high ground. They will eventually be able to create enough space between the two of them. And they prove to be a little bit too evasive. But another buyback forced out. Another pair of buybacks make that. I believe that should be then the entirety of Hippomaniacs without buyback on their roster. Void Spirit has taken the Sunlight Stun for 2.5 seconds. Very, very strong talent here. He's got the Gem of True Sight, so there's no way that they can evade him anymore with the Glimmer Cape, which makes sense. I was wondering how he's still finding those kills so easily. Scythe of Ice for Darkseer. Cheese in the backpack. Look at how much damage he does here. Basically just 2 charges constantly of the Ion Shell. Stomanen, very tanky now as well with the full eggs. He's actually got now the Minotaur Horn on top of the Soul Vessel and even just Casual Bracer. That's a lot of HP. Oh, what? They just walk into the enemies, and Brame, he's invis. They didn't scout him. They're still going to get off a decent Omni Slash with Focus now. He's going to live through that initial Hex. Great vacuum. He's going to catch 2 into the parallel wall. It's a bit late, but it doesn't matter because Curry is getting absolutely demolished right now by the PA. BKB duration is going to end, but the Sunlight Stun, it's perfect. Onto 2. They're going to be able to follow up. There's the Aether Remnant. Stunned and killed is going to be Curry. Dead for the count now. Soanen has buyback because he does perish there to the freezing field inside the Roche Pit, but Juggernaut, he's just fought back. He cannot die, and he does to Wish. Unfortunately, Spartan still alive, actually, here, of all things. And now, T-Peck, as much as he wanted to try to get that kill, Spartan up to the high ground, able to juke him. 4 dead here, none with buyback on the side of the Hippomaniacs. They immediately TP on to the creep waves, and they're going to call the GG. Well played. 34K, 46 minutes, rather, but it will be Brame taking game number 1 of our best of 3 series. Brame with a pretty solid game number 1 here, as that will be a pretty long one. It looked like they were going to maybe actually come out of control with that game. It started to slip away from them, I want to say, for a little bit, but Hippomaniacs with some decent high ground holds there. A little bit of a silly play sometimes from Brame as they played a little bit too aggressively here, but even Brame at one moment, I think really decisive fight that game was going to be the one on the high ground, the tier 4. Stomanen with some massive plays as well with the Aghanim Scepter. Made so much work happen, and a very fun game 1. I cannot wait until we get underway for game number 2, guys. Thank you for tuning in. Hopefully you're enjoying the coverage as we're going to be going to a short break. When we come back, Brame versus Hippomaniacs game number 2. We'll see you then. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Snow Sweet Snow number 2. We are now live with our draft number 10 of the day, I believe. Now, this is our 10th draft. If you've been tuning in the entire time, why, thank you. If you're just tuning in now, well, you just missed a very impressive game number 1 out from Brame. It looked like they were going to throw it back, but some clutch hook shots out from Stompiden, really preventing that one from happening. And Hipomaniacs, if they're going to want to win, they're going to need to go to 3. Last time these two teams met, though, it was over in 2 with a victory for Brame, and it does seem to be like we're heading towards that fashion again. Still some potential here, of course, out from the Hippomaniacs, as well, of course, a brand new draft for them. They don't have a last pick, but they're going to be first picking here on the Radiant side. We'll see what they can opt for. I think Stomanen has always having a fantastic game. Wish really popped off there. Focus, he got the space, he got the time, you got the farm, and he was able to make the plays happen. But Skylark as well, super impactful with his early game vacuum walls. To be honest, I think Hippomaniacs kind of made it easy for him. In fact, in some of his most impactful plays, he just walks up. Again, I say to use the word walk because he wasn't Surge. He just walks up and vacuums and walls. Like, it was just that easy for him. Come on, you got to at least make it a little bit hard for Skylark. The dude's known for playing his Darkseer. Hippomaniacs, they see nothing wrong with the Shaman. I absolutely agree. I think Muff played a fantastic game, as good as he could. I would like to see the position 5 change, however. I think they do need a little bit of more initiation, at least out of the gate. Shaman was great late game once he picked up either a telescope or some neutral item. Either way, after the Aether Lens pickup, he was great. He got a couple of solo kills and actually enabled, well, actually, yeah, I would say he got a solo kill. I mean, he basically solo killed Wish using the Serpents as well as the Aghanim Shard upgraded Shackles. He enabled to kill top lane as well onto Wish when they found him in the trees. You know, those are big plays, but you can't really get away with doing those earlier on in the game. And although they were great plays by Muff, no disrespect meant, I don't think you can always rely on having an Aether Lens, a Blink Dagger, a Ghost Scepter, and an Invis Timbersaw to allow you to get that initiation. I think that's not quite a fluke because they put themselves in the position to find it with a fantastic scan, but it's not always going to be guaranteed. Brame are going to pick up the Earthshaker. I wonder if Hippomaniacs are going to pick up the Rubik then. I wouldn't mind, to be honest. Rubik's still not quite as active as a support as I would maybe hope for, but I think you can build them as such. I wonder if Brame are going to consider banning it, though. Hippomaniacs, they might decide to opt for the AA, position 5, just to make sure they don't get Earthshaker morphlined here. That's not a bad move because Brame, they might decide to just force the AA ban anyway. Or they just could pick it, to be honest. That's the kind of the scary part with first pick. We'll see what they want to do. I'm not really sure. I think Hippomaniacs, they have to really carefully consider what they would go for. Of course, Focus is a good Morphling player, so it's most certainly possible. I think almost every single mid laner playing some degree of Morphling just because you have to, because of how strong this combo is. They're going to go with the Witch Doctor. Not a terrible pickup here against the Morphling, against the potential Morphling, but it does lock you out from going for the Ancient Apparition. Pretty strong versus the Earthshaker, though. That's going to be one strength, at least in the lane. As soon as you get Death Ward, you're generally extremely annoyed by the... Interesting, they picked the Beastmaster into the Witch Doctor. Generally, that's kind of a soft counter. It's not as hard as a counter as an Anch or the Crystal Maiden, which we usually normally see in response to the Beastmaster, or to try and dissuade from the Beastmaster instead, rather. But it's not going to be that bad. The issue is here, of course, having the dual strength core lineup without really knowing what lane you're going to be up against here for Hippomaniacs. Of course, Earthshaker Shard is very strong and very powerful, so it may not matter. But Witch Doctor's great. He chunks through strength cores pretty easily. The issue he faces is that he's a really easy fissure target, as is the Shaman. So if the supports can try and coordinate and make sure they're never within the same fissure range or like one line for a fissure, at least a reasonable fissure, right? They need to make sure that they're also not going to get Echo Slam. They need to make sure that Beastmaster is going to be able to roar the two of them because it's a lot of their control. I do love the cask, though. These sort of fire and forget stuns are potentially very strong against a Beastmaster. But again, it's going to be rather difficult to get off a really impactful Death Ward already, just because of the Earthshaker presence. Not to mention, Beastmaster are going to be going for the Necro 3, and the Cask is going to be bouncing to quite a few targets here. So it's very strong because it does reduce Beastmaster's impact in one way, but it also means that you're using Cask to make sure that they don't kill the position 5, which has a lot of value. Or Witch Doctor on that Death Ward can really, really pump out the damage along with a well-timed Maledict. It's also a good urn carrier and could potentially build into a vessel, even on the position 5. In my opinion, Witch Doctor really just needs brown boots, and that's about it. You can give him basically anything else that the team needs. Yule Scepter, sure thing. Blink Dagger, yeah, why not? Get that Cask to open up the team fights. Not the best initiator, though. Force Staff Glimmer, the usual, Ghost Scepter, why bother? Just build the Aghanim Shard instead for 100 gold cheaper, and it allows you to do damage. It's a potential pickup here. And it's one of my favorite heroes. I'm getting close to that level 25 on that guy as well with the Dota Plus levels. One of these days. The Morphlin's still a consideration here for Hippomaniacs, and they know that they can't really counterpick it with one of the supports. AA would not really fit easily into this lineup. I've seen it run offlane before. It just wouldn't be good. And they're going to run the risk of letting it through here, instead choosing to ban out the Grimstroke, which is also a solid ban. We need a position 5. We need a mid laner. We need a carry for Brame. They don't have to pick the Morphling here, and they're not going to. It'll be the Willow instead. Mars is banned, so we don't have that combo to run with, but it's not a bad lane regardless. You probably do want just a little bit more casual stun, I would say. Either on your core, maybe, well, not a Wraith King, but something like a Wraith King would be pretty nice. Or you want your mid laner to have some form of lockdown. Lockdown specifically. The silence is really good this game as well versus the Shaman Witch Doctor, so I wouldn't mind seeing that. But for the same reason, I also wouldn't mind seeing something like a Void Spirit go for the Ags, because that's going to be very powerful versus the Shaman and the Witch Doctor alike, while also carrying an Aether Remnant just to make sure you can cover yourself. 3 kind of scary picks already, though, for Brame. Hippomaniacs haven't revealed their support duo here. Kind of set their supports up to be not useless, but to be kind of limited in the amount of impact they can have. Hippomaniacs really going down to the reserve time. 4 seconds remain, but they will pick up the tide. All right. Okay versus the Willow. Not really bothered by her. Bedlam is always a little bit threatening, but you can purge off the Bramble Maze roots pretty easily with a single point in the Kraken Shell.
10 seconds remaining.
Brame, I don't know what they want to run then versus the Tide Hunter. The problem is you have to pick the Tide because you can't really sack any of your other lanes. Interesting. I thought for sure we might see something along the lines of a Drow or a Slark even, but no, they're going to just run Focus Juggernaut instead. Not by any means a bad pick versus the Tide Hunter. In fact, there's some decent kill potential. Cursed Crown into the Bramble Maze into a level 3 spin is very strong versus the Tide Hunter, whether or not you're hit by the Kraken Shell, or sorry, whether or not you're hit by the Anchor Smash is what I meant to say. But the TB is going to come out then in response to the Juggernaut. Not a very easy TB lane, especially when your meta's off cooldown. That's really the major issue I see here. Other than that, I think it's a very respectable pick here. I like the pickup, and that ought to be a pretty good play here for Hippomaniac. Slavi must be a TB player then. I, again, was a little bit surprised to see him there.
Radiant team ban.
Tinker ban. That's a Wish hero. We saw Brame play that once before. He's a pretty mean Tinker, and actually not a bad Tinker game here versus the TB. You got 2 really squishy supports that don't hunt a Tinker very well. Maybe for the same reason. No, Wish doesn't really play something like a Fury in mid lane. It wouldn't be that good here either versus the Tide TB, but just heroes that like to run away and hide in trees. Other heroes that like to do that, though, are going to be the Puck. Wish Zeus is another big one. They're going to get rid of that. Very strong versus the Tide and the TB alike. And great at canceling supports very easily simply with the Aghanim Scepter, especially globally, to a little bit too annoying and restrictive. Hippomaniacs, they're going to have a pick here. They need to pick their mid laner. They've gotten at least a safe lane pick, and they've set themselves up for a very nice 4 Protect 1. They're not going to be allowed to run the Bounty Hunter offlane if that's what they were hoping, however. That'll be banned out. What a Brame thinking then. Well, first of all, what do we need for Hippomaniacs? We need a mid laner. You don't know the matchup. You don't know anything about the matchup. You know that ganks from probably top lane are going to be, sorry, bottom instead for the Dire side, are going to be a little bit dangerous. You're up against a Willow as well, who's got plenty of roots for you. 4 seconds in reserve time. Hippomaniacs, they're going to go to the DK. Just a safe pick overall. Oh, immediately, though, there's the Batrider. I was going to say, he had managed to sneak through. The Batrider can actually ramp up the damage here versus the DK, thanks to the stacks of Sticky Napalm. Pretty strong versus the TB as well. However, you are pretty vulnerable to the counter initiations of the Tidehunter, as well as the Terrorblade when he gets the Ags, if the game goes that late. I think the plan is when you pick a Batrider, you're not really going to let TB get his Ags. You're going to be looking to run him down, run the DK out of the lane, defend your tower, and bring some serious tower push here. So Brame just with a really, really like mid-game draft here. They look really strong in the mid-game. Hippomaniacs playing for late for certain. They've got a little bit of a power spike thanks to the DK whenever he hits level 6, 12, and 18 respectively, as well as TB once he gets like this game. Probably a Manta. I mean, what do you dispel? A Cursed Crown. You dispel a Root. It's kind of risky, though. This game is not very fun for the TB off the back of this Batrider pick. And it will be a mid Batrider, of course, versus Curry. Curry's going to be used to playing the DK, I think, maybe a little bit more. Again, he is normally the carry here, but having a stand-in now of Slavi, they do need to try and switch. They needed, rather, to switch a couple of things up. Given the two drafts, I still prefer Brame here. I think the last pick, Batrider, imagine to sneak through. You don't have a hard dispel for it. You've got really mean early team fight as well, thanks to your Roar, Bedlam, Echo Slam. These supports can be really impactful out from Hippomaniacs, but the problem is with a 4 Shaman, you're very, very item dependent. You need a Blink, you need an Aether, probably Aether and then Blink first, right, after the Brown Boots. And that's not the easiest thing to farm up this game here, especially because I don't know. I don't think that bottom lane is going to be too easy versus the Willow as well as the Juggernaut. You don't have a whole lot of kill threat there, even though you do have a good offlaner. Mid lane as well, Batrider should have the advantage. Your best lane by far is top, but even then, there's some good outplay potential there for Skylark on the Beastmaster to be playing around the timing of your Metamorphosis. And you can expect a team like Brame, to be looking to push every single advantage that they can get. These guys are incredibly efficient. That being said, I also am going to give it to Brame because this is going to be a Spartan Dark Willow. And again, he excels on these heroes that just don't instantly die and aren't super crucial to the team fight, but can bring in a couple of clutch little stuns here and there, a little bit of damage, some control, while also being having some form of invulnerability. I mean, we saw it a couple of times last game, right? So Spartan, he was on the money with the saves every now and then, but also when he would just run into the enemy team, as he loves to do, he would just disrupt himself, and that buys so much time for the team. This time around, it's going to be a little bit of a different concept, given that you have the Dark Willow with the Shadow Realm instead of the Disruption. So you're not completely damage immune, but to the Witch Doctor, to the supports, as well as to the TB, you're as good as home free, whereas it's going to be up to the DK and the Tidehunter to try and get the damage done onto you. Not really the highest priority target here for those specific heroes, especially on the mid lane DK. You can't really afford to get ran down you can't afford to run down the Dark Willow here. You're going to be kited out ad infinitum by this one. Again, I keep making the ad infinitum jokes here, but I need to find some new ones, I think. Senny top lane then. For now, it looks like they are going to be maybe considering swapping the lanes. I know Senny's their 5 player. As we'll be taking a look. Yeah, okay, so they will be sending Slavi down bottom. That's not too surprising. It's Brame. It looks like for now, are they trying to dodge a matchup? They will be sending the Juggernaut top lane for now. So he's going to be matched up versus the Tidehunter. I imagine that's the matchup he wants because I think he suffers a little bit too much in terms of that off lane or in terms of laning versus the TB. I don't really think he can bring it to him. I think TB's got a little bit too much heat there. Yeah, already they're looking to play a little bit aggressive top lane. So a couple of kills here, or sorry, a couple of CS mid lane. Early levels are pretty easy for Curry. I would say this starts to get really, really dangerous depending on the build that wishes upon. If he wants to go for like the flame break, like I'm going to force you out of this lane, I don't know if that's viable versus the DK. He does have a little bit of early kill potential with that, but I don't think that's going to be the move. You're going to see now 5 stacks of the napalm at this stage. Curry no longer wants to be anywhere near the wave. Oh, bottom or top rather. T-Peck getting ran down, just barely able to live. Spartan trading blows with Muff. Not really the ideal trade here for Spartan. You want to have the Shadow Realm ready to go, and I believe he does now at level 2. Mine is queued up for our Tide Hunter. Oh, that's a bracer. I'm blind. Never mind. And that's also not Gloves of Haste. It's the whatever the Gauntlets of Strength or something. I think they're called. Yeah, already Spartan beginning to pump in the damage here in this lane, becoming very annoying. We do have Dragon Tail taken there at level 3, 1/1/1 build. And Slavi, his first metamorphosis should have come to a close here already. Stomanen and Skylark then immediately looking to apply pressure. The thing is, Senny on the Witch Doctor is a fantastic laner. The Witch Doctor rather is able to create so much space basically by himself. It's a really, really great pick. It's among my favorite for trying to carry in pubs from the sport world. T-Peck. Oh no, he goes right into the Bramble Maze, and there's gonna be the kill. Spartan goes, don't worry, I got it. Solo kill. Focus with level 2 spin, able to spin down the Tide Hunter quite easily there. DK 17-1 charges here. Again, this is why the kills are a bit difficult here in this lane for Wish. I suspect he's not opting to put any points into Flame Break and just instead trying to max the Firefly and Napalm to increase his farm. You can send Stomanen or maybe a boar from Skylark to be able to actually take care of that. To try and get some of the stacks, rather, is what I mean. But we're going to see here a pretty aggressive bottom lane. Again, playing around the timing here of the Metamorphosis. 2 points in the boars. Witch Doctor does A-okay at dealing with them. But it also, you know, as soon as you throw that cask, that's all your kill potential in the lane. That's all your catch. You don't really want to be taking any points in Reflection because that's going to slow down your farm here on the TB, right? Reflection is a good slow. Could potentially set up for a kill, but it's just a little bit too difficult to actually pull off and still get decent farm. Curry just sitting on the 21 charges here versus Wish. Surprised he doesn't want to refill the mana, but he's got a Soul Ring queued up, and why bother putting himself at risk? Not really worth it. Oh, speaking of Maledict, he might be... No, that's only an early Maledict. Top lane instead, actually. They're going for Spartan, but once again, able to create tons of space here. T-Peck is not going to be able to get the kill, and instead, spinning to win will be Focus, finding that kill. Gush, though, into Focus. Another Anchor Smash. He's in a bit of trouble here. No, he's fine. Spartan is going to be pulling. That's going to be scouted, though. Perfect pull there by Spartan. Bot lane, unfortunately, Maledict level 1. All you need to do, literally, is just eat a tango, and as long as you're not going to die anyway, like... If you die while eating a tango through level 1 Maledict, you are going to die no matter what, let's be honest. They just have way too much damage. Maledict level 1 is hot garbage. Wish denies a tango, by the way. Excuse me, Wish? He denied one of the tangos. I think he dropped the tango. And he denied it. He goes, I don't need it. I don't need this tango. Doesn't have space in the inventory, maybe, but that seemed a little bit unnecessary. I don't know. I'm not sure what that tango did to deserve the deny. Play mid lane. Curry, though, has the wand charges. Now pops him, but he's not got enough here to keep himself completely healthy. As now Wish at level 5 will take a point into the Flame Break, and that, again, does make the lane a bit scary for Curry. But he's going to be beat to level 6 as well. Wish is going to be able to refill the bottle here quite easily. That's going to be very, very useful to make sure that when Curry does get level 6 off of this wave, he's not immediately going to get the tower down. Muff, unfortunately, unable to get the stack time in there. That's a bit unfortunate for the Tide Hunter. Just a little bit of efficiency wasted. Only level 2 as well by Muff, so unfortunately not having too great of a game, as the top lane is pretty lethal for him. Skylark, again, playing very nicely around the timings here of the Metamorphosis. Senny is going to throw that cask. That shouldn't get a bounce back to the Beastmaster, and he's A-okay already. We can see that. Rotation coming mid lane, though. That is going to not be the Earthshaker. Instead, it's actually Muff. He's only level 2. Can he actually make a kill out of that rotation onto the Bat Rider? It looks like they're getting some serious damage, but Bat Rider, he has got Stoman in here. That is going to trigger the TP from Senny. They've scouted that one with the Observer Ward, and Bram are going to back off to their side of the river. They had level 6 there. They did not decide to use it there on the Bat Rider, but they just need to have a support chilling here and be able to push the wave back out to make sure that Curry's not able to get the tower. This is something that Hippomaniacs, I believe they did very well in the last game. Bram, they responded very nicely, though. They didn't panic. I would have panicked for sure, but they go, no, this is okay. We still have a very strong mid game, and they did. But the supports are missing from both side lanes now, so that makes it a little bit easier for Bram, especially bottom if we don't have that meta active. There's a haste rune scouted. That could lead to a kill here very easily as we've got full mana and that haste bottle now for Wish. Curry's a big target here, and with the haste rune might just be an easy kill. They're going to go for it. Careful here. Muff not too far away. Sorry, in fact, Muff is too far away is clearly what I meant to say, as Curry will drop and burn down to Wish. Elder Dragon form, first form, not really being put to much use there, unfortunately. But he did a little bit of damage on the tower, so not a complete waste. The boards down bottom, though, starting to be a real big problem here, as Slavi, again, just very dependent on the cooldown of the Metamorphosis in the lane. He's going to start to get bullied out of this lane relatively quickly, especially once the Necro 1 gets delivered. I think he's no longer going to be looking to be located bottom. Bat Rider, though, with the first lasso kill mid, is going to put a nice little early lead here in favor of Bram. TPEC able to navigate through the Bramble Maze there expertly and deftly, not dropping a single bit of damage, but they might be looking for the kill on TPEC. There is a TP coming. I can't tell who that is. Oh, it's the Witch Doctor. Cannot get a good cast off, unfortunately. It will bounce to immune targets, but it's not going to get a useful stun onto Focus. Spartan there is not going to be close enough to trigger another bounce. Healing Ward from the trees might just keep him alive here as well. Plenty of healing. Oh, he's going to die to the Gush, though. Yep, Maledict is going to secure his fate. TPEC gets the kill after all, after the little bit of the Maledict tick, but they have lost Curry yet again in this mid lane. That is a very big issue. Muff, unfortunately, just not able to have the impact. I'm sure a fissure from Stomanen stopped him from really getting much done there. Yeah, great stuff. Great game from Bram so far in this early game. They did actually use Elder Dragon form, and they killed them immediately after it. So another minute and a half without Elder Dragon form. This is really bad because normally Bram, they need to be defending their towers, and the best way to do that is to immediately kill on bot lane. I think they're going for for the TB. No, actually TB's out of the jungle. He's safe, but there is now Necro 1 completed, so tower pressure being applied bot lane. Mid lane, Stomanen is going to die here. They've got a Maledict as well as the Cask. They even get a lucky bounce to make sure he doesn't get anything off, making the Hex a little bit redundant, but you never know there when there's a couple of creep for the level 1 Cask to bounce to. So Curry's going to get as much damage as he can in here, but again, DK, he's okay at hitting towers, but he just does much better when he's actually got the Elder Dragon form active. DD Rune for Wish means he actually does damage now with the right cloaks without any stacks with the Napalm. It makes him a little bit sketchy to take on, but with 2 supports here, they should be just fine. Unfortunately, there are more supports rotating in. There's a big Cask opportunity, but Sunny's going to save it. There's now 3 supports for both teams in the mid lane, but with the addition now of the Tidehunter, who does have the Ravage, he's probably going to be looking to sneak around from behind and find it, but a bit difficult here for TPEC. It is a Midas queued up, by the way, for our DK. So I wasn't wrong about one Midas.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Uh-oh. There's DK. Once again, popping the Elder Dragon form. This time in a bit of trouble is Wish. The Cask bouncing around. It's going to set up for the Ravage. That's good damage here for the Maledict as well. Still alive for now. The Gush to slow him down. Wish up to the high ground. He goes. Eats an Anchor Smash. He might die to Maledict. It is level 2, and he is going to drop in the fountain. Sunny with that kill. As unfortunately, they didn't have any regen there to save him from the Maledict tick damage. Fissure is going to slow them down momentarily. Even that's Stomanen the bottled rune. It's illusion, rather. The rune denied from Curry. Doesn't really like to build the rune anyway, but it's nice not to give him the double dragon form or the triple dragon form. Roar, bot lane, top lane, make that. No, that was Skylark rotating over. Gets the kill onto Sunny, as they are going to be looking to boot them away from the mid lane push. They are now actually looking to maybe go for a bit of a hammer and anvil approach, as there's Stomanen actually connecting the stun onto Muff, and that's Spartan then to secure the kill. Wish has boot to travel already, so he's going to TP in out of the boar. Has lasso at the ready. TPEC does not have the ulti here, but they need to defend from Slavi. They need to defend Slavi, though, is what I meant to say. T-Peck slowed down greatly now. Should be level 4 in the sticky napalm, and Stoana will close the gap here quite easily into the bedlam here for T-Peck. Cass is going to bounce around here a little bit. Unfortunately, Death Ward, I'm not sure if it's hit anyone. It's for Stomanen, not a bad one. That prevents the dunk from coming through, but it will not stop the Omni Slash, as there goes Focus, finding the kill onto one. Curry is going to get stunned there eventually by the Cursed Crown, but not before he gets the kill onto Spartan in exchange. Also stuns up his mate. But a nice Maledict here, and look at the two supports being able to tag team Skylark. Hands off the keyboard there, and he was absolutely dead as Bram there. Right up to the triangle, kind of an ill-advised move there without able to get a good lasso or a good Echo Slam off. Without Roar as well, seems like very, very, I don't know, just didn't really seem worth it there, unfortunately, for them. Focus is going for the Boots of Travel, so we're probably going to see, after the Battle Fury is completed, he is actually so rich, by the way. Like, he is ridiculously wealthy. Wish is able to get a kill top lane, though, in the meantime, as the Cask bouncing around between a couple of different heroes. Unfortunately, Spartan will still die. Not before he gets off at least the Terrorize. That's going to force back Sen. He's going to take a little bit more damage, but gets the wand off before the damage really will connect. Fissure is beautiful. It connects onto 2. There's going to be Skylark now, closing the gap. He's got the Necro Books as well consumed, or placed down, rather, so that's additional damage now as T-Peck, unfortunately, he's a tanky boy, but not tanky enough. They will commit Roar for him, as Skylark wants him dead, and he wanted the kill there. They'll find it. So Slavi continuing to farm here quite comfortably. He is being really out-farmed by the Juggernaut, which is a bit of a problem, I will say. DK's got the Midas, so he's going to scale nicely here. But Focus, he already has full Boots of Travels and nearly a full BKB, and they want to kill Curry now. Can they do this? Maybe. We don't have an Omni Slash, but we do have a Fissure. That's a good one. Wish needs to get a little bit more damage in, but they're going to be able to hex up the Focus Juggernauts and just force them away at the end of the day. And Bram will back up and continue to farm.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Right now here, we do see that they're trying their best to get as much farm as they can on a DK. With the Midas, at least, he's going to have a good level gain. And to be honest, he had a really rough early game, dying a couple of times. They, in fact, have, I think, yeah, they did get the tier 1 tower eventually, but it took 3 Dragon Forms to get it done, right? And it's not too bad. It's 13 minutes in, the tower's down, you still have your tier 1 tower, so overall, you're pretty happy with the progress, but could have been a bit better here, and that's definitely reflected in his net worth, as he has taken a 3rd death here. A bit of a tough tumble for him. He's not as bad, though, as the Tidehunter, and now with the Midas active, he should be able to catch up here relatively quickly. Stomanen, he's got the vision here for a nice Fissure. Spartan will be able to set up for that. Necrobook 3 already done, by the way, on Skylark. He is very farmed. Going straight into the Vlad's offering next, as Curry is going to get gone on. We do have a Roar, and they will commit it now. Stomanen waiting to counter-initiate there. Slavi running on over. That should be a kill with the Necro Warrior 3 alone. Good cast onto the back lines, though. Will stun up Spartan and Skylark rather a couple of times, but down goes Sunny to Wish, and there's going to be the last one now. Unfortunately, T-Peck is just going to be able to purge it off. Not really sure why Wish went for that play there, but a great Fissure there is going to stop T-Peck from going any further. Instead, he's got to go into the waiting arms of Spartan and his nice little Bedlam. Great damage there. They're going to get the D-Ward, and they're just looking to set up control here and completely boot away the TB from farming in his jungle. That's where you want to be farming as well. That Radiant Triangle is a little bit better, in my opinion, than no, really, the Dire Triangle is a little bit stronger. It's easier to defend the Radiant Triangle, in my opinion, because you got really, really mean staircases leading up to it, especially from the river, specifically. From both spots from the river, actually. It's kind of impossible to push up to. But, yeah, it's a little bit more, I think, probably efficient for your eco to be farming in the Dire Triangle. Unfortunately, the TB can't really do either. T-Peck is going to show mid lane. Does have that Ravage as they're looking for the kill onto Wish. Shackles, though, not going to last too long as the Fissure instantly canceling those. And they did actually use the Metamorphosis there. They were hoping to go for a fight, but Wish, he knew he had Stomanen there ready to back him up. And a great play there. They're going to smoke up because they know that they've got the numbers and they've got the ultis as well, but they should have scouted that TB Metamorphosis. It's a little bit risky here. As risky as it can be with an 8K net worth lead at 15 minutes into the game, of course, keeping that in mind. Slavi's going to walk right into this one as well. He might know something's up as the smoke's going to break, but Spartan is able to immediately make the jump. We have now the Roar on top of Focus, running at the speed of sound. Again, has the Boots of Travels. Already, that was his first item. 9K net worth already in the bank, as they will tip to Spartan. And Spartan, no, right back at you, my friend. Wish does well to break vision here of the Death Ward, as they will cancel. That's going to allow him to go on back. He's going to take a big tick of damage, however, and he's just going to die. Surrounded by 3 heroes, he will die. Yep. Sonny gets the kill. Nicely done. Not really any way for Wish to go. Getting a little bit too aggressive there without the BKB. Who is the position 5? It is Dark Willow. So Spartan, the position 5 player here for the likes of Braim. Stomanen, position 4. To the side of Hippomaniacs, obviously, it's Sunny 5 Witch Doctor with the 4 Shaman, as they have dove in a tier 2 tower, and they're looking to go for more as well. Sunny TPing in. He's going to take another death, and Focus with 2 kills there. Unfortunately, camera didn't quite catch those. Slavi, he does have the ulti. Is he going to get the chance to use it? Nope. No Sunder targets, as Skylark just runs him down. 8 to 19, 12K net worth advantage now, 16, maybe we'll call it 17 in. What does our Juggernaut have though on his items? He's got to be extremely farmed, this Jug. It's got to be ridiculous. My goodness, DK even doesn't even have the Soul Ring yet. Not going back for it. Shaman has the Aether Lens for Muff, so he's been able to farm up at least 1 item. He's trying to keep pace as best as he can here with the Spartan and Stomanen, but they are really just farming quite comfortably in a league of their own. As Senny is going to be scouted by Stomanen. He goes, don't you dare deward me. Focus is going to jump on. There's the Blink Dagger already for Stomanen, 17 minutes in. Senny's going to throw the cask. It's not going to get a... Well, it will get a bounce, actually, as Spartan's going to run on over and help that one out. But Skylark gets a solo kill onto Muff. Don't think he used... Yeah, he didn't even need to the Roar there. He might use one for Curry, though, as T-Peck in a bit of a bad spot. Has the Ravage with no way to close the gap, and the Boot to Travel now for Wish. He's going to pop the BKB, and he's found the TB right into the waiting arms, and they just call it. GG. What a stomp. What a stomp. Braim! I'm telling you, boys, when they get their draft, they look so good. T-Peck's going to, pop the Ravage because he can, but there wasn't much else he could do that game. 17 minutes, 17K net worth already. I think it was like a minute 8 Boots of Travel for both the Bat Rider and the Juggernaut, and then a Battle Fury that was barely completed on Jug, but the kills were just flowing in favor of Bane here. Of Braim, not Bane. He was not bored in the darkness. What a game. What a series, as Braim will get the 2-0. Game number 2, a lot easier than it looked for game number 1, where they did kind of struggle to finish up. But a very solid series nonetheless, and Hippomaniacs, once again, are going to be dropped 2-0 here by Braim, as they did a couple of weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, in fact, nearly to the day when they first played them in the lower division. That's going to be it for our final match of the day, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. We are going to now wrap up our coverage. We started off with Hellraisers with a 2-1 over No Bounty Hunter. A pretty close series here. We'll take a look at where Group B is going to be standing, given that today was majority for a Group B day. Hellraisers had a pretty good match there versus No Bounty Hunter. Hustler standing in as well. That was definitely a highlight of the day. Some great games up from him, formerly of Reality Rift, standing in for 496 as well. But he is going to be from Central Asia, Mongolia, so his ping was not too bad, all things considering. Hellraisers, a pretty easy game 1. Rezo was beast mode game 2, as well as game 3. But unfortunately, No Bounty Hunter. They're going to lose that one. So Hellraiser with a 1-0. Also, a couple of weird picks, right? Because we had like Monkey King picked in a Beastmaster. It's just like really weird. Game 2, or rather, our series second was going to be Bait versus Creep Wave. Bait had a stand-in today with Borania, as we recall. They carry from level up. They were able to still be defeated here quite easily, though. They did try for an early game draft, which is exciting. That's not what you normally see out from Bait, so well done there. Viking GG versus Cascade was going to be our third series. Cascade did end up losing that one 2-1, but did take a pretty surprising game 1. It looked like Viking GG weren't warmed up or something, but I mean, games 2 and especially game 3 were very, very much more one-sided, especially there in favor of Viking GG, proving that their win versus OG was not a fluke. Aramis on the Earth Spirit here, games 1 and 2 looked amazing, but really Shad, who just played so well, especially the third game. He looked unstoppable, getting a rampage. Nearly had 2, but of course, Boom had to steal 1. even the Trax Core Wisp was not going to be enough for them. Although he did go for the Krelap build that PuckChamp have kind of familiarized here. And finally, Brame versus Hippomaniacs is going to be a 2-0. Game 1, a little bit closer here. I had a little bit of back and forth. Brame nearly letting them back into the game, but that wasn't going to happen on their watch. And Game 2, just an explosive start. I mean, Brame, they won all 3 lanes. And from there, the game just naturally comes to its conclusion, doesn't it? And that's going to be it for our coverage today as we take a look at our group stage results. If you're curious about what matches we have tomorrow, why, let me tell you. I mentioned PuckChamp earlier, and if you like watching Core Wisp, I'd recommend you guys tune in for our first match tomorrow, which will be PuckChamp versus Windstrike. Oh boy, is this match hype. Let me tell you why. DPC lower division, Windstrike in first place, 5-0. I think actually on a Friday, PuckChamp are going to be playing them for their first place slot. PuckChamp currently 4-1, could go even here versus Windstrike, and with the tiebreaker, actually end up winning. And that would really throw the upper division into disarray, as that's going to determine who is going to be moving on into the upper division next season. So that's really, really exciting. And our match tomorrow is going to be a preview of what's to come. I cannot wait. Following that, it's going to be Ivy versus Bates, No Undying versus the Spider Pigs, and Creepwave versus Hellbear Smashers, which have a little bit of beef between the two teams. To be honest, Chrysalis has expressed some, not quite anger, but he does really like to tilt Ace a little bit, I believe he said. So that's going to be an exciting series. So we've got 4 awesome games coming up tomorrow, guys, as well. But that's going to do it for our coverage today. I wanted to thank you guys so much for tuning in. We had so many viewers as well. We must have broken a viewer record for today's game with Valky and GG. And we hope you guys can tune in tomorrow and catch more of the awesome action. For now, guys, on behalf of myself and the production crew, thank you so much for tuning in. We hope you stay safe, and we will see you tomorrow when Snow Sweet Snow number 2 resumes. Until then.